Chapter 12 of Discoveries Among the Ruins of Nineveh and Babylon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tasha Hobbs Peterson. Discoveries Among the Ruins of Nineveh and Babylon by Austen Layard. Chapter 12. Arban, our encampment, Sutim and Muhammad Amin, winged bulls discovered, excavations commenced, their results, discovery of small objects, of second pair of winged bulls, of lion, of Chinese bottle, of vase, of Egyptian scarabs, of tombs, the scene of the captivity. On the morning after our arrival in front of the encampment of Sheikh Muhammad Amin, we crossed the Kabur on a small raft and pitched our tents on its right or northern bank. I found the ruins to consist of a large artificial mound of irregular shape, washed and indeed partly carried away by the river, which was gradually undermining the perpendicular cliff left by the falling earth. The Jabours were encamped to the west of it. I chose for our tents a recess like an amphitheater, facing the stream. We were thus surrounded and protected on all sides. Behind us and to the east rose the mound, and to the west were the family and dependents of Muhammad Amin. In the desert beyond the ruins were scattered far and wide the tents of the Jabours, and of several Arab tribes who had placed themselves under their protection. The Cherubim, wandering keepers of herds of buffaloes, the Bugara, driven by the incursions of the Anasa from their pasture grounds at Ras al Ain, the source of the Kabur, and some families of the Jays, a large clan residing in the district of Orpha, whose sheikh, having quarreled with his brother chiefs, had now joined Muhammad Amin. From the top of the mound, the eye ranged over a level country, bright with flowers and spotted with black tents and innumerable flocks of sheep and camels. During our stay at Arban, the color of these great plains was undergoing a continual change. After being for some days of a golden yellow, a new family of flowers would spring up, and it would turn almost in a night to a bright scarlet, which would again as suddenly give way to the deepest blue. Then the meadows would be mottled with various hues, or would put on the emerald green of the most luxuriant of pastures. The glowing descriptions I had so frequently received from the Bedouins of the beauty and fertility of the banks of the Kabur were more than realized. In the extreme distance to the east of us rose a solitary conical elevation, called by the Arabs Kukab. In front, to the south, was the beautiful hill of the Sinjar, ever varying in color and in outline, as the declining sun left fresh shadows on its furrowed sides. Behind us, and not far distant, was the low wooded range of Abd-ul-Aziz. Artificial mounds, smaller in size than Arban, rose here and there above the thin belt of trees and shrubs skirting the river bank. I had brought with me a tent large enough to hold full 200 persons, and intended as a musif, or place of reception, always open to the wayfarer and the Arab visitor. For the first duty of a traveler wishing to mix with true Bedouins and to gain an influence over them is the exercise of hospitality. This great pavilion was pitched in the center of my encampment, with its entrance facing the river. To the right were the tents of the Khawas and servants, one fitted up expressly for the doctor to receive patients, of whom there was no lack at all times, and the black Arab tent of Rathia, who would not mix with the Jabours. To the left were those of my fellow travelers, and about 200 yards beyond, near the excavations, my own private tent, to which I retired during the day, when wishing to be undisturbed, and to which the Arabs were not admitted. In it also we usually breakfasted and dined except when there were any Arab guests of distinction with whom it was necessary to eat bread. In front of our encampment, and between it and the river, was a small lawn on which were picketed our horses. Satom and Mohammed Amin usually eat with us, and soon became perfectly reconciled to knives and forks and the other restraints of civilized life. Satom's tact and intelligence were indeed remarkable. Nothing escaped his hawk-like eye. A few hours had enabled him to form a correct estimate of the character of each one of the party, and he had detected peculiarities which might have escaped the notice of the most observant European. The most polished Turk would have been far less at home in the society of ladies, and during the whole of our journey he never committed a breach of manners, only acquired after a few hours' residence with us. As a companion he was delightful, full of anecdote of unclouded spirits, acquainted with the history of every Bedouin tribe, their politics and their wars, and intimate with every part of the desert, its productions and its inhabitants. Many hours I spent with him, seated after the sun went down on a mound overlooking the great plain and the winding river, listening to the rich flow of his graceful Bedouin dialect, to his eloquent stories of Arab life, and to his animated descriptions of forays, wars, and single combats. Mohammed Amin, the sheikh of the Jabours, was a good-natured, portly Arab in intelligence inferior to Satom, and wanting many of the qualities of the pure Bedouin. During our intercourse, I had every reason to be satisfied with his hospitality and the cordial aid he afforded me. The Jabour chief was a complete patriarch in his tribe, having no less than 16 children, of whom 6 sons were horsemen and the owners of mares. The youngest, a boy of 4 years old, named Sultan, was as handsome and dirty as the best of Arab children. His mother, who had recently died, was the beautiful sister of ToddHW. I chanced to be her brother's guest when the news of her death was brought to him. An Arab of the tribe, weary and wayworn, entered the tent and seated himself without giving the usual salutation. All present knew that he had come from the Kabur and from distant friends. His silence argued evil tidings. By an indirect remark, immediately understood, he told his errand to one who sat next to him, and who in turn whispered it to Sheikh Ibrahim, the chief's uncle. The old man said aloud with a sigh, "It is the will and mercy of God. She is not dead, but released." ToddHW at once understood of whom he spake. He arose and went forth, and the wailing of the mother and of the women soon issued from the inner recesses of the tent. My first care after crossing to Arban was to examine the sculptures described by the Arabs. The river, having gradually worn away the mound, had, during the recent floods, left uncovered a pair of winged human-headed bulls, some 6 feet above the water's edge, and full 50 beneath the level of the ruin. Only the forepart of these figures had been exposed to view, and Mohammed Amin would not allow any of the soil to be removed before my arrival. The earth was soon cleared away, and I found them to be of a coarse limestone, not exceeding 5½ feet in height by 4½ in length. Between them was a pavement slab of the same material. They resembled in general form the well-known winged bulls of Nineveh, but in the style of art they differed considerably from them. The outline and treatment was bold and angular, with an archaic feeling conveying the impression of great antiquity. They bore the same relation to the more delicately finished and highly ornamented sculptures of Nimrod, as the earliest remains of Greek art do to the exquisite monuments of Phidias and Praxiteles. The human features were unfortunately much injured, but such parts as remained were sufficient to show that the countenance had a peculiar character, differing from the Assyrian type. The sockets of the eyes were deeply sunk, probably to receive the white and the ball of the eye in ivory or glass. The nose was flat and large, and the lips thick and overhanging like those of a Negro. Human ears were attached to the head, and bull's ears to the horned cap, which was low and square at the top, not high and ornamented like those of Khorsabad and Kuyunjik, nor rounded like those of Nimrud. The hair was elaborately curled, as in the pure Assyrian sculptures, though more rudely carved. The wings were small in proportion to the size of the body, and had not the majestic spread of those of the bulls that adorned the palaces of Nineveh. It would appear from them that the sculptures belonged to the palace of a king whose name has been found on no other monument. No titles are attached to it, not even that of king, nor is the country over which he reigned mentioned, so that some doubt may exist as to whether it really be a royal name. The great accumulation of earth above these sculptures proves that, since the destruction of the edifice in which they stood, other habitations have been raised on its ruins. Arban, indeed, is mentioned by the Arab geographers as a flourishing city, in a singularly fertile district of the Kabur. Part of a minaret whose walls were cased with colored tiles and ornamented with Kufic inscriptions in relief, like that of the Sinjar, and the foundations of buildings are still seen on the mound, and at its foot, on the western side, are the remains of a bridge which once spanned the stream. But the river has changed its course. The piers, adorned with elegantly shaped arabesque characters, are now on the dry land. I will describe at once the results of the excavations carried on during the 3 weeks our tents were pitched at Arban. To please the Jabur Sheikh, and to keep around our encampment for greater security a body of armed men when the tribe changed their pastures, I hired about 50 of Muhammad Amin's Arabs and placed them in parties with the workmen who had accompanied me from Mosul. Tunnels were opened behind the bulls already uncovered, and in various parts of the ruins on the same level. Trenches were also dug into the surface of the mound. Behind the bulls were found various Assyrian relics, amongst them a copper bell, like those from Nimrud, and fragments of bricks with arrow-headed characters painted yellow with white outlines upon a pale green ground. In other parts of the mound were discovered glass and pottery, some Assyrian, others of a more doubtful character. Several fragments of earthenware, ornamented with flowers and scrollwork and highly glazed, had assumed the brilliant and varied iridescence of ancient glass. It was natural to conclude from the usual architectural arrangement of Assyrian edifices that the 2 bulls described stood at an entrance to a hall or chamber. We searched in vain for the remains of walls, although digging for 3 days to the right and left of the sculptures, a work of considerable difficulty in consequence of the immense heap of superincumbent earth. I then directed a tunnel to be carried towards the center of the mound, hoping to find a corresponding doorway opposite. I was not disappointed. On the 5th day, a similar pair of winged bulls were discovered. They were of the same size and inscribed with the same characters. A part of one having been originally broken off, either in carving the sculpture or in moving it, a fresh piece of stone had been carefully fitted into its place. I also dug to the right and left of these sculptures for remains of walls, but without success, and then resumed the tunneling towards the center of the mound. In a few days, a lion with extended jaws, sculptured in the same coarse limestone and in the same bold archaic style as the bull's, was discovered. It had 5 legs, and the tail had the claw at the end, as in the Nineveh bas-reliefs. In height it was nearly the same as the bull's. I searched in vain for the one which must have formed the opposite side of the doorway. With the exception of these sculptures, no remains of building were found in this part of the mound. In another tunnel, opened at some distance from the bull's, half of a human figure in relief was discovered. The face was in full. One hand grasped a sword or dagger, the other held some object to the breast. The hair and beard were long and flowing, and ornamented with a profusion of curls as in the Assyrian bas-reliefs. The headdress appeared to consist of a kind of circular helmet ending in a sharp point. The treatment and style marked the sculpture to be of the same period as the bull and lion. Such were the sculptures discovered in the mound of Arbonne. Amongst smaller objects of different periods were some of considerable interest: jars, vases, funeral urns, highly glazed pottery, and fragments of glass. In a trench on the south side of the ruin was found a small green and white bottle inscribed with Chinese characters. A jar about 4 feet high in coarse half-baked clay was dug out of the center of the mound. The handles were formed by rudely designed human figures, and the sides covered with grotesque representations of men and animals and arabesque ornaments in relief. Vases of the same material, ornamented with figures, are frequently discovered in digging the foundations of houses in the modern town of Mosul. They appear to belong to a comparatively recent period, later probably than the Christian era, but previous to the Arab occupation. As they have upon them human figures dressed in a peculiar costume, consisting of a high cap and embroidered robes, I should attribute them to the Persians. A vase similar in size and shape to that of Arbonne, and also covered with grotesque representations of monstrous animals, the finest specimen I have seen of this class of antiquities, was found beneath the foundations of the very ancient Chaldean church of Meskinta at Mosul, when that edifice was pulled down and rebuilt 2 years ago. It was given to me by the Catholic Chaldean patriarch, to whom it belonged as chief of the community, but was unfortunately destroyed with other interesting relics by the Arabs, who plundered a raft laden with antiquities on its way to Baghdad after my return to Europe. Amongst other relics discovered at Arbonne were a large copper ring, apparently Assyrian, an ornament in earthenware resembling the pine cone of the Assyrian sculptures, a bull's head in terracotta, fragments of painted bricks, probably of the same period, and several Egyptian scarabaei. It is singular that engraved stones and scarabs bearing Egyptian devices, and in some instances even royal cartouches, should have been found on the banks of the Kabur. Similar objects were subsequently dug up at Nimrud and brought to me by the Arabs from various ruins in Assyria. It may be well for the reader to observe in this connection that most of the Egyptian relics discovered in the Assyrian ruins are of the time of the 18th Egyptian dynasty, or of the 15th century before Christ, a period when, as we learn from Egyptian monuments, there was a close connection between Assyria and Egypt. Several tombs were also found in the ruins, consisting principally of boxes or sarcophagi of earthenware, like those existing above the Assyrian palaces near Mosul. Some, however, were formed by 2 large earthen jars, like the common Eastern vessel for holding oil, laid horizontally and joined mouth to mouth. These terracotta coffins appear to be of the same period as those found in all the great ruins on the banks of the rivers of Mesopotamia, and are not Assyrian. They contained human remains turned to dust, with the exception of the skull and a few of the larger bones, and generally 3 or 4 urns of highly glazed blue pottery. Fewer remains and objects of antiquity were discovered in the mounds on the Kabur than I had anticipated. They were sufficient, however, to prove that the ruins are, on the whole, of the same character as those on the banks of the Tigris. That the Assyrian Empire at one time embraced the whole of Mesopotamia, including the country watered by the Kabur, there can be no doubt, as indeed is shown by the inscriptions on the monuments of Nineveh. Whether the sculptures at Arban belong to the period of Assyrian domination, or to a distinct nation afterwards conquered, or whether they may be looked upon as contemporary with, or more ancient than, the bas-reliefs of Nimrud, are questions not so easily answered. The archaic character of the treatment and design, the peculiar form of the features, the rude though forcible delineation of the muscles, and the simplicity of the details certainly convey the impression of greater antiquity than any monuments hitherto discovered in Assyria proper. A deep interest at the same time attaches to these remains from the site they occupy. To the Chabar were transported by the Assyrian king, after the destruction of Samaria, the captive children of Israel, and on its banks the heavens were opened to Ezekiel, and he saw visions of God, and spake his prophecies to his brother exiles. Around Arban may have been pitched the tents of the sorrowing Jews, as those of the Arabs were during my visit. To the same pastures they led their sheep, and they drank of the same waters. Then the banks of the river were covered with towns and villages, and a palace temple still stood on the mound, reflected in the transparent stream. We have, however, but one name connected with the Kabur recorded in Scripture, that of Tel Abib, the mound of Abib, or of the heaps of ears of corn. But whether it applies to a town or to a simple artificial elevation, such as still abound and are still called tells, is a matter of doubt. I sought in vain for some trace of the word amongst the names now given by the wandering Arab to the various ruins on the Kabur and its confluence. We know that Jews still lingered in the cities of the Kabur until long after the Arab invasion, and we may perhaps recognize in the Jewish communities of Ras Al Ain, at the sources of the river, and of Karkisia, or Carchemish, at its confluence with the Euphrates, visited and described by Benjamin of Tudela, in the latter end of the 12th century of the Christian era, the descendants of the captive Israelites. But the hand of time has long since swept even this remnant away, with the busy crowds which thronged the banks of the river. From its mouth to its source, from Carchemish to Ras Al Ain, there is now no single permanent human habitation on the Kabur. Its rich meadows and its deserted ruins are alike become the encamping places of the wandering Arab. End of chapter 12.
Chapter 13 of Discoveries Among the Ruins of Nineveh and Babylon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Discoveries Among the Ruins of Nineveh and Babylon by Austen Layard. Chapter 13. Residence at Arban. Mohammed Emin's tent. The Agadat, our tents, bread baking, food of the Bedouins, thin bread, the produce of their flocks, diseases amongst them, their remedies, the Delawel or dromedary, Bedouin warfare, Suttam's first wife, a storm, turtles, lions, a Bedouin robber, beavers, ride to Lejmayat, a plundering expedition, loss of a hawk, ruins of Shemshani, Return to Arban. Visit to Mogamis. In the preceding chapter, I have given an account of the discoveries made in the ruins of Arban. I will now add a few notes of our residence on the Kabor, a sketch of Arab life, and a description of a country not previously visited by European travellers. May be new and not uninteresting to my readers. During the time we dwelt at Arban, we were the guests and under the protection of Mohammed Emin, the Sheikh of the Jabors. On the day we crossed the river, he celebrated our arrival by a feast after the Arab fashion, to which the notables of the tribe were invited. Sheep, as usual, were boiled and served up piecemeal in large wooden bowls, with a mass of butter and bread soaked in the gravy. The chief's tent was spacious, though poorly furnished. It was the general resort of those who chanced to wander, either on business or for pleasure, to the Kabor, and was consequently never without a goodly array of guests. From the company of Shamar horsemen out on a foray to the solitary Bedouin who was seeking to become a warrior in his tribe, by first stealing a mare from some hostile encampment. Amongst the strangers partaking, at the time of our visit, of the Sheikh's hospitality were Sirhan, a chief of the Agadat, and Dervish Aga, the hereditary lord of Nisibin, an ancient Nisibis. The tents of the former were at the junction of the Kabor and Euphrates, near Karkassia, the ancient Karshemish, or as it is more generally called by the Arabs, Abu Sarah. The fertile meadows near the confluence of the two rivers formerly belonged to the Jabors, who occupied the banks of the Kabor throughout nearly the whole of its course. An old feud kept them at continual war with the great tribe of the Anasa. They long successfully struggled with their enemies, but having at length been overcome, they sought refuge in the neighbourhood of Mosul. Having returned to the Kabor, they claimed their former rights, and Mohammed Emin was invited by Sirhan to settle the contending claims, but it was to no effect. Dervish Aga of Kurdish descent was the representative of an ancient family, and had come to persuade the Jabor Sheikh to assist Sirhan in recovering the plundered treasure from the Hamoud. My own large tent was no less a place of resort than that of Mohammed Emin, and as we were objects of curiosity, Bedouins from all parts flocked to see us. With some of them I was already acquainted, having either received them as my guests at Mosul, or met them during excursions in the desert. They generally passed one night with us, and then returned to their own tents. A sheep was always slain for them, and boiled with rice, or prepared wheat, in the Arab way. If there were not strangers enough to consume the whole, the rest was given to the workmen or to the needy, as it is considered derogatory to the character of a truly hospitable and generous man to keep meat until the following day, or to serve it up a second time when cold. Even the poorest Bedouin who kills a sheep invites all his friends and neighbours to the repast, and if there be still any remnants, distributes them amongst the poor and the hungry, although he should himself want on the morrow. The wandering Arabs have no other means of grinding their corn than by hand mills, which they carry with them wherever they go. They are always worked by the women, for it is considered unworthy of a man to engage in any domestic occupation. These hand mills are simply two circular flat stones, generally about 18 inches in diameter, the upper turning loosely upon a wooden pivot, and moved quickly round by a wooden handle. The grain is poured through the hole of the pivot, and the flour is collected in a cloth spread under the mill. It is then mixed with water, kneaded in a wooden bowl, and pressed by the hand into round balls ready for baking. During these processes, the women are usually seated on the bare ground. Hence, in Isaiah 47, parts 1 and 2, is the daughter of Babylon told to sit in the dust and on the ground, and to take the millstones to grind meal. The tribes who are always moving from place to place bake their bread on a slightly convex iron plate, called a sarge, moderately heated over a low fire of brushwood or camel's dung. The lumps of dough are rolled on a wooden platter into thin cakes, a foot or more in diameter, and laid by means of the roller upon the iron. They are baked in a very short time, and should be eaten hot. The Kurds, whose flour is far whiter and more carefully prepared than that of the Arabs, roll the dough into large cakes, scarcely thicker than a sheet of paper. When carefully baked by the same process, it becomes crisp and exceedingly agreeable to the taste. All Arab bread is unleavened. If a Bedouin tribe be moving in great haste from an enemy, and should be unable to stop for many hours, or be making a forced march to avoid pursuit over a desert where the wells are very distant from each other, the women sometimes prepare bread whilst riding on camels. The fire is then lighted in an earthen vessel. One woman kneads the flour, a second rolls out the dough, and a third bakes. Boys or women on foot passing the materials, as required, from one to the other. But it is very rare that the Bedouins are obliged to have recourse to this process, and I have only once witnessed it. The fuel used by the Arabs consists chiefly of the dwarf shrubs growing in most parts of the desert, of dry grass, and of camel's dung. They frequently carry bags of the latter with them when in summer they march over very arid tracts. On the banks of the great rivers of Mesopotamia, the tamarisk and other trees furnish them with abundant firewood. They are entirely dependent for their supplies of wheat upon the villages on the borders of the desert, or on the sedentary Arabs, who whilst living in tents cultivate the soil. The Bedouins usually draw near to the towns and cultivated districts soon after the harvest to lay in their stock of grain. A party of men and women, chosen by their companions, then take with them money or objects for sale or exchange, and drive the camels to the villages, where they load them and return to their tents. Nearly the whole revenue of an Arab sheikh, whatever it may be, is laid out in corn, rice, and other provisions. The quantity of food consumed in the tents of some of the great chiefs of the Bedouins is very considerable. The common Bedouin can rarely get meat. His food consists almost exclusively of wheaten bread with truffles, which are found in great abundance during the spring. A few wild herbs such as asparagus, onions, and garlic, fresh butter, curds, and sour milk. But at certain seasons, even these luxuries cannot be obtained. For months together he often eats bread alone. Roasted meat is very rarely seen in a Bedouin tent. Rice is only eaten by the sheikhs, except among the tribes who encamp in the marshes of southern Mesopotamia, where rice of an inferior quality is very largely cultivated. There it is boiled with meat and made into pilaws. The Bedouins do not make cheese. The milk of their sheep and goats is shaken into butter or turned into curds. It is rarely or never drank fresh, new milk being thought very unwholesome, as by experience I soon found it to be in the desert. The sour milk, or shanina, a universal beverage amongst the Arabs, is either buttermilk pure and diluted, or curds mixed with water. Camel's milk is drank fresh. It is pleasant to the taste, rich, and exceedingly nourishing. It is given in large quantities to the horses. The Shamar and Anaza Bedouins have no cows or oxen, those animals being looked upon as the peculiar property of tribes who have forgotten their independence, and degraded themselves by the cultivation of land. The sheep are milked at dawn, or even before daybreak, and again in the evening on their return from the pastures. The milk is immediately turned into leaben, or boiled to be shaken into butter. Amongst the Bedouins and Jabors, it is considered derogatory to the character of a man to milk a cow or a sheep. but not to milk a camel. The sheikhs occasionally obtain dates from the cities. They are either eaten dry with bread and leaven or fried in butter, a very favourite dish of the Bedouin. To this spare and simple dish, the Bedouins owe their freedom from sickness and their extraordinary power of bearing fatigue. Diseases are rare amongst them, and the epidemics which rage in the cities seldom reach their tents. The cholera, which has of late visited Mosul and Baghdad with fearful severity, has not yet struck the Bedouins, and they have frequently escaped the plague, when the settlements on the borders of the desert have been nearly depopulated by it. The smallpox, however, occasionally makes great havoc amongst them. Vaccination being still unknown to the Shema, and intermittent fever prevails in the autumn, particularly when the tribes encamp near the marshes in southern Mesopotamia. Rheumatism prevails somewhat, and ophthalmia is common in the desert, as well as in all other parts of the East, and may be attributed as much to dirt and neglect as to any other cause. The Bedouins are acquainted with few medicines. The desert yields some valuable simples, which are, however, rarely used. Dr. Sandwith, hearing from Sutton that the Arabs had no opiates, asked what they did with one who could not sleep. "Do," answered the sheikh. "Why, we make use of him, and set him to watch the camels. If a Bedouin be ill, or have received a wound, he sometimes comes to the nearest town to consult the barbers, who are frequently not unskilful surgeons. The women suffer little in labour, which often takes place during a march, or when they are far from the encampment, watering the flocks or collecting fuel. They allow their children to remain at the breast until they are nearly 2 and even 3 years old, and consequently have rarely many offspring. Soon after our arrival at the Kabor, I bought a delwal, or dromedary, as more convenient than a horse for making excursions in the desert. Her name was Sahima, and she belonged to Magamis, the uncle of Sutton. Having been taken by him from the Anaza, she was well trained and swift and easy in her paces. The best daluls come from Nedjid and the Gebel Shamar. They are small and lightly made, the difference between them and a common camel being as great as that between a high-bred Arab mare and an English cart horse. Their powers of endurance are very great. The dalul is much prized, and the race carefully preserved. The Arabs breed from them once in 2 years, and are very particular in the choice of the male. An ordinary animal can work for 20 years. Sutton assured me that they could travel in the spring as many as 6 days without water. Their colour is generally light brown and white. Darker colours and black are more uncommon. Their pace is a light trot, kept up for many hours. Together with fatigue, they can increase it to an unwieldy gallop, a speed they cannot long maintain. A good dalul is worth at the most 10l. The common price is about 5l. After the day's work at Arban, I generally rode with Sutton into the desert on our daluls, with the hawks and greyhounds. During these rides over the flowered greensward, the Arab sheikh would entertain me with stories of his tribe, of their wars and intrigues, their successful plundering expeditions, and their occasional defeats. In the evening Mohammed Emin would join our party in the tent, remaining until the night was far spent. The grass around Arban having been eaten by the flocks, the Jabors struck their tents at dawn on the 4th of April, and wandered down the Kabor in search of fresh pastures. The barrage, too, moved further inland from the river. During the whole morning, the desert around the ruins was a busy scene. Sheep, cattle, beasts of burden, men, women, and children being scattered far and wide over the plain. By midday the crowd had disappeared, and the meadows, which a few hours before had been teeming with living things, were now again left lonely and bare. Mohammed Emin alone with a few cherubim Arabs, remained to protect us. Soon after our arrival at the Kabor, Adler, Suttum's first wife, came to us with her child. After the Sheikh's marriage with Rathaya, she had been driven from her husband's tent by the imperious temper of his new bride, and had returned to Mogammis, her father. Her eldest sister was the wife of Suttum's eldest brother, Saheman, and her youngest, Maisie, was betrothed to Suttum's youngest brother, Midgewell. The three were remarkable for their beauty. Their dark eyes had the true Bedouin fire, and their long black hair fell in clusters on their shoulders. Their cousins, the three brothers, had claimed them as their brides, according to Bedouin law. Adler now sought to be reconciled through me to her husband. After much difficulty, all the outward forms of perfect reconciliation between the two wives were satisfactorily gone through, although Suttum evidently saw that there was a different reception in store for himself when there were no European eyewitnesses. Such are the trials of married life in the desert. On the 6th of April, we witnessed a remarkable electrical phenomenon. During the day, heavy clouds had been hanging on the horizon, foreboding one of those furious storms which at this time of the year occasionally visit the desert. Late in the afternoon, these clouds had gathered into one vast circle, which moved slowly round, like an enormous wheel, presenting one of the most extraordinary and awful appearances I ever saw. From its sides leaped without ceasing forked flames of lightning. Clouds springing up from all sides of the heavens were dragged hurriedly into the vortex, which advanced gradually towards us, and threatened soon to break over our encampment. Fortunately, however, we only felt the very edge of the storm. A deluge of rain and of hail of the size of pigeons' eggs. The great rolling cloud, attracted by the Sinjar hill, soon passed away, leaving in undiminished splendour the setting sun. Monday, the 8th of April, the Magdesi, one of my servants, caught a turtle in the river measuring 3 feet in length. The Arabs have many stories of the voracity of these animals, which attain, I am assured, to even a larger size, and Suttum declared that a man had been pulled under water and devoured by one, probably an Arab exaggeration. A Bedouin who had been attacked by a lion whilst resting, about 5 hours lower down on the banks of the river, came to our encampment. He had escaped with the loss of his mare. The lion is not uncommon in the jungles of the Kabor, and the Bedouins and Jabors frequently find their cubs in the spring season. April 9th. A Bedouin youth, thin and sickly, though of a daring and resolute countenance, sat in my guest tent. His singular appearance at once drew my attention. His only clothing was a kerchief, very dirty and torn, falling over his head, and a ragged cloak which he drew tightly round him, allowing the end of a knotted club to appear above its folds. His story, which he was at length induced to tell, was characteristic of Bedouin education. He was of the Barège tribe and related to Suttum. His father was too poor to equip him with mare and spear, and he was ashamed to be seen by the Arabs on foot and unarmed. He had now become a man, for he was about 14 years old, and he resolved to trust his own skill for his outfit as a warrior. Leaving in his father's tent all his clothes, except his dirty keffiyeh and tattered abba, and without communicating his plans to his friends, he bent his way to the Euphrates. For 3 months, his family, hearing nothing of him, believed him to be dead. During that time, however, he had lived in the river jungle, feeding on roots and herbs, hiding himself during the day in the thickets, and prowling at night round the tents of the Anaza, in search of a mare that might have strayed, or might be less carefully guarded than usual. At length the object of his ambition was found, and such a mare had never been seen before. But alas, Her legs were bound with iron shackles, and he had brought no file with him. He succeeded in leading her to some distance from the encampment, where, as morning dawned, to avoid detection, he was obliged to leave his prize and return to his hiding place. He was now on his way back to his tents, intending to set forth, after recruiting his strength, on new adventures in search of a mare and spear, promising to be wiser in future and to carry a file under his cloak. Sutton seemed very proud of his relative, and introduced him to me as a promising, if not distinguished, character. It is thought no disgrace thus to steal a mare, as long as the thief has not eaten bread in the tent of her owner. April 11th. The waters of this river had been rising rapidly since the recent storm, and had now spread over the meadows. We moved our tents, and the Arabs took refuge on the mound, which stood like an island in the midst of the flood. The Jabors killed 4 beavers, and brought 3 of their young to us alive. They had been driven from their holes by the swollen stream. Mohammed Emin eagerly accepted the musk bags, which are much valued as majoons by the Turks, and consequently fetch a large price in the towns. Beavers were formerly found in large numbers on the Kabul, but in consequence of the value attached to the musk bag, they have been hunted almost to extermination by the Arabs. Mohammed Emin assured me that for several years not more than 1 or 2 had been seen. Suffolk, the great Shama Sheikh, used to consider the musk bag of a beaver the most acceptable present he could send to a Turkish pasha, whose friendship he wished to secure. April 12th. We rode this morning to the tents of the Jabors, which had now been moved some miles down the river. Rathia remained behind. The large tents and the workmen were left under the care of Bayrakdar. About 3 miles from Arban, we passed a small artificial mound called Tel Hamer, the Red, and similar ruins abound on the banks of the river. 3 hours from Arban, we reached a remarkable artificial mound called Shadadi, washed by the Kabul. It consists of a lofty platform, nearly square, from the centre of which springs a cone. On the top are the tombs of several Jabor chiefs, marked by the raised earth, and by small trees now dry, fixed upright in the graves. I found fragments of pottery and bricks, but no trace of inscriptions. We did not reach the encampment of Mohammed Emin, spreading 3 or 4 miles along the Kabul, until after sunset. The chief's tents were pitched near a mound, called Lej Mayat, on a bend of the river, and opposite to a very thick zor or jungle, known to the Arabs as El Boston, the garden, a kind of stronghold of the tribe, which the Sheikh declared could resist the attack of any number of Nizam regular troops, if only defended by Jabors. Sutton looked upon the grove rather as a delicious retreat from the rays of the summer's sun, to which the barrage occasionally resorted, than as a place for war. During the evening, the different sheikhs assembled in my tent to plan a gazoo, or plundering expedition, for the following day against the Agadat encamped at Abu Sarah, Karshemish. On the following morning, Mohammed Emin, with 2 of his sons, the horsemen of the tribe, and the sheikhs who were his guest, started on their gazoo. The plain, like all the country watered by the Kabul, was one vast meadow teeming with flowers. Game abounded, and the falcon soon flew towards a bustard, which his piercing eye had seen lurking in the long grass. The sun was high in the heavens, already soaring in the sky, was the enemy of the trained hawk, the agab, a kind of kite or eagle, whose name, signifying butcher, denotes his bloody propensities. Although far beyond our ken, he soon saw Hatab, and darted upon him in one swoop. The affrighted falcon immediately turned from his quarry, and with shrill cries of distress flew towards us. After circling round Unable from fear to alight, he turned towards the desert, still followed by his relentless enemy. In vain his master, following as long as his mare could carry him, waved the lure, and called the hawk by its name. He saw him no more. Whether the noble bird escaped, or fell a victim to the butcher, we never knew. Sutton was inconsolable at his loss. He wept when he returned without his falcon on his wrist, and for days he would suddenly exclaim, "Oh, Beige Bilar Hatab was not a bird, he was my brother." He was one of the best trained hawks I ever saw amongst the Bedouins, and was of some substantial value to his owner, as he would daily catch 6 or 7 bustards, except during the hottest part of summer, when the falcon is unable to hunt. About 1.5 miles below Lejmiat, but on the opposite bank of the river, was another large mound called Fejami. We reach Shemshani in 1 hour and 3/4. It is a considerable ruin on the Kabor, and consists of one lofty mound, surrounded on the desert side by smaller mounds and heaps of rubbish. It abounds in fragments of glazed and plain pottery, bricks, and black basaltic stone, but I could find no traces of sculpture or inscription. Leaving Mohammed Emin to continue his journey, we returned to our tents. On our road we met Magamis and a large party of Bedouins on their way to join the Jabor horsemen, for they also had been invited to take part in the attack on the Agadat and to share in the spoil. They rode their swift dromedaries, 2 men on each, the Redif leading the mare of his companion. That of the Sheikh was of the Obeyan race, and far famed in the desert. She was without saddle or clothes, and we could admire the exquisite symmetry and beauty of her form. We dismounted, embraced, and exchanged a few words. The Bedouins then continued their rapid course over the desert. We passed other riders on daluls and mares, hastening to join the main body, or to meet their friends at the rendezvous for the night near Abu Sarah. The attack on the tents was to be made at dawn on the following morning, the true Bedouin never taking an unfair advantage of his enemy in the dark. On the 16th of April, Mohammed Emin and his sons returned from their expedition, driving before them their spoil of cows, oxen, and mares. The Agadat were taken by surprise, and made but a feeble defence. There was consequently little bloodshed, as is usually the case when Arabs go on these forays. The fine horse of the Jay's chief had received a bad gunshot wound, and this was the only casualty amongst my friends. Mohammed Emin brought me 1 or 2 of the captured mares as an offering. They were, of course, returned, but they involved the present of silk dresses to the Sheikh and his sons. April 18th. Today we visited the tents of Magamis and his tribe. They were pitched about 5 miles from the river. The face of the desert was as burnished gold. Its last change was to flowers of the brightest yellow hue, and the whole plain was dressed with them. Sutton rioted in the luxuriant herbage and scented air. I never saw him so exhilarated. "What kef (delight)" he continually exclaimed, as his mare waded through the flowers. "Has God given us equal to this? It is the only thing worth living for. Ya Beige, what do the dwellers in cities know of true happiness? They have never seen grass or flowers. May God have pity on them." Magamis clad himself in a coat of chain mail, of ordinary materials and rude workmanship, but still strong enough to resist the coarse iron spearheads of the Arab lance, though certainly no protection against a well-tempered blade. The Arabs wear their armour beneath the shirt, because an enemy would otherwise strike at the mare and not at her rider. After we had enjoyed all the luxuries of an Arab feast, visited the women's compartments, where most of the ladies of the tribe had assembled to greet us, examined the chetab or camel saddle used by the wives of the chiefs, and enquired into various details of the harem, we returned as we came, through the flowers and long grass, to our tents at Arban. End of chapter 13.
Chapter 14 of Discoveries among the Ruins of Nineveh and Babylon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Discoveries among the Ruins of Nineveh and Babylon by Austen Layard. Chapter 14. Leave Arban, the banks of the Kabor, artificial mounds, Midgewell, the Cadi of the Bedouins, the Thar, or blood revenge, caution of Arabs, a natural cavern, an extinct volcano, the confluence of the Kabor, Bedouin marks, Suleiman Aga, encampment at Jejeh, the Turkish irregular cavalry, mound of Mijdel, ruins of the Kabor, Mohammed Emin leaves us, visit to Kurdish tents and harem, the Mili Kurds, the family of Rishwan, Arab love-making, the Dakil, Bedouin poets and poetry, Turkish cavalry horses. The hot weather was rapidly drawing near. Enough had not been discovered in the mound of Arban, nor were there ruins of sufficient importance near the river to induce me to remain much longer on the Kabor. I wished, however, to explore the stream as far as I was able, towards its principal source, and to visit Suleiman Aga, the Turkish commander, who was now encamped on its banks. In answer to a letter, he urged me to come to his tents and to bring the Sheikh of the Jabors with me, pledging himself to place no restraint whatever on the perfect liberty of the chief. With such a guarantee, I ventured to invite Mohammed Emin to accompany me. After much hesitation, arising from a very natural fear of treachery, he consented to do so. On the 19th of April we crossed the Kabor, and on the following morning we commenced our journey to the eastward. Mohammed Emin was still in doubt as to whether he should go with me or not, but at last, after more than once turning back, he took a desperate resolution and pushed his mare boldly forward. His children commended him with tears to my protection, and then left our caravan for their tents. We rode from bend to bend of the river, without following its tortuous course. Its banks are belted with poplars, tamarisks and brushwood, the retreat of wild boars, francolins and other game, and studded with artificial mounds, the remains of ancient settlements. This deserted though rich and fertile district must at one time have been the seat of a dense population. It is only under such a government as that of Turkey that it could remain a wilderness. The first large ruin above Arban, and some miles from it on the left bank of the river, is called Mishnak. About 1.5 miles beyond it is another ruin called Abu Shala, and 3 miles further up the stream a third, called Tauban, upon which are the remains of a modern fort. After a short day's journey of 4 hours and a half, we encamped near a large mound named Melabia. Next morning Sutan returned to his tents with Rathayeya, leaving us under the care of his younger brother Midgewell. After I had visited the Turkish commander, whom he did not appear over anxious to meet, he was to join us in the desert and accompany me to Mosul. Midgewell was even of a more amiable disposition than his brother, and although he could neither read nor write, he was one of the cadis or judges of the Shamar, an office hereditary in the family of the Sadi, at the head of which is Rishwan. The old man had delegated the dignity to his younger son, who by the consent of his brothers will enjoy it after their father's death. Disputes of all kinds are referred to these recognized judges. Their decrees are obeyed with readiness, and the other members of the tribe are rarely called upon to enforce them. They administer rude justice, and although pretending to follow the words of the Prophet, are rather guided by ancient custom than by the law of the Koran, which binds the rest of the Mohammedan world. The most common source of litigation is, of course, stolen property. They receive for their decrees payment in money or in kind, and he who gains the suit has to pay the fee. Amongst the Shamar, if the dispute relates to a delul, the Cadi gets 2 gazis, about 8 shillings. If to a mare, a delul. If to a man, a mare. Various ordeals, such as licking a red iron, are in use to prove a man's innocence. If the accused's tongue is burnt, no doubt exists as to his guilt. One of the most remarkable laws in force amongst the wandering Arabs, and one probably of the highest antiquity, is the law of blood, called the Thar, prescribing the degrees of consanguinity within which it is lawful to revenge a homicide. Although a law, rendering a man responsible for bloodshed by anyone related to him within the 5th degree, may appear to members of a civilized community one of extraordinary rigour and involving almost manifest injustice, it must nevertheless be admitted that no power vested in any one individual, and no punishment, however severe, could tend more to the maintenance of order and the prevention of bloodshed amongst the wild tribes of the desert. As Burckhardt has justly remarked, this salutary institution has contributed in a greater degree than any other circumstance to prevent the warlike tribes of Arabia from exterminating one another. If a man commit a homicide, the Cadi endeavours to prevail upon the family of the victim to accept a compensation for the blood in money or in kind, the amount being regulated according to custom in different tribes. Should the offer of blood money be refused, the Thar comes into operation, and any person within the Komzi, or the 5th degree of blood of the homicide, may be legally killed by anyone within the same degree of consanguinity to the victim. Midgewell now took Sutum's place in the caravan and directed the order of our march. Leaving the caravan to pursue the direct road, I struck across the country to the hill of Kukab, accompanied by Mohammed Emin and Midgewell. This remarkable cone, rising in the midst of the plain, had been visible from our furthest point on the Kabul. Some of the Arabs declared it to be an artificial mound. Others said that it was a mountain of stones. Mohammed Emin would tell me of a subterranean lake beneath it, in a cavern large enough to afford refuge to any number of men. After descending some 50 feet into the cave, we found ourselves in the margin of a lake of fresh water. The pitchy darkness prevented our ascertaining its size, which could not have been very great, although the Arabs declared that no one could reach the opposite side. The cave is frequently a place of refuge for the wandering Arabs, and the Bedouins encamp near it in summer to drink the cool water of this natural reservoir. Leaving the cavern and issuing from the ravine, we came to the edge of a wide crater, in the centre of which rose the remarkable cone of the Kukab. All around were evidences of the remains of an extinct volcano, which had been active within a comparatively recent geological period, even perhaps within the time of history or tradition, as the name of the mound among the Arabs denotes a jet of fire or flame, as well as a constellation. I ascended the cone, which is about 300 feet high, and composed entirely of loose lava, scoria and ashes, thus resembling precisely the cone rising in the craters of Vesuvius and Etna. It is steep and difficult of ascent, except on one side, where the summit is easily reached even by horses. Within, for it is hollow, it resembles an enormous funnel, broken away at one edge as if a molten stream had burst through it. Anemones and poppies of the brightest scarlet hue covered its sides, although the dry lava and loose ashes scarcely seemed to have collected sufficient soil to nourish their roots. It would be difficult to describe the richness and brilliancy of this mass of flowers, the cone from a distance having the appearance of a huge inverted cup of burnished copper, over which poured streams of blood. From the summit of Kukab, I gazed upon a scene as varied and extensive. Beneath me the two principal branches of the Kabor united their waters. To the left, or the west, was the true Kabor, the Chabaras of the ancients, a name it bears from its source at Ras Al Ain, i.e. the head of the spring. The second stream, that to the east, is the ancient Mijdonius, flowing through Nizibin. Kartunia and its lake were just visible, backed by the solitary hill of the Sinjar. The Kurdish mountains bounded the view to the east. In the plain and on the banks of the rivers rose many artificial mounds, whilst in the extreme distance to the north could be distinguished the flocks and black tents of a large wandering tribe. They were those of the Kitchi and Milli Kurds, encamped with the Turkish commander Suleiman Aga. We found our companions near the junction of the rivers, where a raft had been constructed to enable us to cross the smaller stream. I had sent the Beraktar 2 days before to apprise Suleiman Aga of my intended visit and to learn how far I could with safety take Mohammed Emin with me to the Turkish camp. He had returned and was waiting for me. The Aga had given a satisfactory guarantee for the Sheikh's safety and had sent an officer with a party of irregular troops to receive me. We had scarcely crossed the river before a large body of horsemen was seen approaching us. As they drew nigh, I recognized in the Turkish commander an old friend, the Topal, or Lame, Suleiman Aga, as he was generally called in the country. He had been Kaya, or Lieutenant Governor, to the celebrated Inje Barakdar Muhammad Pasha, and like his former master, possessed considerable intelligence, energy and activity. From his long connection with the tribes of the desert, his knowledge of their manners, and his skill in detecting and devising treacheries and stratagems, he was generally chosen to lead expeditions against the Arabs. He was now, as I have stated, endeavouring to recover the government treasure plundered by the Hamoud Bedouins. His tents were about 6 miles distant, and after exchanging the usual salutations, we turned towards them. Many fair speeches could scarcely calm the fears of the timid Jabor Sheikh. Midgewell, on the other hand, rode boldly along, casting contemptuous glances at the irregular cavalry as they galloped to and fro in mimic combat. The delta, formed by the 2 streams, was covered with tents. We wended our way through crowds of sheep, horses, cattle and camels. Suleiman Aga lived under the spacious canvas of the chief of the Chichi Kurds. The tents of the Kurdish tribes, who wander in the low country at the foot of the mountains in winter and spring, and seek the hill pastures in the summer, and especially those of the principal men, are remarkable for their size and the richness of their carpets and furniture. They are often divided into as many as 4 or 5 distinct compartments by screens of light cane or reeds, bound together with many-coloured woolen threads, disposed in elegant patterns and devices. Carpets hung above these screens complete the divisions. In the tents of the great chiefs there is a separate compartment for the servants, and one for the mares and colts. I sat a short time with Suleiman Aga, drank coffee, smoked, and listened patiently to a long discourse on the benefits of Tanzimat, which had put an end to bribes, treachery, and irregular taxation, especially intended for Mohammed Emin, who was, however, by no means reassured by it. I then adjourned to my own tents, which had been pitched upon the banks of the river, opposite a well-wooded island, and near a ledge of rocks, forming one of those beautiful falls of water so frequent in this part of the Kabor. We were encamped near the foot of a large artificial tell, called Umjerje, and on the opposite side of the Kabor were other mounds of the same name. My Jabor workmen began to excavate the ruins the day after our arrival. I remained in my tent to receive the visits of the Kurdish chiefs and of the Haita Bashish, or commanders of the irregular cavalry. From these freebooters I have derived much curious and interesting information relating to the various provinces of the Turkish Empire and their inhabitants, mingled with pleasant anecdotes and vivid descriptions of men and manners. They are generally very intelligent, frank and hospitable, although too often unscrupulous and cruel. They unite many of the good qualities of the old Turkish soldier with most of his vices. They love hard drinking and gambling, staking their horses, arms, and even clothes on the most childish game of chance. Their pay at the same time is miserably small, rarely exceeding a few shillings a month, and they are obliged to plunder the peaceable inhabitants to supply their actual wants. The race is now fast disappearing before the Nizam or regular troops. On the second day, accompanied by Midgewell, I visited a large mound, called Michdel, on the right bank of the river about 5 miles above Umjerje. It is a lofty platform surrounded by groups of smaller mounds, amongst which may still be traced the lines of trees and canals. It is about 4 or 5 miles from the ridge of Abdul-ul-Aziz. These low hills, scantily wooded with dwarf oak, are broken into innumerable valleys and ravines, which abound, it is said, with wild goats, boars, leopards, and other animals. According to my Bedouin informants, the ruins of ancient towns and villages still exist, but they could only give me the name of one, Zakhara. On the opposite side of the Kabul, and running parallel with the Abdul-ul-Aziz range, is another line of small hills called Hama, in which there are many wells. The Shamar Bedouins encamp on the banks of this part of the Kabul during the hot months. The mound of the Mijdel is a favourite resort of the Borage in the eye of the summer. The waters of the river are always cool, and there is sufficient pasture for the flocks and herds of the whole tribe. An Arab whom I met in the tent of one of the Haita Bashis pretended that he was well acquainted with the ruins called Veren Sher, of which I had so frequently heard from the natives of Mardin and the Shamar. He described them as being on a hill 3 days distant from our encampment, and to consist of columns, buildings, and sculptured stones like those of Palmyra. In the evening Mohammed Emin left us. Suleiman Aga had already invested him with a robe of honour and had prevailed upon him to join with Ferran in taking measures for the recovery of the plundered treasure. The scarlet cloak and civil treatment had conciliated the Jabur chief, and when he parted with the Turkish commander in my tent, there was an unusual display of mutual compliments and pledges of eternal friendship. Midgewell looked on with indignant contempt, swearing between his teeth that all Jaburs were but degenerate, ploughing Arabs, and cursing the whole order of Terminars. We were detained at Umjerje several days by the severe illness of Mr. Hormuzd Razam. I took the opportunity to visit the tents of the Mili, whose chief, Musa Aga, had invited us to a feast. The spacious tent of the chief was divided by partitions of reeds, tastefully interwoven with coloured wool. The coolest part of the salamlik had been prepared for our reception, and was spread with fine carpets and silken cushions. The chief and his brothers, followed by their servants bearing trays loaded with cups, presented the coffee to their guests. After some conversation we went to the harem, and were received by his mother, a venerable lady with long silvery locks and a dignified countenance and demeanour. Her dress was of the purest white and scrupulously clean. Altogether she was almost the only comely woman I had seen amongst Eastern tribes. The wives and daughters of the chiefs, with a crowd of women, were collected in the tent, but it was evident at a glance that they were of a different race from the wandering tribes of the desert. The principal ladies led us into the private compartment, divided by coloured screens from the rest of the tent. It was furnished with more than usual luxury. The cushions were of the choicest silk, and the carpets, in the manufacture of which the Mili excel, of the best fabric. Sweetmeats and coffee had been prepared for us, and the women did not object to partake of them at the same time. Musa Aga's mother described the various marriage ceremonies of the tribe. Our account of similar matters in Europe excited great amusement among the ladies. The Milly girls are highly prized by the Kurds. 20 purses, nearly 100 shillings, we were boastingly told, had been given for one of unusual attractions. The chief pointed out one of his own wives who had cost him that sum. Other members of the same establishment had deserved a less extravagant investiture of money. The prettiest girls were called before us, and the old lady appraised each, amidst the loud laughter of their companions, who no doubt rejoiced to see their friends valued at their true worth. They were all tattooed on the arms and on other parts of the body, but less so than the Bedouin ladies. The Kurdish ladies do not, like the Mussulman women of the town, conceal their features with a veil, nor do they object to mingle or even eat with the men. During my stay at Umjerje, I invited the harem of the Chichi chief and their friends to a feast in my tent, an invitation they accepted with every sign of satisfaction. The Milli were formerly one of the wealthiest Kurdish tribes, but they were wantonly plundered and almost reduced to want by the Turkish troops 3 years ago. Although the Porte openly condemned the outrage and had promised compensation, no step whatever had been taken to restore the stolen property, the greater part of which had passed into the government treasury. Midgewell, during our visit, had been seated in a corner, his eyes wandering from the tent and its furniture to the horses and mares picketed without, and to the flocks pasturing around. He cast every now and then significant glances towards me, which said plainly enough, all this ought to belong to the Bedouins. These people and their property were made for gazoos. As we rode away, I accused him of evil intentions. "Billah, ya Bej," said he, "there is indeed enough to make a man's heart grow white with envy, but I have now eaten his bread under your shadow, and should even his stick, wherewith he drives his camel, fall into my hand, I would send it to him." He entertained me, as we returned home, with the domestic affairs of his family. Rathaya had offered herself in marriage to Sutum, and not he to her, a common proceeding, it would appear, among the Bedouins. Midgewell rather looked upon his brother with pity, as a hen-pecked husband. He himself, although already married to one wife, and betrothed to Madzi, whom he would soon be able to claim, was projecting a third marriage. His heart had been stolen by an unseen damsel, whose beauties and virtues had been the theme of some wandering Arab rhymers, and she was of the Fedem Anizar, the mortal enemies of the Shamar. Her father was the sheikh of the tribe, and his tents were on the other side of the Euphrates. The difficulties and dangers of the courtship served only to excite still more the ardent mind of the Bedouin. His romantic imagination had pictured a perfection of loveliness. His whole thoughts were now occupied in devising the means of possessing this treasure. He had already apprised the girl of his love by a trusty messenger, one of her own tribe, living with the Shamar, and she had at last promised him her hand if he could claim her in her own tent. Midgewell had now planned a scheme which he was eager to put into execution. Waiting until the Fedan were so encamped that he could approach them without being previously seen, he would mount his dalul and, leading his best mare, ride to the tent of the girl's father. Meat would of course be laid before him, and having eaten he would be the guest and under the protection of the sheikh. On the following morning he would present his mare, describing her race and qualities, to his host, and ask his daughter, offering at the same time to add any other gift that might be thought worthy of her. The father, who would probably not be ignorant of what had passed between the lovers, would at once consent to the union, and give back the mare to his future son-in-law. The marriage would shortly afterwards be solemnized, and an alliance would thus be formed between the two tribes. Such was Midgewell's plan, and it was one not unfrequently adopted by Bedouins under similar circumstances. The laws of Dekil, another very remarkable branch of Bedouin legislation, enforced amongst the Shamar, are nearly the same as those of the Anizar and Hedjaz Arabs, of which Burckhardt has given so full and interesting an account. I have little, therefore, to add upon the subject, but its importance demands a few words. No customs are more religiously respected by the true Arab than those regulating the mutual relations of the protected and protector. A violation of dakhil, as this law is called, would be considered a disgrace not only upon the individual but upon his family, and even upon his tribe, which never could be wiped out. No greater insult can be offered to a man or to his clan than to say that he has broken the dakhil. A disregard of this sacred obligation is the first symptom of degeneracy in an Arab tribe, and when once it exists, the treachery and vices of the Turk rapidly succeed to the honesty and fidelity of the true Arab character. The relations between the dakhil and the dakhal, or the protector and protected, arise from a variety of circumstances, the principal of which are eating a man's salt and bread, and claiming his protection by doing certain acts, or repeating a certain formula of words. Amongst the shamar, if a man can seize the end of a string or thread, the other end of which is held by his enemy, he immediately becomes his dakhil. If he touch the canvas of a tent, or can even throw his mace towards it, he is the dakhil of its owner. If he can spit upon a man, or touch any article belonging to him with his teeth, he is dakhal, unless, of course, in case of theft, it be the person who caught him. A woman can protect any number of persons, or even of tents. If a horseman ride into a tent, he and his horse are dakhal. A stranger who is eaten with a shamar can give dakhil to his enemy. For instance, I could protect any Anyazar, though there is blood between his tribe and the shamar. According to Midgewell, any person by previously calling out Nufo, I renounce, may reject an application for dakhil. An Arab who has given his protection to another, whether formally or by an act which confers the privilege of dakhil, is bound to protect his dakhal under all circumstances, even to the risk of his own property and life. I could relate many instances of the greatest sacrifices having been made by individuals, and even of whole tribes having been involved in war with powerful enemies by whom they have been almost utterly destroyed, in defence of this most sacred obligation. Even the Turkish rulers respect a law to which they may one day owe their safety, and more than one haughty pasha of Baghdad has found refuge and protection in the tent of a poor Arab sheikh, whom, during the days of his prosperity, he had subjected to every injury and wrong, and yet who would then defy the government itself and risk his very life rather than surrender his guest. The essence of Arab virtue is a respect for the laws of hospitality, of which the dakhil, in all its various forms, is but a part. Among the Bedouins who watched our camels was one Saud, a poet of renown amongst the tribes. With the exception of a few ballads that he had formerly composed in honour of Suffolk and other celebrated shamar sheikhs, he chiefly recited extempore stanzas on passing events, or on persons who were present. He would sit in my tent of an evening and sing his verses in a wild, though plaintive strain, to the great delight of the assembled guests, and particularly of Midgewell, who, like a true Bedouin, was easily affected by poetry, especially with such as might touch his own passion for the unknown lady. When the bard improvised an amatory ditty, the young chief's excitement was almost beyond control. The other Bedouins were scarcely less moved by these rude measures, which have the same kind of effect on the wild tribes of the Persian mountains. Such verses, chanted by their self-taught poets, or by the girls of their encampment, will drive warriors to the combat, fearless of death, or prove an ample reward on their return from the dangers of the gazoo or the fight. The excitement they produce exceeds that of the grape. He who would understand the influence of the Homeric ballad in the heroic ages should witness the effect which similar compositions have upon the wild nomads of the East. The art of improvising seems innate in the Bedouin. Although his metre and modes of recitation are rude to European ears, his rich and sonorous language lends itself to this species of poetry, whilst his exuberant imagination furnishes him with endless beautiful and appropriate allegories. The wars between the tribes, the Gazou, and their struggles with the Turks are inexhaustible themes for verse, and in an Arab tent there is little else to afford excitement or amusement. The Bedouins have no books. Even a Koran is seldom seen amongst them. It is equally rare to find a wandering Arab who can read. They have no written literature, and their traditional history consists of a little more than the tales of a few storytellers who wander from encampment to encampment, and earn their bread by chanting verses to the monotonous tones of a one-stringed fiddle, made of a gourd covered with sheepskin. The day of our departure now drew nigh, and Suleiman Aga, to do us honour, invited us to a general review of the irregular troops under his command. The horsemen of the Mili and Kitchi Kurds, and of the Arab tribes who encamped with them, joined the Turkish cavalry and added to the interest and beauty of the display. The Haita Bashish were, as usual, resplendent in silk and gold. There were some high-bred horses in the field, but the men, on the whole, were badly mounted, and the irregular cavalry is daily degenerating throughout the empire. The Turkish government have unwisely neglected a branch of their national armies to which they owed most of their great victories, and at one time their superiority over all their neighbours. The abolition of the Spahiliks and other military tenures has, of course, contributed much to this result, and has led to the deterioration of that excellent breed of horses which once distinguished the Ottoman light cavalry. No effort is now made by the government to keep up the race, and the scanty pay of the irregular troops is not sufficient to enable them to obtain even second-rate animals. Everything has been sacrificed to the regular army, undoubtedly an essential element of national defence, but in a future war the Turks will probably find reason to regret that they have altogether sacrificed it to the ancient irregular horse. The Kurds, although encumbered by their long flowing garments and huge turbans, are not bad horsemen. Midgewell, however, as he scanned the motley crowd with his eagle eye, included them all in one expression of ineffable contempt. End of chapter 14. Recording by Florence.
Chapter 15 of Discoveries Among the Ruins of Nineveh and Babylon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Zeprina-Jaz Ainsworth. Discoveries Among the Ruins of Nineveh and Babylon by Austen Layard. Chapter 15. Departure from the Kabul, Arab sagacity, the Hole, the Lake of Katanuya, return of Sutum, encampment of the Shamar, Arab horses, their breeds, their value, their speed, Sheikh Ferhan, Yazidi villages, falcons, an alarm about Maria, Eski Mosul, arrival at Mosul, return of Sutum to the desert. Mr. Hormuzd Rassam, having sufficiently recovered from his dangerous illness to be able to ride a dolul, and no remains except pottery and bricks having been discovered in the mounds of Umjajeh, we left the encampment of Suleiman Aga on the 29th of April on our return to Mosul. We again visited the remarkable volcanic core of Kokab. As we drew near it, Midgewell detected in the loose soil the footprints of two men, which he immediately recognized to be those of Shamar thieves returning from the Kurdish encampments. The sagacity of the Bedouin in determining from such marks whether of man or beast, and from similar indications the tribe, time of passing, and business of those who may have left them, with many other particulars, is well known. In this respect he resembles the American Indian, though the circumstances differ under which the two are called upon to exercise this peculiar faculty. The one seeks or avoids his enemy in vast plains, which, for 3/4 of the year, are without any vegetation. The other tracks his prey through thick woods and high grass. The quickness of perception is the result of continual observation and of caution encouraged from earliest youth. Whilst the child in a civilized country is still under the care of its nurse, the Bedouin boy is compelled to exercise his highest faculties, and on his prudence and sagacity may sometimes depend the safety of his tribe. The expert Bedouin can draw conclusions from the footprints and dung of animals that would excite the astonishment of an European. He will tell whether the camel was loaded or unloaded, whether recently fed or suffering from hunger, whether fatigued or fresh, the time when it passed by, whether the owner was a man of the desert or of the town, whether a friend or foe, and sometimes even the name of his tribe. We encamped for the night near the mound of Fenanir, and resumed our journey on the following morning. Bidding farewell to the pleasant banks of the Kabul, we struck into the desert in the direction of the Sinjar. Extensive beds of gypsum or alabaster, such as was used in the Assyrian edifices, formed for some miles the surface of the plain. We soon approached a dense mass of reeds and rank herbage, covering a swamp called the Hol, which extends from the lake of Katinuya to within a short distance of the Kabul. This jungle is the hiding place of many kinds of wild beasts. Lions lurk in it, and in the thick cover the Bedouins find their cubs. During our journey an Arab joined us, riding on a delur with his wife. His 2 children were crammed into a pair of saddlebags, a black head peeping out of either side. He had quarrelled with his kinsman, and was moving with his family and little property to another tribe. After a 6 hours' ride, we found ourselves upon the margin of a small lake, whose surface reflected the deep blue of the cloudless sky. In the midst was a peninsula, joined to the mainland by a narrow causeway, and beyond it a small island. On the former were the ruins of a town, whose falling walls and towers were doubled in the clear waters. The small town of Katinuya was, until recently, inhabited by a tribe of Arabs. A feud, arising out of the rival pretensions of 2 chiefs, sprang up amongst them. The factions fought, many persons were killed, and the place was consequently deserted, one party joining the Thai Arabs near Nizibin, the other the Yazidis of Keraniya. We traced the remains of cultivation, and the dry watercourses, which once irrigated plots of rice and melon beds. The lake may be about 6 miles in circumference. The water, although brackish, like nearly all the springs in this part of the desert, is not only drinkable, but, according to the Bedouins, exceedingly wholesome for man and beast. It abounds in fish, some of which are said to be of very considerable size, and waterfowl and waders of various kinds congregate on the shores. We had scarcely resumed our march in the morning when we spied Sutum and Koraif coming towards us and urging their fleet mares to the top of their speed. A Jebor, leaving our encampment at Umjejeh, when Hormuzd was dangerously ill, had spread a report in the desert that he was actually dead. To give additional authenticity to his tale, he had minutely described the process by which my companion's body had been first salted and then sent to Frankenstan in a box, on a camel. Sutum, as we met, showed the most lively signs of grief, but when he saw the dead man himself restored to life, his joy and his embraces knew no bounds. We rode over a low, undulating country at the foot of the Sinjar hills, every dale and ravine being a bed of flowers. About 5 miles from Katinuya, we passed a small reedy stream, called Sufeira, on which the Boraish, Sutum's tribe, had been encamped on the previous day. They had now moved further into the plain, and we stopped at their watering place, a brackish rivulet called Sahel, their tents being about 3 miles distant from us in the desert. Their mares, camels, and sheep came to Sahel for water, and during the whole day there was one endless line of animals passing to and fro before our encampment. I sat watching them from my tent. As each mare and horse stopped to drink at the troubled stream, Sutum named its owner and its breed, and described its exploits. The mares were generally followed by 2 or 3 colts, who are suffered, even in their 3rd year, to run loose after their dams, and to gambol unrestrained over the plain. It is to their perfect freedom whilst young that the horses of the desert owe their speed and the suppleness of their limbs. It may not be out of place to add a few remarks on the subject of Arab horses. The Bedouins, it is well known, divide their thoroughbreds into 5 races, descended, as some declare, from the 5 favourite mares of the Prophet. The names, however, of these breeds vary amongst different tribes. According to Sutum, who was better acquainted with the history and traditions of the Bedouins than almost any Arab I ever met, they are all derived from one original stock, the Kohelech, which, in course of time, was divided, after the names of celebrated mares, into the following 5 branches: Obayen Sherach, Hebda Zaihi, Manekia Hedreshki, Shoemach Sablach, and Margob. These form the Kamse, or 5 breeds, from which alone entire horses are chosen to propagate the race. From the Kamse have sprung a number of families no less noble, perhaps, than the original 5, but the Shamar receive their stallions with suspicion, or reject them altogether. Among the best known are the Watna Kersan, so called from the mares being said to be worth their weight in gold. Noble horses of this breed are found amongst the Arab tribes inhabiting the districts to the east of the Euphrates, the Beni Lam, Al-Khamis, and Al-Kathire. Kalawi, thus named from a wonderful feat of speed performed by a celebrated mare in southern Mesopotamia, Jayetani, and Jolfa. The only esteemed race in the desert which, according to Sotum, cannot be traced to the Kamse, is the Saklawi, although considered by the Shamar and by the Bedouins of the Gebel Shamar as one of the noblest, if not the noblest, of all. It is divided into 3 branches, the most valued being the Saklawi Jedran, which is said to be now almost extinct. To understand how a man, who has perhaps not even bread to feed himself and his children, can withstand the temptation of such large sums, it must be remembered that, besides the affection proverbially felt by the Bedouin for his mare, which might, perhaps, not be proof against such a test, he is entirely dependent upon her for his happiness, his glory, and, indeed, his very existence. An Arab possessing a horse unrivalled in speed and endurance, and it would only be for such that enormous prices would be offered, is entirely his own master, and can defy the world. Once on its back, no one can catch him. He may rob, plunder, fight, and go to and fro as he lists. No man has a keener sense of the joys of liberty, and a heartier hatred of restraint, than the true Bedouin. Give him the desert, his mare, and his spear, and he will not envy the wealth and power of the greatest of the earth. He plunders and robs for the mere pleasure and excitement which danger and glory afford. A mare is generally the property of 2 or more persons, who have a share in her progeny, regulated by custom and differing according to the tribe. The largest number of horses, as well as those of the most esteemed breeds, are still to be found, as in the time of Burckhardt, amongst the tribes who inhabit Mesopotamia and the great plains watered by the Euphrates and the Tigris. These rich pastures, nourished by the rains of winter and spring, the climate, and, according to the Arabs, the brackish water of the springs rising in the gypsum, seem especially favourable to the rearing of horses. The best probably belong to the Shamar and Anaza tribes. The present sheikh of the Gebel Shamar, Ibn Reshid, has, I am informed, a very choice stud of mares of the finest breeds, and their reputation has spread far and wide over the desert. The Nawab of old, the Ekbel ed Dullah, a good judge of horses, who had visited many of the tribes, and had made the pilgrimage to the holy cities by the little frequented route through the interior of Najd, assured me that the finest horses he had ever seen were in the possession of the Sharif of Mecca. The Arab horse is more remarkable for its exquisite symmetry and beautiful proportions, united with wonderful powers of endurance, than for extraordinary speed. I doubt whether any Arab of the best blood has ever been brought to England. The difficulty of obtaining them is so great that they are scarcely ever seen beyond the limits of the desert. Their colour is generally white, light or dark grey, light chestnut and bay, with white or black feet. Black is exceedingly rare, and I never remember to have seen dun, sorrel, or dapple. I refer, of course, to the true-bred Arab, and not to the Turkoman or to the Kurdish and Turkish races, which are a cross between the Arab and Persian. The average height is from 14 hands to 14 3/4, rarely reaching 15. I have only seen one mare that exceeded it. Notwithstanding the smallness of their stature, they often possess great strength and courage. But their most remarkable and valuable quality is the power of performing long and arduous marches upon the smallest possible allowance of food and water. It is only the mare of the wealthy Bedouin that gets even regular feed of about 12 handfuls of barley or of rice in the husk, once in 24 hours. During the spring alone, when the pastures are green, the horses of the Arabs are sleek and beautiful in appearance. At other times, they eat nothing but the withered herbs and scanty hay gathered from the parched soil, and are lean and unsightly. They are never placed under cover during the intense heat of an Arabian summer, nor protected from the biting cold of the desert winds during the winter. The saddle is rarely taken from their backs, nor are they ever cleaned or groomed. Thus apparently neglected, they are but skin and bone, and the townsman marvels at seeing an animal which he would scarcely take the trouble to ride home, valued almost beyond price. The Shamar Bedouins give their horses, particularly when young, large quantities of camel's milk. I have heard of mares eating raw flesh, and dates are frequently mixed with their food by the tribes living near the mouth of the Euphrates. The Shamar and Aneza shoe their horses if possible, and wandering farriers regularly visit their tents. The Arab horse has but 2 ordinary paces, a quick and easy walk, sometimes averaging between 4 and 5 miles an hour, and a half-running canter. The Bedouin rarely puts his mare to full speed unless pursued or pursuing. In the evening, as I was seated before my tent, I observed a large party of horsemen and riders on dululs approaching our encampment. They stopped at the entrance of the large pavilion reserved for guests, and, picketing their mares and turning loose their dromedaries adorned with gay trappings, seated themselves on the carpets. The chiefs were our old friends, Mohammed Emin and Ferhan, the great Shamar Sheikh. We cordially embraced after the Bedouin fashion. I had not seen Ferhan since the treacherous murder of his father by Najib Pasha of Baghdad, to which he alluded with touching expressions of grief, bewailing his own incompetency to fill Suffolk's place and to govern the divided tribe. He was now on his way with the Jabor Sheikh to recover, if possible, the government treasure plundered by the Hamoud, for which, as head of the Shamar, he was held responsible by the Porte. After they had eaten of the feast we were able to prepare for them, they departed about sunset for the tents of the Jabors. I embraced Mohammed Emin for the last time, and saw him no more during my residence in Assyria. On the 4th of May, we made a short day's journey of 5 hours to a beautiful stream issuing from the Sinjar hill, beneath the village of Kersa or Chersa. A Bedouin of the Bouraj tribe accompanied us, riding on a swift white dromedary of a true Nejd breed. This animal was scarcely taller than a large English horse. Leaving the plain, which was speckled as far as the eye could reach with the flocks and tents of the Bedouins, we skirted the very foot of the Sinjar. Kersa had been deserted by its inhabitants, who had rebuilt their village higher up on the side of the hill. Since the loss of Hatab, Sotum had never ceased pining for a falcon worthy to take his place. He had been counting the hours of his visit to this part of the Sinjar, known only to yield to the borders of the Persian Gulf in producing the finest and bravest hawks for the chase. He was not successful, however, in pleasing himself with those which were offered to him. Next day we made but little progress, encamping near a spring under the village of Aldina, whose chief, Murad, had now returned from his captivity. Grateful for my intercession in his behalf, he brought us sheep and other provisions, and met us with his people as we entered the valley. At his urgent request, I aided materially in inducing the people to pay the dues of the tax-gatherer, who was at that time in the village. During the negotiations, Sotum, surrounded by clamorous Yazidis, was sitting in the shade, examining unfledged hawks. At length, 3 were deemed worthy of his notice. One, being pretty well advanced in days, was sent to his tent for education, under the charge of the rider of the Nejd Delul. The others, being yet in a weak state, were restored to the nest, to be claimed on his return from Mosul. The largest bird, being a very promising specimen, cost 5 gazis, or £1. The other 3 gazis and a half, as the times were hard and the tax-gatherers urgent for ready money. We rode on the following day for about an hour along the foot of the Sinjar hill, which suddenly subsides into a low undulating country. The narrow valleys and ravines were blood-red with gigantic poppies. The Bedouins adorned the camels and horses with the scarlet flowers, and twisted them into their own headdresses and long garments. Even the tiare dressed themselves up in the gaudy trappings of nature, and as we journeyed, chanting an Arab war song, we resembled the return of a festive procession from some sacrifice of old. During our weary marches under a burning sun, it required some such episodes to keep up the drooping spirits of the men, who toiled on foot by our sides. Poetry and flowers are the wine and spirits of the Arab. A couplet is equal to a bottle, and a rose to a dram, without the evil effects of either. Would that in more civilized climes the sources of excitement were equally harmless. In the evening, Sir Tom inveighed bitterly against a habit of some travellers of continually taking notes before strangers. I endeavoured to explain the object, and to remove his fears. "It is all very well," said the Sheikh, "and I can understand, and am willing to believe, all you tell me. But supposing the Turks, or anybody else, should hereafter come against us, there are many foolish and suspicious men in the tribe, and I have enemies who would say that I had brought them, for I have shown you everything. You know what would be the consequence to me of such a report. As for you, you are in this place today, and 100 days' journey off tomorrow, but I am always here. There is not a plot of grass or a spring that that man," alluding to one of our party, "does not write down." Sir Tom's complaints were not unreasonable, and travellers cannot be too cautious in this respect, when amongst independent tribes, for even if they do not bring difficulties upon themselves, they may do so upon others. We had a 7 hours' ride on the Daluls, leaving the caravan to follow, to the large ruin of Abu Maria, passing through the Tel Afar. The Jahesh were encamped about 2 miles from the place. My workmen had excavated for some time in these remarkable mounds, and had discovered chambers and several enormous slabs of Mosul marble, but no remains whatever of sculpture. A short ride of 3 hours brought us to Eski, old Mosul, on the banks of the Tigris. According to tradition, this is the original site of the city. There are mounds and the remains of walls, which are probably Assyrian. Mosul was still 9 caravan hours distant, and we encamped the next night at Hamaidat, where many of our friends came out to meet us. On the 10th of May we were again within the walls of the town, our desert trip having been accomplished without any mishap or accident whatever. Sir Tom left us 2 days after for his tents, fearing lest he should be too late to join the warriors of the Khorasek, who had planned a grand gazoo into Najd. He urged me to accompany them, but I had long renounced such evil habits, and other occupations kept me in Mosul. Finding that I was not to be persuaded, and that the time was at length come for us to part, he embraced me, crammed the presents we had made to himself and his wives into the saddle-bags, and, mounting his Dalul, rode off with Midgewell towards the desert. End of Chapter 15. Recording by Zeprina-Jaz Ainsworth. Chapter 16 of Discoveries Among the Ruins of Nineveh and Babylon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Zeprina-Jaz Ainsworth. Discoveries Among the Ruins of Nineveh and Babylon by Austen Layard. Chapter 16. Discoveries at Kuyunjik, procession of figures bearing fruit and game, locusts, led horses, an Assyrian campaign, Dagon or the fish god, the chambers of records, inscribed clay tablets, return to Nimrod, effects of the flood, discoveries, small temple under high mound, the evil spirit, fish god, fine bas-relief of the king, extracts from the inscription, great inscribed monolith, extracts from the inscription, cedar beams, small objects, second temple, marble figure and other objects. During my absence in the desert, the excavations at Kuyunjik had been actively carried on under the superintendence of Tomer Shishman. On my arrival, he described many interesting discoveries, and I hastened to the ruins, crossing in a rude ferry boat the river, now swollen by the spring rains, to more than double its usual size. The earth had been completely removed from the sides of the long gallery, on the walls of which had been portrayed the transport of the large stone and of the winged bulls. An outlet was discovered near its western end, opening into a narrow descending passage, an entrance, it would appear, into the palace from the river side. Its length was 96 feet, its breadth not more than 13. The walls were panelled with sculptured slabs about 6 feet high. Those to the right, in descending, represented a procession of servants carrying fruit, flowers, game, and supplies for a banquet, preceded by mace-bearers. The first servant, following the guard, bore an object which I should not hesitate to identify with the pineapple, unless there were every reason to believe that the Assyrians were unacquainted with that fruit. The leaves sprouting from the top proved that it was not the cone of a pine tree or fir. After all, the sacred symbol held by the winged figures in the Assyrian sculptures may be the same fruit, and not, as I have conjectured, that of a coniferous tree. The attendants who followed carried clusters of ripe dates and flat baskets of osier work, filled with pomegranates, apples, and bunches of grapes. They raised in one hand small green boughs to drive away the flies. Then came men bearing hares, partridges, and dried locusts fastened on rods. The locust has ever been an article of food in the East, and is still sold in the markets of many towns in Arabia. Being introduced in this bas-relief amongst the choice delicacies of a banquet, it was probably highly prized by the Assyrians. The locust bearers were followed by a man with strings of pomegranates. Then came, 2 by 2, attendants carrying on their shoulders low tables, such as are still used in the East at feasts, loaded with baskets of cakes and fruits of various kinds. The procession was finished by a long line of servants bearing vases of flowers. These figures were dressed in a short tunic, confined at the waist by a shawl or girdle. They wore no headgear, their hair falling in curls on their shoulders. On the opposite walls of the passage were 14 horses without trappings, each horse having a simple halter twisted around its lower jaw, by which it was led by a groom. The animals and men were designed with considerable truth and spirit. It is probable that the sculpture forming the upper end of the passage, but now entirely destroyed, represented the king receiving this double procession. The passage may have led to the banqueting hall, or to a chamber where royal feasts were sometimes held, and was therefore adorned with appropriate subjects. At its western end, the gallery turned abruptly to the north, its walls being there built of solid stone masonry. I lost all further traces of it, as the workmen were unable at that time to carry on the tunnel beneath an accumulated mass of earth and rubbish about 40 feet thick. As the workmen could no longer, without some danger, excavate in this part of the ruins, they had returned to the chamber already described as containing a series of bas-reliefs representing the capture and sack of a large city in the mountains, and as opening into the broad gallery on whose walls were depicted the various processes employed by the Assyrians in moving their colossal figures. From this chamber branched to the south a narrow passage, whose sculptured panels had been purposely destroyed. It led into a great hall, which the workmen did not then explore. They continued for a few feet along its western side, and then turning through a doorway, discovered a chamber, from which again, always following the line of wall, they entered a spacious apartment, completely surrounded with bas-reliefs, representing one continuous subject. The Assyrian army was seen fording a broad river amidst wooded mountains. The king in his chariot was followed by a long retinue of warriors on foot and on horses, richly caparisoned, by led horses with even gayer trappings, and by men bearing on their shoulders his second chariot, which had a yoke ornamented with bosses and carvings. After crossing the river, they attacked the enemy's strongholds, which they captured one by one, putting to death or carrying into captivity their inhabitants. The captives wore a kind of turban wrapped in several folds round the head, and a short tunic confined at the waist by a broad belt. From the nature of the country, it may be conjectured that the sculptures represented a campaign in some part of Armenia, and I am inclined to identify the river with the Euphrates, near whose headwaters, as we learn from the bull inscriptions, Sennacherib waged one of his most important wars. The slabs at the western end of this chamber were actually curved backwards, showing the enormous pressure that must have taken place from the falling in of the upper part of the building, by which not only the alabaster was bent, but driven into the wall of sundry bricks. On the north side of the chamber were 2 doorways leading into separate apartments. Each entrance was formed by 2 colossal bas-reliefs of Dagon, or the fish god. Unfortunately, the upper part of all these figures had been destroyed, but as the lower remained from above the waist, we can have no difficulty in restoring the whole, especially as the same image is seen entire on a fine Assyrian cylinder of agate in my possession. It combined the human shape with that of the fish. The head of the fish formed a mitre above that of the man, whilst its scaly back and fan-like tail fell as a cloak behind, leaving the human limbs and feet exposed. The figure wore a fringed tunic, and bore the two sacred emblems, the basket and the cone. We can scarcely hesitate to identify this mythic form with the Oannes, or sacred manfish, who, according to the traditions preserved by Berosus, issued from the Erythraean Sea, instructed the Chaldeans in all wisdom, in the sciences, and in the fine arts, and was afterwards worshipped as a god in the temples of Babylonia. Its body, says the historian, was that of a fish, but under the head of a fish was that of a man, and to its tail were joined women's feet. 5 such monsters rose from the Persian Gulf at fabulous intervals of time. The Dagon of the Philistines and of the inhabitants of the Phoenician coast was worshipped, according to the united opinion of the Hebrew commentators on the Bible, under the same form. When the Ark of the Lord was brought into the great temple of the idol at Ashdod, and the statue fell a second time, the head of Dagon and both the palms of his hands were cut off upon the threshold. Only the fishy part of Dagon was left to him. His worship appears to have extended over Syria, as well as Mesopotamia and Chaldea. He had many temples, as we learn from the Bible, in the country of the Philistines, and it was probably under the ruins of one of them that Samson buried the people of Gaza, who had gathered them together for to offer a great sacrifice unto Dagon, their god, and to rejoice. We also find a Beth Dagon, or the house of Dagon, amongst the uttermost cities of the children of Judah, and another city of the same name in the inheritance of the children of Asher. The first doorway, guarded by the fish gods, led into 2 small chambers opening into each other, and once panelled with bas-reliefs, the greater part of which had been destroyed. I shall call these chambers the Chambers of Records, for, like the House of the Rolls, or records, which Darius ordered to be searched for the decree of Cyrus concerning the building of the Temple of Jerusalem, they appear to have contained the decrees of the Assyrian kings, as well as the archives of the empire. I have mentioned elsewhere that the historical records and public documents of the Assyrians were kept on tablets and cylinders of baked clay. Many specimens have been brought to this country. The importance of such relics will be readily understood. They present, in a small compass, an abridgment or recapitulation of the inscriptions on the great monuments and palace walls, giving in a chronological series the events of each monarch's reign. The writing is so minute, and the letters are so close one to another, that it requires considerable experience to separate and transcribe them. The chambers I am describing appear to have been a depository in the palace of Nineveh for such documents. To the height of a foot or more from the floor, they were entirely filled with them, some entire, but the greater part broken into many fragments, probably by the falling in of the upper part of the building. They were of different sizes. The largest tablets were flat, and measured about 9 inches by 6½ inches. The smaller were slightly convex, and some were not more than 1 inch long, with but 1 or 2 lines of writing. The cuneiform characters on most of them were singularly sharp and well defined, but so minute in some instances as to be almost illegible without a magnifying glass. These documents appear to be of various kinds. Many are historical records of wars and distant expeditions undertaken by the Assyrians. Some seem to be royal decrees, and are stamped with the name of a king, the son of Esarhaddon. Others again, divided into parallel columns by horizontal lines, contain lists of the gods, and probably a register of offerings made in their temples. On one, Dr. Hinks has detected a table of the value of certain cuneiform letters expressed by different alphabetical signs, according to various modes of using them, a most important discovery. On another, apparently a list of the sacred days in each month, and on a third, what seems to be a calendar. As we find from the Bavian inscriptions that the Assyrians kept a very accurate computation of time, we may reasonably expect to obtain valuable chronological tables and some information as to their methods of dividing the year, and even the day. Many are sealed with seals, and may prove to be legal contracts or conveyances of land. Others bear rolled impressions of those engraved cylinders so frequently found in Babylonia and Assyria, by some believed to be amulets. The characters appear to have been formed by a very delicate instrument before the clay was hardened by fire, and the process of accurately making letters so minute and complicated must have required considerable ingenuity and experience. On some tablets are found Phoenician or cursive Assyrian characters and other signs. The adjoining chambers contained similar relics, but in far smaller numbers. Many cases were filled with these tablets before I left Assyria, and a vast number of them have been found, I understand, since my departure. A large collection of them is already deposited in the British Museum. We cannot overrate their value. They furnish us with the materials for the complete decipherment of the cuneiform character, for restoring the language and history of Assyria, and for inquiring into the customs, sciences, and we may perhaps even add, literature of its people. The documents that have thus been discovered at Nineveh probably exceed all that have yet been afforded by the monuments of Egypt. But years must elapse before the innumerable fragments can be put together, and the inscriptions transcribed for the use of those who, in England and elsewhere, may engage in the study of the cuneiform character. It is to be hoped that the trustees of the British Museum will undertake the publication of documents of such importance to the history of the ancient world. The second entrance formed by the fish gods opened into a small chamber, whose sides had been lined with bas-reliefs, but there were no remains of inscriptions. A few days after our return to Mosul, I floated down the river on a raft to Nimrod. The flood which had spread over the plain during my absence in the desert had destroyed a part of the village. The centre of the plain of Nimrod was now a large lake, and the cultivated fields were overspread with slime. The Shemuti gathered round me as I arrived, and told me of crops destroyed and of houses swept away. The workmen had not been idle during my absence, and discoveries of considerable interest and importance had been made in the high mound on the level of the artificial platform. The first trenches had been opened in the side of the ravine between the ruins of the tower and those of the northwest palace. A pavement of large square bricks, bearing the usual superscription of the early Nimrod king, was soon uncovered. It led to a wall of sun-dried bricks, coated with plaster, which proved to be part of a small temple. I have already mentioned that a superstructure of bricks rested upon the stone basement wall of the tower at the northwest corner of the mound. It was against the eastern and southern faces of this upper building that the newly discovered temple abutted. 4 of its chambers were explored, chiefly by means of tunnels carried through the enormous mass of earth and rubbish in which the ruins were buried. The great entrances were to the east. The principal portal was formed by 2 colossal human-headed lions, 16 feet and a half high and 15 feet long. They were flanked by 3 small winged creatures, one above the other, and divided by an ornamental cornice, and between them was an inscribed pavement slab of alabaster. In front of each was a square stone, apparently the pedestal of an altar, and the walls on both sides were adorned with enamelled bricks. About 30 feet to the right, or north, of the lion gateway was a second entrance, at each side of which were 2 singular figures. One was that of a monster, whose head, of fanciful and hideous form, had long pointed ears and extended jaws, armed with huge teeth. Its body was covered with feathers, its 4 feet were those of a lion, its hind legs ended in the talons of an eagle, and it had spreading wings and the tail of a bird. Behind this strange image was a winged man, whose dress consisted of an upper garment with a skirt of skin or fur, an underrobe fringed with tassels, and the sacred horned hat. A long sword was suspended from his shoulders by an embossed belt. Sandals, armlets, and bracelets completed his attire. He grasped in each hand an object in the form of a double trident, resembling the thunderbolt of the Greek Jove, which he was in the attitude of hurling against the monster, who turned furiously towards him. This group appears to represent the bad spirit driven out by a good deity, a fit subject for the entrance to a temple dedicated to the god of war. The singular combination of forms by which the Assyrian sculptor portrayed the evil principle, so prominent an element in the Chaldean, and afterwards in the Magian, religious systems, cannot fail to strike the reader. On the slabs at right angles to these sculptures, forming the outer part of the entrance, were 2 colossal human figures, without wings, wearing garlands on their heads and bearing branches ending in 3 flowers. Within the temple, at right angles to the entrance, were sculptured fish gods, somewhat different in form from those in the palace of Koyunjik. The fish's head formed part of the three-horned cap usually worn by the winged figures. The tail only reached to the waist of the man, who was dressed in the tunic and long furred robe commonly seen in the bas-reliefs of Nimrod. To the right of this entrance, and apparently outside the walls of the temple, was discovered one of the finest specimens of Assyrian sculpture brought to this country. It represents the early Nimrod king in high relief, carved on a solid block of limestone, cut into the shape of an arched frame, in the form of the rock tablets of Bavian and the Nar el-Kelb. The monarch wears his sacrificial robes and carries the sacred mace in his left hand. Round his neck are hung the four sacred signs, the crescent, the star or sun, the trident, and the cross. His waist is encircled by the knotted cord, and in his girdle are 3 daggers. Above his head are the mythic symbols of Assyrian worship, the winged globe, the crescent, the star, the bident, and the horned cap. The entire slab, 8 foot 8 inches high by 4 foot 6 inches broad and 1 foot 3 inches thick, is covered behind and before, except where the sculpture intervenes, with an inscription in small and admirably formed arrow-headed characters. Unfortunately, the heat of the fire which had consumed the building had also broken this monument into 2 pieces. From the carelessness shown in its transport to England, this fine specimen of Assyrian sculpture sustained still further injury, and the lower part is now almost destroyed. The inscription must have contained, when entire, several hundred lines, and is divided on the back of the slabs into 2 columns. It commences with an invocation to the god Ashur, the supreme lord, the king of the circle and of the 12 great gods. Then follow the names of these deities. The first name is Anu, the last Ishtar, probably Astarte, or the moon, and not Venus, as some have believed. After this invocation occurs the name of the founder of the Northwest Palace, read by Dr. Hinks, Assarabal, and by Colonel Rawlinson, Sardanapalus, by a long exordium, apparently of a religious nature, which has not yet been satisfactorily deciphered. Then follows a full account of his various campaigns and wars. The line entrance led into a chamber 46 feet by 19 feet. Nearly opposite to the entrance was a doorway panelled with slabs sculptured with winged figures carrying maces. The inner door led into a chamber 47 feet by 31 feet, ending in a recess paved with one enormous alabaster slab, no less than 21 feet by 16 feet 7 inches, and 1 foot 1 inch thick. This monolith had been broken into several pieces, probably by the falling in of the roof of the building, and had in several places been reduced to lime by the burning beams of the ceiling. The whole of its surface, as well as the side facing the chamber, was occupied by one inscription, 325 lines in length, divided into 2 parallel horizontal columns, and carved with the greatest sharpness and care. On subsequently raising the detached pieces, I found that the back of the slab, resting on a solid mass of sun-dried bricks, was also covered with cuneiform writing, occupying 3 columns. It is difficult to understand why so much labour should have been apparently thrown away upon an inscription which would remain unseen until the edifice itself was utterly destroyed. Still more curious is the fact that, whilst this inscription contains all the historical details of that on the opposite side, the records of 2 or 3 more years are added, and that the upper inscription stops abruptly in the middle of a sentence. It is possible that the builders of the temple, foreseeing its ruin, had determined that if their enemies should through malice deface their annals, there should yet remain another record, inaccessible and unknown, which would preserve the history of their greatness and glory unto all time. The inscription on this great monolith appears to have been similar in its historical details to that on the king in the frame. I shall quote some specimens, translated by Dr. Hinks, to show the minuteness with which the Assyrian kings chronicled every event of their reign, and the consequent value of the historical records. It is to be remarked that, although these inscriptions are in the form of annals, the years are not mentioned. The king generally sets out on his campaigns in one particular month, the name of which is given, probably in the autumn, when the heats of summer were over. In the beginning of his reign, he collected his army, and made his first expedition into the country of Numi, or Numni, probably Elam or Susiana, subsequently, as we should find, called Numaki or Nubaki. He took many cities, towns, and districts whose names have not been identified. He slew their women, their slaves, and their children, and carried away their cattle and flocks. Their fighting men escaped to a hill fort? Their houses he burned like stubble? Many other countries to the south and southeast of Assyria, some of which are mentioned on the obelisk, were conquered during this campaign. The city of Nishtun? Is particularly described as one of considerable importance. He seized its king or governor, whose name reads Babu, the son of Babur, and imprisoned him in Babylon. At that time the cities of Nerib, their position is doubtful, their principal cities, he destroyed. From Nerib he departed to the city of Tushka. A palace for his dwelling he made there, and placed pillars, at the gates, and put a statue of, probably some kind of stone, and set up tablets, and made a place for them in the citadel. An account follows of the building of the northwest palace of Nimrod, which, when deciphered, will be of considerable interest, and may enable us to restore that edifice. He also built 2 cities on the Euphrates, one on each bank, calling one after his own name, and the other after the name of the great god Ashur. Numerous expeditions to countries to the north, west, and south of Assyria are then related in detail. Among them, one to Carchemish, where he received the tribute of Sangara, king of the Khatti, the Hittites or people of Syria, including a great variety of gold and silver ornaments, some apparently to be recognized by their pure Hebrew names. As few of the cities and countries conquered and visited by this king have yet been identified, and a mere repetition of the same dry details would scarcely interest the reader, I will merely give literal versions, as far as they can be given, of the history of 2 of the most important campaigns. They will show the style of these remarkable chronicles, and the minuteness with which events were recorded. The first paragraph relates to the campaign of the king on the borders of the Euphrates. On the 22nd day of the month, I departed from Kalach, the quarter of Nineveh now called Nimrod. I crossed the Tigris. On the banks of the Tigris I received much tribute. In the city of Tabit I halted. I occupied the banks of the river Karma, the Hermus, or eastern confluent of the Kabul. In the city of Megaris I halted. From the city of Megaris I departed. I occupied the banks of the Kabul, Chabaras. I halted at the city of Sadikani, or Kardikani. I received the tribute of the city of Kedni. From Kedni I departed to the city of Lemni. In the city of Lemni I halted. From the city of Lemni I departed. In the city of Beth-Khilapi I halted. The tribute of Beth-Khilapi I received, gold and silver, and many other articles, amongst which are apparently objects of clothing or embroidered stuffs. Then follow his marches day by day to the cities of Sirki, Sofri, Nakwarabani, and Kindani, from each of which he received tribute in gold, silver, several objects not identified, cattle, and sheep. The inscription goes on. The city of Kindani stands on the right bank of the river Euphrates. From Kindani I departed. On the mountain by the side of the Euphrates I halted. From the mountain I departed. In Beth Shebaiah, over against Karid, I halted. The city of Karid stands on the right bank of the river Euphrates. From Beth Shebaiah I departed. On the top of, or above, Anat, I halted. Anat stands in the middle of the Euphrates, agreeing with the position of the modern town of Anna. He then attacked and took the principal city of Shadu, of the country of Sukkah, and the city of Tsur, the capital of Shadu, whose inhabitants were assisted by the soldiers of Bishi, a nation also alluded to in the second year of the Annals as Sennacherib. Nebobaladin, king of Kardunias, is then mentioned, showing that the campaign was carried down the banks of the Euphrates, far to the south of Babylon. The second extract is from the records of a campaign in northern Syria. Having first crossed the Euphrates, from Kunulua, the capital of Lubana, the Sharutinian, I departed. The Orontes, I crossed. On the bank of the Orontes I encamped. From the banks of the Orontes I departed. Between the countries of Saraban and Tapan, I occupied the country. By the seashore I encamped. To the city of Ariboa, a principal city of Lubana, the Sharitinian, I returned. Undeciphered passage. I caused some men of Assyria to dwell in his palace, Whilst I was in Ariboa, the cities of Lukuta I took. I slew many of their men. I overthrew and burned their cities. Their fighting men, or the deserters from my army, I laid hold of. On stakes over against their city I impaled them. At that time the countries that are upon the Lebanon I took possession of, to the great sea of the country of Akari, the Mediterranean. On the great sea I put my servants, sacrifices to the gods I offered. The tribute of the kings of the people who dwelt near the sea, of the Tyrians, the Sidonians, the Cubalians, the Mahalatai, the Ma'ai, and the Akkadians, all nations to the north of the Tyre, and of the city of Arvad, which is in the middle of the sea, silver and gold pieces, rings, of copper, ingots, of copper, 2 kinds of clothing, perhaps the dyed cloth of Tyre, or embroideries such as are frequently mentioned in the Bible, great yagoti and small pagoti, meaning not determined, some wooden objects apparently of cedar, and pearls, from the rivers at or between the sea. I went to the mountain of Kamana, the Kamanus, in the north of Syria. I sacrificed to the gods. I made bridges, or beams, and pillars, From Kamana I brought them to Bekere, for my own house, for the temple of the sun. I went to the forests and cut them down, and made bridges, or roofs or beams, of the wood, for Ishtar, mistress of the city of Nineveh, my protectress. The chief events of the reign of this king are briefly alluded to in the standard and other inscriptions discovered in the northwest palace at Nimrod, but in the records just described we have a minuteness of geographical detail which enables us to trace the course of his expeditions with great certainty. Standing one day on a distant part of the mound, I smelt the sweet smell of burning cedar. The Arab workmen, excavating in the small temple, had dug out a beam, and, the weather being cold, had at once made a fire to warm themselves. The wood was cedar, probably one of the very beams mentioned in the inscription as brought from the forests of Lebanon by the king who built the edifice. After a lapse of nearly 3,000 years, it had retained its original fragrance. It is likely that the whole superstructure, as well as the roof and floor of the building, like those of the temple and palace of Solomon, were of this precious material. In these ruins was also found a mass of lead melted by the fire, for embedded in it was the iron head of a hatchet. Amongst the various small objects collected were figures of winged deities, etc., of clay coloured in the mass with a blue derived from copper, eyes, beards, hair, and ornaments in enamel, probably belonging to figures of wood, metal, or ivory, resembling the chrysophelantine statues of the Greeks, eyes of black marble inlaid with ivory, with the eyeballs of a bright blue enamel belonging to similar statues, and arms, legs, and other parts of figures in charred wood. Fragments of porcelain, parts of a cup or vase, with carvings in low relief, several inscribed fragments of agate, lapis lazuli, cornelian, and other precious materials, beads, cylinders, and 1 or 2 clay tablets with inscriptions and impressions of seals, complete the list of small objects discovered in this temple. About 100 feet to the east of the building last described, and on the very edge of the artificial platform, I discovered a second temple. Its principal entrance faced the south, and was on the same level as the northwest palace. This gateway was formed by 2 colossal lions with extended jaws, gathered up lips and nostrils, flowing manes and ruffs of bristly hair. The heads, though to a certain extent conventional in form, were designed with that vigour so remarkably displayed by the Assyrian sculptor in the delineation of animals. The limbs conveyed the idea of strength and power, the veins and muscles were accurately portrayed, and the outline of the body was not deficient in grace and truth. But the front of the animal, which was in full, was narrow and cramped, and unequal in dignity to the side. The sculptor has given 5 legs to the animal for the same reason that he gave them to the sphinxes, that they may offer a complete front and side view. This gateway, about 8 feet wide, was paved with one inscribed slab. The height of the lines was about 8 feet, and their length 13. An inscription was carved across them. In front of them, in the corners formed by walls projecting at right angles with the entrance, were 2 altars, hollow at the top, and ornamented with gradines resembling the battlements of a castle. The exterior walls appeared to have been adorned with enamelled bricks, many of which still remained. Unfortunately, one of these lions had been too much injured by fire to bear removal. The other, although cracked in several places when discovered, and consequently moved in pieces, has been preserved and is now in the British Museum. The lion portal led into a chamber 57 feet by 25. At one end was a recess similar to that in the opposite temple, and also paved with one great alabaster slab, inscribed on both sides. This monolith, 19.5 feet by 12 feet, was likewise broken into several pieces and had been injured in parts by fire. The inscription on the upper side, divided into 2 columns and containing 230 lines, was nearly the same as that on the king in the frame and on the monolith in the other temple. It was also a record of the wars and campaigns of the early Nimrod king. The other rooms in the same building contained no inscriptions, sculptures, or other objects of interest. In the earth above the great inscribed slab was found an interesting figure, 3 feet 4 inches high, and cut in a hard, compact limestone. It appeared to represent the king himself, attired as high priest in his sacrificial robes. In his right hand he held an instrument resembling a sickle, and in his left the sacred mace. Round his waist was the knotted girdle, and his left arm, like that of the king in the opposite temple, was partly concealed by an outer robe. His garments descended to his feet, the toes alone projecting from them. The beard and hair were elaborately curled, the features were majestic, and the general proportions of the statue not altogether incorrect, with the exception of a want of breadth in side view peculiar to Assyrian works of art of this nature. It was, however, chiefly remarkable as being the only entire statue in the round of this period hitherto discovered in the ruins of Nineveh. On the breast is an inscription nearly in these words, after the name and titles of the king: "The conqueror from the upper passage of the Tigris to Lebanon and the Great Sea, who all countries from the rising of the sun to the going down thereof has reduced under his authority." The statue was, therefore, probably raised after his return from the campaign in Syria described, as we have seen, on the monoliths, and alluded to in the standard inscription. The statue originally stood on a pedestal of reddish limestone, which, with the figure itself, was found broken into several pieces. They have been restored, and are now in the British Museum. The 2 interesting buildings just described, the only undoubted remains of temples hitherto found at Nimrod, complete the discoveries at the northern extremity of the mound. They enable us, as will hereafter be seen, to restore part of the group of edifices raised on the grand platform in this quarter of Nineveh. End of Chapter 16. Recording by Zeprina-Jaz Ainsworth. Chapter 17 of Discoveries Among the Ruins of Nineveh and Babylon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Zeprina-Jaz Ainsworth. Discoveries Among the Ruins of Nineveh and Babylon by Austen Layard. Section 17. The Summer. Encampment at Kuyunjik. Visitors. Mode of life. Departure for the mountains. Accra. Rock tablets at Gunduk. District of Zibari. Namet Aga. District of Shirwan. Of Badadost. Of Gerdi. Of Shemdina. Mausa Bay. Nestorian Bishop. Content of Mar Hananisha. Dizza. An Albanian friend. Bashkalach. Izzet Pasha. A Jewish encampment. High mountain pass. Mahmudiyah. First view of one. The difficulties and delay in crossing the Tigris, now swollen by the melting of the mountain snows, induced me to pitch my tents on the mound of Kolyunjik, and to reside there with all my party, instead of daily passing to and fro in the rude ferryboats to the ruins. The small European community at Mosul was increased in June by the arrival of a large party of travellers. 2 English gentlemen and their wives, who passed through on their way to Baghdad, the Honourable Mr. Walpole, who has since published an account of his adventures in the East, the Reverend Mr. Allan, to whom I am indebted for many beautiful sketches, the Reverend Mr. Bowen, an English clergyman, on a tour of inspection to the Eastern churches, with whom I spent many agreeable and profitable hours amongst the ruins of Nineveh and Babylon, and his companion, Mr. Sandreski, were our visitors, and most of them were my guests. Our tents were pitched at the northern corner of Koyunjik. The spring was now fast passing away. The heat became daily greater, the corn was cut, and the plains and hills put on their summer clothing of dull parched yellow. The pasture is withered, the tender herb faileth, the green herb is no more. It was the season, too, of the shergis, or burning winds from the south, which occasionally sweep over the face of the country, driving, in their short-lived fury, everything before them. Their coming was foretold by a sudden fall in the barometer, which rose again as soon as they had passed. At Nimrod, the excavations had been almost stopped. At Koyunjik, they were still carried on as actively as my means would permit. I was now occupied in moving and packing sculptures from both ruins. From Nimrod, the beautiful bas-relief of the king in the arched frame, described in the previous chapter, the good spirit driving out the evil principle, the fish god, the colossal lion from the small temple, and several other interesting sculptures, were taken to the river bank and sent on rafts to Basra. At Koyunjik, none of the slabs could be removed entire. I could only pack in fragments several of the bas-reliefs. The cases were dragged in carts to the Tigris, unloaded below the piers of the ancient bridge, and there placed on rafts prepared to receive them. During the day, when not otherwise occupied, I made drawings of the bas-reliefs discovered in the subterranean passages. My guests, choosing some convenient place underground near the parties who were at work, spread their carpets beneath the crumbling sculptures. We all went below soon after the sun had risen, and remained there without again seeking the open air, until it was far down in the western horizon. The temperature in the dark tunnels was cool and agreeable, nearly 20 degrees of Fahrenheit lower than that in the shade above, but I found it unwholesome, the sudden change in going in and out causing intermittent fever. After the sun had set, we dined outside the tents, and afterwards reclined on our carpets to enjoy the cool, balmy air of an eastern night. We slept under the open sky, making our beds in the field. July had set in, and we were now in the eye of the summer. My companions had been unable to resist its heat. One by one we dropped off with fever. The doctor, after long suffering, had gone with Mr. Walpole to the cooler regions of the Kurdish hills, there to wait until the state of the excavations might enable me to join them. Mr. Cooper, too, had so much declined in health that I sent him to the convent of the Marmeti, on the summit of the Gebel Makloub. Mr. Hornwood's Rassam and myself struggled on the longest, but at length we also gave way. Fortunately, our ague attacks did not coincide. We were prostrate alternate days, and were, therefore, able to take charge alternately of the works. By the 11th of July, I had sent to Basra the first collections of sculptures from Koyunjik, and on that day, in the middle of the hot stage of fever, and half delirious, I left Mosul for the mountains. While necessarily absent, I determined to visit those parts of central Kurdistan not yet explored by European travellers, to devote some days to the examination of the ruins and cuneiform inscriptions in and near the city of Wan, and then to return to Mosul through the unexplored uplands to the south of the Lake of Wan, and by such of the Nestorian valleys as I had not seen during my former journey in the mountains. I should then spend the hottest part of the summer in the cool regions of Kurdistan, and be again at Nineveh by September, when the heats begin to decline. As few European travellers can brave the perpendicular rays of an Assyrian sun, we struck our tents late in the afternoon, and got upon our horses at the foot of the mound of Koyunjik as the sun went down. With me were Hormuzd, my old servants, and the faithful Bayraktar. Mr. Cooper was to join us on the following day, and we were to seek the doctor and Mr. Walpole at Accra. 5 hours' ride over the plain brought us to the small Turkoman village of Bir Hilan, the Well of Stone, which stands on the south-eastern spur of the Maglob Hills. After 2 hours' rest, we continued our journey, and crossed this spur before morning dawned. Leaving the Gebel Makloub, we descended into a broad plain, stretching from it to the first Kurdish range, and soon found ourselves on the banks of the Gazir. Here a clear, sparkling stream, clothed with tall oleanders, now bending under their rosy blossoms. We sought the shade of some spreading walnut trees during the heat of the day, near the small Kurdish village of Kaimawa. Here Mr. Cooper joined us, and we were again on our way in the afternoon. Instead of striking for the mountains by the direct path across the plain of Navkur, we rode along the foot of a range of low hills, forming its western boundary, to the large Kurdish village of Badaresh. Having rested for a few hours, we descended in the middle of the night into a plain receiving the drainage of the surrounding highlands, and during the rainy season almost impassable from mud. Artificial mounds, the remains of ancient civilization, but of small size when compared with the great ruins of Assyria, rise amongst the hovels of the Kurdish peasants. After we had crossed the parched and burning plain, we entered a valley in the Kurdish hills, watered by a stream called Melik or Gerasim. We had to climb over much broken ground, rocky ridge and ravine, before reaching the slope of the mountain, covered with the gardens and orchards of Accra. We tarried for a moment at a cool spring rising in a natural grotto, and collected into two large basins. We had no difficulty in finding our European fellow-travellers. The first Kurd we met pointed towards a well-wooded garden. Above its trees peered their white tents. As we rode into it, however, no one came out to welcome us. I entered the first tent, and there, stretched on their carpets in a state of half-consciousness, the prey to countless flies, lay the doctor and Mr. Walpole. It was with difficulty I could rouse them to learn the history of their fever. The whole party were in the same state, the servants prostrate like their masters. I lost no time in enforcing a system of diet, and placing my patients under a course of treatment for ague, with which long experience had given me some acquaintance. Some days elapsed before my companions were able to journey. I took advantage of the delay to visit some bas-reliefs near the neighbouring village of Gunduk. There are two sculptured tablets in the rocks above Gunduk. They have been carved at the mouth of a spacious natural cavern, whose roof is fretted with stalactites, and down whose sides trickles cool, clear water, and hang dank ferns and creeping plants. It is called Gupa Dmar Johanna, or the Cure of St. John, and near it is an ancient Nestorian church dedicated to St. Audicio. The bas-reliefs are Assyrian. The upper represents a man slaying a wild goat with a spear. In the lower, as far as I could distinguish the sculpture, which is high on the rock and much injured, are two women facing each other, and seated on stools. Each holds a child above a kind of basin or circular vessel, as if in the act of baptizing it. Behind the seated female to the left, a figure bears a third child, and is followed by a woman. On the opposite side is a group of 3 persons, apparently sacrificing an animal. There are no traces of inscriptions on or near the tablets. On the 17th July, my companions were able to move to the higher mountains. We all longed for a cooler climate, and we rejoiced as at sunrise we left our garden. A precipitous and difficult path leads up the mountain. From the summit of the pass, the eye wanders over the plains of Navkur and Sheikhan, the broken hill country around Arbil, and the windings of the Zab and the Gazir. On the opposite side is a deep valley dividing the Accra hills from a second and loftier range. Through the valley ran a broad, clear stream, one of the confluents of the Zab, called by the Kurds Durusho or Bayraisho. We rode along its banks for nearly an hour, and then struck into a narrow gorge thickly wooded with oak. Another stony and precipitous pass was between us and the principal district of Zibari. Descending into the low country, we rode by the village of Birikapra, the residence of Mustafa Aga, the former head of the Zibari tribes. The present chief, Namet Aga, dwells at Heron, about 2 miles beyond. He had lately been at Mosul to receive from the Pasha his cloak of investiture, and during his visit had been my guest. His abilities and acquirements were above the ordinary Kurdish standard, which indeed is low enough. For, as the Arab proverb declares, be the Kurd a Kurd or a prophet, he will still be a bear. He spoke Persian with fluency, and was not ignorant of Arabic. as he was well acquainted with the geography of Kurdistan, I learned from him many interesting particulars relating to the less known districts of the mountains. The chief welcomed me with friendly warmth, and, although forbidden to eat himself, he did not leave his guests uncared for. The breakfast brought to us from his harem comprised a variety of sweetmeats and savoury dishes, which did credit to the skill of the Kurdish ladies. I was the bearer of a letter to him from the Pasha. No acceptable communication, however, as it treated of new taxes, a subject very generally disagreeable, upon tobacco, cotton, and fruit, which the Zibari Kurds were now called upon for the first time to pay. The Salian, too, a kind of property tax, was raised from 25 to 60,000 piastres, about £550. The late successful expeditions against the chiefs of Dann and Hakiari had encouraged the Porte to ask money of the previously independent tribes under Ahmet Aga, and although no Turkish troops had yet entered their mountains, the Kurds deemed it advisable to comply for the present with the demand rather than run the risk of an invasion, and a still more dreaded evil, the conscription. Ahmet Aga's authority extended over Zibari, Shirwan, Gerki, Barbadost, and Shembina, from Accra to the Persian frontier. These districts are occupied by different Kurdish tribes, each having its own chief, but they had then submitted to the Aga of Zibari, and paid their tribute through him to the governor of Mosul. Ahmet placed me under the protection of his cousin, Mullah Aga, who was ordered to escort us to the borders of the Bashalik of Hakiari, now occupied by the Turkish troops. Our guide was a tall, sinewy mountaineer, dressed in the many-coloured loose garments and huge red and black turban folded round the high, conical felt cap, which gives a peculiar and ungainly appearance to the inhabitants of central Kurdistan. He was accompanied by 3 attendants, and all were on foot, the precipitous and rocky pathways of the mountains being scarcely practicable for horses, which are rarely kept but by the chiefs. They carried their long rifles across their shoulders and enormous daggers in their girdles. We left Heren early on the morning of the 19th, and soon reaching the Zab, rode for 2 hours along its banks, to a spot where a small raft had been made ready for us to cross the stream. We had some difficulty in crossing, and were compelled to pass the night in the small village of Rezan, near the ferry, as one of the baggage mules refused to swim the stream, and was not forced over until near dawn of the following morning. We now entered the tract which has probably been followed for ages by the mountain clans in their periodical migrations. Besides the sedentary population of these districts, there are certain nomad Kurdish tribes, called Kochas, who subsist entirely by their flocks. They are notorious petty thieves and robbers, and during their annual migrations commit serious depredations upon the settled inhabitants of the district on their way, and more especially upon the Christians. As they possessed vast flocks of sheep and herds of cattle, their track has in most places the appearance of a beaten road, and is, consequently, well fitted for beasts of burden. On the 21st July, crossing a high ridge, we left the district of Zibari, and entered that of Shirwan, whose chief, Miran Bey, came out to meet us at the head of his armed retainers. He led us to the large village of Berziyah, situated beneath a bold and lofty peak called Piran. Most of the villages in these mountains have small mud forts, with either 4 or 6 towers, the places of refuge and defence of the numerous petty chiefs during their frequent broils and blood feuds. We met a few Jewish families who wander from village to village. The men are pedlars and goldsmiths, and are not unwelcome guests, even in the intolerant families of the Kurds, as they make and refashion the ornaments of the ladies. On one of the many towering peaks is the large village of Kani-Resh, with its orchards and gardens, the residence of the chief of the district of Badadost. We reached it by a very rapid ascent in an hour and a half. We were received by the Mir Fezullah Bey, in a spacious chamber, supported by wooden pillars, and completely open on the side facing the valley, over which it commanded an extensive and beautiful prospect. Though quite restive under the Turkish control, he received Mullah Aga with civility, and read the letters of introduction from Ahmet Aga, of which I was the bearer. Like most of the mountain chiefs, he spoke Persian, the language used in Kurdistan, for all written communications, and in books, except the Quran and a few pious works, which are in Arabic. The Kurdish dialects are mere corruptions of the Persian, and are not, with rare exceptions, employed in writing. The Mir pressed me to pass the night with him as his guest, but after partaking of his breakfast, I continued my journey, and reached, by sunset, the small turreted stronghold of Gini. The next morning we crossed one of the shoulders of the lofty peak of Ser-i-Resh into the valley of Chapata. We were met on the way by a party of Nestorians, who had come out to see me, headed by the brother of the Bishop of Gini. He walked by me as far as Zernin, the castle of the Kurdish chief, and then left a relation to guide us to the dwelling of the Bishop of Shemesdin, or Shandina. As usual, he complained of bitter oppression and injustice from the Kurdish Mirs, who had lately driven a large part of the Christian population across the frontiers into Persia. After enjoying the hospitality of Yahya Bey, the Mir of Gerdi, at the village of Rua, we left the naked hills which skirt the Assyrian plains and entered the wooded districts of Kurdistan. On the following day we journeyed through a valley thick with walnuts and other large trees, and followed the windings of a stream, called by the Kurds Shambo, one of the principal confluents of the Zab. We crossed it backwards and forwards by wicker suspension bridges, until we ascended through a forest of orchards watered by innumerable streamlets to Nira, the village of Mosa Bey, the chief of Shandina. We pitched our tents near some springs on an open lawn, and waited the return of an aged servant who had been disturbed by the noise of our caravan, and had undertaken to announce our arrival to his master. We had evidently to deal with a man of civilization and luxury, for the old Kurd shortly returned, followed by numerous attendants, bearing sherbets and various Persian delicacies in china bowls. Mosa Bey himself came to us in the afternoon, and his manners and conversation confirmed the impression that his breakfast had produced. Intercourse with Persia, beyond whose frontiers his own tribe sometimes wandered, had taught him the manners and language of his neighbours. He told me that he was descended from one of the most ancient of Kurdish families, whose records for many 100 years still exist, and he boasted that Sheikh Taha, the great saint, had deemed him the only chief worthy, from his independence of the infidel government of the Sultan, to receive so holy a personage as himself after the downfall of Beda Khan Bey. This Sheikh Taha, who, as the main instigator of many atrocious massacres of the Christians, and especially of the Nestorians, ought to have been pursued into the uttermost parts of the mountains by the Turkish troops, and hanged as a public example, was now suffering from fever. He sent to me for medicine, but as his sanctity would not permit him to see, face to face, an unbelieving Frank, and as he wished to have a remedy without going through the usual form of an interview with the doctor, I declined giving him any help in the matter. Mosa Bey was at this time almost the only chief in Kurdistan who had not yet made a formal submission to the Turkish government. His territories were, therefore, a place of refuge for those fugitives who, less fortunate than himself, had been driven from their strongholds by the arms or intrigues of the Porta. He bewailed the discords which severed the tribes, and made them an easy prey to the Osmanli. The Turks, wise in their generation, have pursued their usual policy successfully in Kurdistan. The dissensions of the chiefs have been fomented, and, thus divided, they have fallen one by one victims to treachery or to force. We rose early on the following day, and left Nira long before the population was stirring, by a very steep pathway, winding over the face of a precipice, and completely overhanging the village. Reaching the top of the pass, we came upon a natural carpet of alpine flowers of every hue, spread over the eastern declivity of the mountain. Leaving the caravan to proceed to our night's resting place, I turned down the valley with my companions to visit the Bishop of Shemesden at his convent of Mar Hananisha. A ride of 3/4 of an hour brought us to the episcopal residence. Mar Isho, the bishop, met me at some distance from it. He was shabbily dressed, and not of prepossessing appearance, but he appeared to be good-natured and to have a fair stock of common sense. After we had exchanged the common salutations, seated on a bank of wild thyme, he led the way to the porch of the church. Ragged carpets and felts had been spread in the dark vestibule, in the midst of sacks of corns, bourgul, and other provisions for the bishop's establishment. Various rude agricultural instruments and spinning wheels, almost filled up the rest of the room. For these primitive Christians rely on the sanctity of their places of worship for the protection of their temporal stores. The title of the bishop is Metropolitan of Rostock, a name of which I could not learn the origin. His jurisdiction extends over many Nestorian villages, chiefly in the valley of Shemisden. Half of this district is within the Persian territories, and from the convent we could see the frontier dominions of the Shah. It is in the high road of the periodical migrations of the great tribe of Herki, who pass like a locust cloud twice a year over the settlements of the unfortunate Christians, driving before them the flocks, spoiling the granaries, and carrying away even the miserable furniture of the hovels. It is in vain that the sufferers carry their complaints to their Kurdish master. He takes from them double the lawful taxes and tithes. The Turkish government has in this part of the mountains no power, if it had the inclination, to protect its Christian subjects. After we had partaken of the frugal breakfast of milk, honey, and fruit prepared for us by the bishop, we turned again into the high road to Bashkallah. We had another pass to cross before descending into the valley of Harona, where our caravan had encamped for the night. On the mountain top were several Nestorian families crouching, half naked, for shelter beneath a projecting rock. They seized the bridles of our horses as we rode by, beseeching us to help them to recover their little property, which, but a few hours before, had been swept away by a party of Herki Kurds. I could do nothing for these poor people, who seemed in the last stage of misery. From the summit of the pass, we looked down into two deep and well-wooded valleys, hemmed in by mountains of singularly picturesque form. We descended into the more northern valley, and passing the miserable Nestorian hamlet of Solosor, and the ruined church and deserted Christian village of Talana, reached our tents about sunset. They were pitched near Harona, whose Nestorian inhabitants were too poor to furnish us with even the common coarse black bread of barley. We had now quitted the semi-independent Kurdish valleys, and had entered the newly created province of Hakkari, governed by a pasha who resides at Bashkallah. The adjacent plain of Gaur is, however, exposed to the depredations of the Herki Kurds, who, when pursued by the Turkish troops, seek a secure retreat in their rocky fastnesses beyond the limits of the Pashalik. The district contains many villages, inhabited by a hardy and industrious race of Nestorian Christians. The American missionaries of Oromia have crossed the frontier since my visit, and have, I am informed, opened schools in them with encouraging prospects of success. Gaur is a Nestorian bishopric. A ride of 6 hours and a half brought us to the large village of Diza, the chief place of the district, and the residence of a Turkish mudir, or petty governor. This office was filled by one Adal Bey, with whom I found my old friend Ismail Aga of Tepelin, who had shown me hospitality 3 years before in the ruined castle of Ahmadiyah. He was now in command of the Albanian troops forming part of the garrison. A change had come over him since we last met. The jacket and arms which had once glittered with gold were now greasy and dull. His face was as worn as his garments. After a cordial greeting, he made me a long speech on his fortunes, and on that of Albanian irregulars in general. "Ah, Bey," said he, "the power and wealth of the Osmanlis is at an end. The Sultan has no longer any authority. The accursed Tanzimat reform has been the ruin of all good men. Why, see, Bey, I am obliged to live upon my pay. I cannot eat from the treasury, nor can I squeeze a piastre. What do I say, a piastre? Not a miserable half-starved fowl out of the villages, even though they be Christians. Forsooth, they must talk to me about reform and ask for money. The Albanian's occupation is gone. Even Tafil Bosi, a celebrated Albanian condottiere, smokes his pipe, and becomes fat like a Turk. It is the will of God. I have forsworn Raki. I believe in the Koran, and I keep Ramazan." The night was exceedingly cold. The change from the heat of the plains to the cool nights of the mountains had made havoc amongst our party. Nearly all our servants were laid up with fever, as well as the doctor and Mr. Walpole, who had rarely been free from its attacks during the journey. I could not, however, delay, and on the following morning our sickly caravan was again toiling over the hills. We had now entered the Armenian districts. The Christian inhabitants of Diza are of that race and faith. We encamped for the night at the Kurdish village of Peraunis. Next day, we forded a branch of the Zab, and entered the valley of this great confluent of the Tigris, its principal source being but a few miles to the north of us, near the frontiers of Persia. The land is so heavy that the rude plough of the country requires frequently as many as 8 pairs of oxen. The Armenian ploughmen sit on the yokes, and whilst guiding or urging the beasts with a long iron-pointed goad, chant a monotonous ditty, to which the animals appear so well accustomed that when the driver ceases from his dirge, they also stop from their labours. A dell near our path was pointed out to me as the spot where the unfortunate traveller Schultz was murdered by Nur-Ullah Bey, the Kurdish chief of the Hakkari. Turning up a narrow valley towards the high mountains, we suddenly came in sight of the castle of Bashkallah, one of the ancient strongholds of Kurdistan. Its position is remarkably picturesque. It stands on a lofty rock, jutting out from the mountains which rise in a perpendicular wall behind it. At the foot are grouped the houses of a village. I found Izzet Pasha encamped at a considerable elevation in the rocky ravine, which we reached, guided by kawasses carrying huge glass lanterns, by a very precipitous and difficult track. I remained with him until the night was far advanced, and then returned to our encampment. He informed me that there was a direct road from Bashkallah to Mosul for 40 hours, through Beit Shevet, Daoudiah, and Dohuk, which, with very little labour and expense, could be made practicable for guns. Bashkallah was formerly the dwelling place of Nur-Ullah Bey, a Kurdish chief well known for his rapacious and bloodthirsty character, and as the murderer of Schultz. He joined Beda Khan Bey in the great massacres of the Nestorians, and for many years sorely vexed those Christians who were within his rule. After a long resistance to the troops of the Sultan, he was captured about 2 years before my visit, and banished for life to the islands of Kandia. My companions and servants being much in want of rest, I stopped today at Bashkallah. On resuming our journey, we took a direct, though difficult track to one, only open in the middle of summer. Following a small stream, we entered a ravine leading into the very heart of the mountains. 3 hours' ride, always rapidly ascending along the banks of the rivulet, brought us to a large encampment. The features of the women and of the men, who came out of their tents as we rode up, as well as the tongue in which they addressed one another, showed at once that they were not Kurds. They were Jews, shepherds and wanderers, of the stock, maybe, of those who, with their high priest, Hyrcanus, were carried away captive from Jerusalem by Tigranes in the 2nd century of our era, and placed in the city and neighbourhood of one. Their descendants, 200 years later, were already so numerous that Shapur, Sapores II, destroyed no less than 10,000 families in one alone. We encamped near the Jewish nomads, and I visited their tents, but could learn nothing of their history. They fed their flocks, as their fathers had done before them, in these hills, and paid taxes to the governor of Bashkallah. We had now reached the higher regions of Kurdistan. Next morning we soon left the narrow, flowery valley and the brawling stream, and entered an undulating upland covered with deep snow, considerably more than 10,000 feet above the level of the sea. On all sides of us were towering peaks, and to the west a perfect sea of mountains, including the lofty ranges of Hakkari and Bohdan. Far away to the north was the azure basin of Lake One, and beyond it rose the solitary white cone of the Suban Dagh. Descending rapidly, and passing near the foot of the mountain 1 or 2 miserable, half-deserted Kurdish hamlets, we entered a long, narrow ravine, shut in by perpendicular cliffs of sandstone and conglomerate. This outlet of the mountain streams opens into the valley of Mahmudiyah, in the centre of which rises an isolated rock crowned by the picturesque castle of Koshab. We pitched our tents on a green lawn near the bank of the foaming stream which sweeps round the foot of the castellated rock. Soon after our arrival, a Kurdish bey of venerable appearance, a descendant of the hereditary chiefs of Mahmudiyah, called upon me. He had once been the owner of the castle, but it had been wrested from him by 2 brothers, named Khan Murad and Khan Abdal, mere mountain robbers. In his stronghold the brothers long defied the Turkish government, levying blackmail upon such caravans as ventured to pass through their territories, and oppressing with fines and forced conversions their Christian subjects. It was but the year before our visit that they had yielded to the troops sent against them, and had been sent into banishment, with the rest of the rebel chiefs, to Kandia. With the Kurdish Bey came one Ahmed Aga, a chief of the large border tribe of Mogri, an intelligent man who conversed freely on the state of the country and gave me some interesting information regarding the frontiers. The fear of conscription has driven many families into Persia and into the more independent districts of Kurdistan. On the whole, the wandering tribes are becoming less formidable to the porter than they formerly were. To the east of the district of Mahmudiyah and in that of Karaso are many Yazidi villages and a considerable Jewish population. Both races are much oppressed by the Kurdish chiefs, who take their property and even their lives with perfect indifference. The Qadis, as Ahmed Aga informed me, have given fetwas, decrees, that both were lawful to the true believer. We rose early next morning and went up to the castle. It is falling into ruins, though its towers still rise boldly from the edge of the precipice, overhanging at a giddy height the valley below. In them, open to the cool breezes of the mountain, are the dwelling rooms of the old Kurdish chiefs, adorned with tasteful lattice work, and with the painted panellings and gilded cornices of Persia. They are now tenanted by the Turkish troops, whose bright arms and highly polished kitchen utensils hang on the gaudy walls. After drinking coffee and smoking pipes with the captain of the guard, we walked down the narrow pathway leading to the valley, and, mounting our horses, joined the caravan, which had preceded us on the road to Wan. On the following morning we crossed this valley to Nordchuk, on the outskirts of which I was met by the priest at the head of the inhabitants. A range of low hills now separated us from the plain and lake of Wan. We soon reached their crest, and a landscape of surpassing beauty was before us. At our feet, intensely blue and sparkling in the rays of the sun, was the inland sea, with the sublime peak of the Subandar mirrored in its transparent waters. The city, with its castle-crowned rock and its embattled walls and towers, lay embowered in orchards and gardens. To our right, a rugged snow-capped mountain opened midway into an amphitheatre, in which, amidst lofty trees, stood the Armenian convent of Yedi Klisia, the 7 churches. To the west of the lake was the Nimrod Dagh, and the highlands nourishing the sources of the great rivers of Mesopotamia. The hills forming the foreground of our picture were carpeted with the brightest flowers, over which wandered the flocks, whilst the gaily dressed shepherds gathered around us as we halted to contemplate the enchanting scene. We now descended rapidly towards Wan, and as we issued into the plain, a party of horsemen galloped towards us. I soon recognized amongst them my friend Mr. Bowen. With him were the Kawasbashi and a troop of irregular cavalry sent out by the Pasha to escort me into the city. Nor did the governor's kindness end with this display of welcome. After winding for nearly an hour through orchards and gardens, whose trees were bending under the weight of fruit, and when through the narrow and crowded streets, we were led to his serai or palace, which, such as it was, had been made ready for our use, and where his treasurer was waiting to receive us. Notwithstanding the fast, an abundant breakfast of various meats and sweet messes, cooked after the Turkish fashion, had been prepared for us, and we soon found repose upon a spacious divan, surrounded by all the luxuries of Eastern life. End of Chapter 17. Recording by Zeprina-Jaz Ainsworth. Chapter 18 of Discoveries Among the Ruins of Nineveh and Babylon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Zeprina-Jaz Ainsworth. Discoveries Among the Ruins of Nineveh and Babylon by Austen Layard. Chapter 18. Mehmed Pasha, Description of Wan, its History, Improvement in its Condition, the Armenian Bishop, the cuneiform inscriptions, the Caves of Korkor, the Meher Kaposi, a Tradition, Observations on the Inscriptions, the Bayram, an Armenian School, the American Missions, Protestant Movement in Turkey, Amik, the Convent of Yedi Klisia. Mehmed Pasha was living during the fast of Ramazan in a kiosk in one of the gardens outside the city walls. We had scarcely eaten before he came himself to welcome us to Wan. He was the son of the last Bostanji Bashi of Constantinople, and having been brought up from a child in the imperial palace, was a man of pleasing and dignified manners, and of considerable information. Although he had never left his native country, he was not ignorant of the habits and customs of Europe. He had long served the Sultan in difficult and responsible posts, and to his discretion and sagacity was chiefly to be attributed the subjugation of Beda Khan Bey and the rebel Kurdish tribes. His rule was mild and conciliating, and he possessed those qualities so rare in a Turkish governor, yet so indispensable to the civilization and well-being of the empire, a strict honesty in the administration of the revenues of his province, and a sense of justice beyond the reach of bribes. From Christians and Kurds we had received during our journey through his pashalik the highest testimony to his tolerance and integrity. In the evening I returned his visit, and found him surrounded by the chiefs and elders of the city, and by the officers of his household. I sat with him till midnight, the time passing in that agreeable conversation which a well-educated Turk so well knows how to sustain. I remained a week at One, chiefly engaged in copying the cuneiform inscriptions, and in examining its numerous remarkable monuments of antiquity. The city is of very ancient date. It stands on the borders of a large and beautiful lake, a site eminently suited to a prosperous community. The lofty mountains bordering the inland sea to the east here recede in the form of an amphitheatre, leaving a rich plain 5 or 6 miles in breadth, in the midst of which rises an isolated calcareous rock. To the summit of this natural stronghold there is no approach except on the western side, where a gradual but narrow ascent is defended by the walls and bastions. From the earliest ages it has consequently been the acropolis of the city, and no position could be stronger before the discovery of the engines of modern warfare. The fortifications and castle, of a comparatively recent date, are now in ruins, and are scarcely defensible, with their few rusty guns, against the attacks of the neighbouring Kurds. According to Armenian history, the Assyrian queen Semiramis founded the city. It having fallen into decay, it is said to have been rebuilt, shortly before the invasion of Alexander the Great, by an Armenian king named One, after whom it was subsequently called. It appears to have been again abandoned, for we find that it was once more raised from its foundations in the 2nd century BC by Markarshak, the first king of the Arsacian dynasty of Armenia, who made it the strongest city in his kingdom. In the 11th century it was ceded by the royal family of the Argeronis to the Greek emperors, from whom it was taken by the Seljuk Turks. It fell in 1392 into the hands of Timur-Lane, who, according to his custom, gave the inhabitants over to the sword. Even in his day, the great monuments of solid stone raised by the Assyrian queen were still shown to the stranger. Moses of Chorene, the early historian of Armenia, has faithfully described its position and its antiquities. The isolated hill, rising in the midst of a broad plain covered with flourishing villages, and watered by innumerable streams, the chapels, chambers, treasuries, and caverns cut in the living rock, and the great inscriptions written, as it were, on the face of the precipice, as pages are written with a pen on wax. The first traveller who, in modern times, examined the remarkable remains of antiquity at One was the unfortunate Schultz. He visited the place in 1827. The cuneiform inscriptions carved on the rock were known to exist long before his day, but he was the first to copy them, and from his copies they have been published by the Asiatic Society of France. Since the time of Schultz, the city has undergone many changes. It was seized by the rebel Kurdish chief, Khan Mahmud, but after many vain attempts made to recover the place, it finally yielded 2 years before my journey. Under the mild rule of Mehmed Pasha, it was rapidly rising to prosperity. The protection he had given to the Armenians had encouraged that enterprising and industrious people to enlarge their commerce, and to build warehouses for trade. 2 handsome khans, with bazaars attached, were nearly finished. Shops for the sale of European articles of clothing and of luxury had been opened, and, what was of still more importance, several native schools had already been established. These improvements were chiefly due to one Sharan, an Armenian merchant and a man of liberal and enlightened views, who had seconded with energy and liberality the desire of the Pasha to ameliorate the social condition of the Christian population. Shortly after my arrival, the Armenian bishop called upon me. He was dressed in the peculiar costume of his order, long black robes and a capacious black hood almost concealing his head, and was accompanied by the priests and principal laymen of his diocese. On his breast he wore the rich diamond crescent and star of the Turkish Order of Merit, of which he was justly proud. Although he had been duly elected several years before to his episcopal dignity, he still wanted the formal consecration of the patriarch of his church, owing to difficulties connected with the political position of the patriarch. He was now, however, on the eve of his departure to receive that consecration, which was essential to his due admission into the Armenian hierarchy. The modern town of One stands at the foot and to the south of the isolated rock. Its streets and bazaars are small, narrow, and dirty, but its houses are not ill built. It is surrounded by fruitful gardens and orchards, irrigated by artificial rivulets derived from the streams rising in the Yedi-Klisia mountains. It may contain between 12 and 15,000 inhabitants. The Hauptpashalik at the time of my visit paid an annual sum of 6,000 perses, about £27,000, to the Turkish treasury. In the town there was a garrison of 1,000 foot and 500 horse, and the commander of the troops in the district and in the adjoining province of the Hakkari was at the head of 5,000 men. The old hereditary pashas of One, as well as the principal families, were of Turkish origin, and came, I was informed by some of their descendants, from Konya, Iconium, about 300 years ago. The chiefs, however, of the surrounding districts are Kurds. Two families, named the Topçi Oglus and the Timur Oglus, divided the town into opposite factions, which were continually at war, and carried their bloody feuds almost daily into the streets. The Timur Oglus were the most powerful, and it was through their means that Khan Mahmud possessed himself of the place. The inscriptions of One are of two distinct periods, though all of the cuneiform writing. The most ancient are in a character identical with that on the oldest monuments of Assyria. The earliest inscriptions are found on two square stones built into a wall near the western gateway of the city, and immediately beneath the only entrance to the castle. The language of these inscriptions appears to be Assyrian, while that of all the others is peculiar to One. Nevertheless, the names of the kings in them can be genealogically connected with those on other monuments. But the most important records at One are carved on the southern face of the isolated rock, round the entrance to a set of excavated chambers, probably once serving as tombs. As those inscriptions record the victories and deeds of a monarch, it is highly probable that they were placed over royal sepulchres. A flight of 20 narrow steps cut in the perpendicular face of the precipice, and partly destroyed, so as to be somewhat difficult and dangerous, leads to a narrow ledge, above which the rock has been carefully smoothed, and is still covered with inscriptions in the cuneiform character. Here an entrance, about 7 feet deep, opens into a hall, 34.5 feet long by nearly 21 wide and 12 high, leading by 4 doorways into as many distinct chambers. Around its walls are window-like recesses, and between them, and on each side of the doorways, are ornamental niches, with holes in the centre, which may have held metal lamps. The floor has been excavated in 2 places into squares a few inches deep. I cannot conjecture for what purpose. The door to the left on entering leads into a small chamber, 11 foot 8 inches by 9 foot 8 inches, surrounded by similar window-like recesses. In it is a second doorway opening upon a well or pit, filled to within a few feet of the mouth with stones and rubbish. There were no means of ascertaining its depth or original use without removing the contents. The 3 other doors in the entrance hall lead to square rooms surrounded by niches, but without other ornament. The excavations are sometimes called by the Turks Korko Mugoralari, the caves of Korko, from a garden of that name below them. The inscriptions on the face of the rock around the outer entrance to these chambers are contained in 8 parallel columns, including in all above 300 lines and 13 consecutive paragraphs. The letters are large and admirably carved, and the writing is divided by horizontal lines. These rock tablets are the records of a king whose name, according to Dr. Hinks, is Aegisthus. He invokes the gods of his nation and celebrates the conquest of various peoples or tribes whose names still require to be identified, but who probably inhabited countries to the north of Armenia. He describes the burning of their temples and palaces, and the carrying away of captives, and of an immense spoil of horses, camels, cattle, and sheep, the numbers of each being given with apparent exactness. The name of the region in which these conquests were chiefly made seems to read Mana. The remaining inscriptions are on the northern face of the rock. They are 5 in number. The longest and most important contains 29 lines, and is on the side wall to the left on entering an artificial vaulted recess. It has been partly destroyed by a rude cross cut by the Armenians across the tablet. The cave is called the Khazana Kaposi, or the Treasure Gate, and is held to be a sacred spot by Christians and Mussulmans. An inscription of 17 lines is carved at the entrance to a second artificial chamber, and on tablets cut into the rock are 3 more, each of 19 lines, word for word alike, but with orthographical variations in the royal name. 4 of these inscriptions belong to the father of the king, who recorded his conquests on the southern face of the rock. His name, according to Dr. Hinks, may be read Minuas. They merely contain the royal titles and invocations to the gods. The long inscription in the vaulted recess is of the grandson of Minuas, the latest king mentioned in the monuments of one. It is of considerable interest as containing the name of a country, which Dr. Hinks identifies with Babylon, and as enumerating, first in detail, the amount of booty taken from 3 different countries, and afterwards giving the total amount of the whole. By this double account, the one checking the other, a clue was afforded to the signs representing numerals in the Assyrian inscriptions, as well as to their respective values, a discovery for which we are indebted to the sagacity of Dr. Hinks. The Pasha had kindly placed the Mimar-Bashi, or architect-in-chief of the town, an honest Armenian named Nikos, under my orders during my researches at one. The excavations, however, which were made, came to no result worth mentioning. About 1.5 miles to the east of the town, near a small village in the gardens of one, is a recess in the rock 15 feet 8 inches high and 6 feet 7 inches broad, containing a long cuneiform inscription. The inscription is called Meher Kaposi, which, according to the people of one, means the shepherd's gate, from a tradition that a shepherd, having fallen asleep beneath it, was told in a dream the magic word that opened the spell-bound portal. He awoke and straightway tried the talisman. The stone doors flew apart, disclosing to his wandering eyes a vast hall filled with inexhaustible treasures. But as he entered, they shut again behind him. He filled with gold a bag in which, as he tended his flocks, he carried his daily food. After repeating the magic summons, he was permitted to issue into the open air. But he had left his crook, and must return for it. The doors were once more unclosed at his bidding. He sought to retrace his steps, but had forgotten the talisman. His faithful dog waited outside until nightfall. As its master did not come back, it then took up the bag of gold, and carrying it to the shepherd's wife, led her to the gates of the cave. She could hear the cries of her husband, and they are heard to this day, but none can give him help. The inscription of the Meher Kaposi originally consisted of 95 lines, comprising the same record twice repeated. Only about 60 are now legible. Near the Shepherd's Gate, the rocks are excavated into a vast number of caves. In some places, long flights of steps lead nowhere, but finish abruptly in the face of the perpendicular precipice. In others, the cliff is scarped to a great height without any apparent object. A singular shaft with stairs leading into a cavern is called Zimzim. It is difficult to account for the use and origin of these peculiar excavations. Their height from the plain and their inaccessible position almost preclude the idea of there having been quarries. Several slabs of black basalt, inscribed with cuneiform characters, have been built into the interior walls of 2 ancient Armenian churches within the town of One. In the church of St. Peter and St. Paul, I found parts of 4 legends, which are historical, containing a record of the capture of many cities and of the amount of spoil carried away from conquered countries. In the church of Sahak, I was able to transcribe 2 inscriptions, one under the altar, the other in the vestibule beneath the level of the floor, which had been broken up and removed before I could reach the stone. The longest consists of 40 lines, the other of 27. The beginning and ending of the lines in both are wanting. The only inscription at one that I could not copy was the trilingual tablet of Xerxes. It is on the most inaccessible part of the rock, about 70 or 80 feet above the plain. Not having a glass of sufficient power, I was unable to distinguish the characters from below. As it had been accurately transcribed by Schultz, and resembles those of the same king at Persepolis and Hamadan, I did not think it necessary to incur any risk or expense in reaching it by means of ropes or scaffolding. In the rock there are numerous excavated chambers, some even exceeding in dimensions those I have described. But with the exception of a simple seat or bench of stone, about 2.5 feet high on one side of them, they are perfectly plain and unornamented. They appear to have been used as tombs. Some are approached by flights of steps cut in the precipice. Others are altogether inaccessible except by ropes from above. It is yet doubtful to what family of languages the one inscriptions must be assigned. Some believe it to be a Tatar dialect. Dr. Hinks, on the contrary, is of opinion that it is Indo-Germanic. 2 of the inscriptions, and the earliest in date, as I have already observed, are in pure Assyrian. With regard to the date of the monuments, there appears to be a clue which may enable us to fix it with some degree of certainty. In an inscription from Khorsabad, amongst the kings conquered by Sargon, one is mentioned whose name corresponds with Agistis, the 5th in the one dynasty. Supposing the 2, therefore, to be the same, and there is no reason to doubt their being so, we may assume that the monarchs of the one records reside from about the middle of the 8th century before Christ to the end of the 7th, and the evidence afforded by the forms of the characters leads to this conjecture. At sunrise on the 8th August, the roaring of cannon, re-echoed by the lofty rock, announced the end of Ramazan, and the beginning of the periodical festivities of the Bayram. Early in the morning, the Pasha, glittering with gold and jewels, and surrounded by the members of his household, the officers of the garrison, and the gaily dressed chiefs in their regular troops, rode in procession through the streets of the town. As it is customary, he received in the palace the visits of the Qadi, Mollahs, and principal Mussulman inhabitants of one, as well as of the bishop, clergy, and elders of the Armenian Church. The population, rejoicing at their release from a fast almost intolerable in summer, decked themselves in holiday garments, and made merry in the houses and highways. The sounds of music and revelry issued from the coffee-houses and places of public resort. The children repaired to swings, merry-go-rounds, and stalls of sweetmeats, which had been raised in the open spaces within the walls. The Christians add the feast to their own festivals, already too numerous, and, like their Mussulman neighbours, pay visits of compliment and ceremony. Their women, who are said to be handsome, but are even more rigidly concealed than the Mohammedan ladies, crept through the streets in their long white veils. I called in the evening on the bishop, and next morning at his invitation visited the principal schools. 5 have been established since the fall of the Kurdish beys, and the enjoyment of the comparative protection by the Christian population. Only 1 had been opened within the walls, the rest were in the gardens, which are thickly inhabited by Armenians, and form extensive suburbs to one. More than 200 children of all ages were assembled. They went through their exercises and devotions at the sound of a bell with great order and precision, alternately standing and squatting on their hams on small cushions placed in rows across the hall. An outer room held basins and towels for washing, and the cloaks and shoes taken off on entering. Books were scarce. There were not more than a score in the whole school. The first class, which had made some progress, had a few elementary works on astronomy and history, published by the Armenian press at Constantinople and Smyrna, but only 1 copy of each. The boys, at my request, sang and chanted their prayers, and repeated their simple lessons. Such schools, imperfect though they be, are proofs of a great and increasing improvement in the Christian communities of Turkey. A change of considerable importance, and which, it is to be hoped, may lead to the most beneficial results, is now taking place in the Armenian Church. It is undoubtedly to be attributed to the judicious, earnest, and zealous exertions of the Armenian missionaries. Their establishments, scattered over nearly the whole Turkish Empire, have awakened amongst the Christians, and principally among the Armenians, a spirit of inquiry and a desire for the reform of abuses, and for the cultivation of their minds, which must ultimately tend to raise their political as well as their social position in the human scale. It is scarcely 15 years since the first institution for Christian instruction on Protestant, independent, principles was opened by those excellent men in Constantinople. By a wise selection of youths from different parts of the empire, who from their character and abilities were deemed worthy of the choice, they were shortly enabled to send into the provinces those who could sow the seeds of truth and knowledge, without incurring the suspicions attaching to strangers, and without labouring under the ignorance of the manners and languages of those whom they mix, which must always prove so serious an obstacle to foreigners in their intercourse with the natives. A movement of this nature could scarcely escape persecution. The Armenian clergy, not unfavourable to the darkness and bigotry which had for centuries disgraced their church, and exercising an uncontrolled power over an ignorant and simple people, soon raised a cry against the evangelists, as they were contemptuously called. By such misrepresentations and calumnies as are always ready at hand to the enemies of progress and reform, they were able to enlist in their favour the Turkish authorities at the capital and in the provinces. Unfortunately, 4 sects alone, the Roman Catholic, the Armenian, the Greek, and the Copt, were recognized by the Porta amongst their Christian subjects. The reformed Armenian Church was consequently without an acknowledged head, and unable to communicate directly with the government, to make known its tenets, or to complain of the acts of injustice and persecution to which it was exposed. Many persons fell victims to their opinions. Some were cruelly tortured in the house of the Patriarch himself, and others were imprisoned or utterly ruined in Constantinople and the provinces. Through the exertions of the English minister at Constantinople, a firman was obtained from the Sultan, placing the new Protestant community on the same footing as the other churches of the empire, assigning to it a head or agent through whom it could apply directly to the ministers, and extending to it other privileges enjoyed by the Roman Catholics and Greeks. Fortunately for the cause, many men of irreproachable character and of undoubted sincerity from the Armenian nation have been associated with it, and its success has not been endangered, like that of so many other movements of the same kind, by interested or hasty conversions. The influence of this spirit of inquiry, fostered by the American missions, has not been alone confined to those who have been cut off from their own community. The Armenian clergy have found it their true interest to promote reform in their own church. Schools in opposition to the American establishments have been opened in the capital and in most of the large towns of Asia Minor, and elementary and theological works, of a far more liberal character than any hitherto published in Turkey, have been printed by Armenian printing presses in Constantinople and Smyrna, or introduced into the country from Venice. Whilst on this subject, and connected as I have been with the Nestorians, I must not omit a tribute of praise to the admirable establishments of the Armenian missions amongst the Chaldeans of Oromia in Persia, under the able direction of the Reverend Mr. Perkins. It was with much regret that I was compelled to give up the plan I had formed of visiting the small colony from the New World. The Reverend Mr. Bowen, who crossed the frontiers from one, has, in a true Christian spirit, borne witness in the English Church to the enlightened and liberal spirit in which their labours are carried on. 40 or 50 schools have been opened in the town of Oromia and surrounding villages. The abuses that have crept into this primitive and highly interesting church are being reformed, and the ignorance of its simple clergy gradually dispelled. A printing press, for which type has been purposely cut, now publishes for general circulation the scriptures and works of education in the dialect and character peculiar to the mountain tribes. The English language has been planted in the heart of Asia, and the benefits of knowledge are extended to a race which, a few years ago, was almost unknown even by name to Europe. The Armenian bishop of One was not wanting in intelligence and in liberal feeling. but, like most of his order, he was profoundly ignorant. The convents of one and of the neighbourhood, he said, were once rich in ancient manuscripts, but they had been carried away by camel-loads some 200 years before by the Persians, and were believed still to be preserved in Isfahan. With the exception of a few printed copies of the scriptures, and some religious works for the use of the churches, there are now no books in the city. He received with pleasure from Mr. Bowen a copy of the New Testament in the vulgar Armenian tongue, remarking that it would be a great adventure to the common people to have a version of the scriptures in a language which they could understand. He was probably not aware that the head of his church had utterly condemned its use, and had anathematized all those who received it. My companions had been compelled, from ill health, to leave the plain, and had taken refuge in the convent of Yedi-Klisia from the sultry heats of the plain. Before joining them, I visited the village of Amich, where, according to my Armenian guide Nikos, an inscription was engraved on the rocks. I left the city on the 10th of August, but the time and labour bestowed resulted only in disappointment. From Amich, I rode across the country in a direct line to the monastery of Yedi-Klisia, whose gardens on the side of the lofty mountain of Wurak are visible from most parts of the plain. I stopped for an hour at the church of Kurmarwar, before ascending to the convent. An aged priest with beard white as snow, and wearing a melon-shaped cap and long black robes, was the guardian of the place. He led me into an arcade surrounding the inner court of the building. Seeing that I was a Frank, he fancied at once that I was searching for inscriptions, and pointed to a circular stone, the base of a wooden column, which, he said, he had shown many years before to a traveller, meaning Schultz. It bears 3 imperfect lines of cuneiform writing, part of an inscription belonging to one of the kings, whose name Dr. Hinks read Minoas. It appears to record the foundation of a temple. A second inscription on a black stone, and several fragments with the same royal name, are built into the walls. 8 hours' ride from Amich brought me to the large Armenian convent of Yedi-Klisia, or the 7 churches, built of substantial stone masonry, and enclosing a spacious courtyard planted with trees. It has more the appearance of a caravanserai than that of a place of religious retreat, and is beautifully situated near the mouth of a wooded ravine, halfway up a bold mountain, which ends in snowy peaks. Spread beneath it is a blue lake and a smiling plain, and the city, with its bold castellated rock and its turreted walls half hid in gardens and orchards. The church, a substantial modern edifice, stands within the courtyard. Its walls are covered with pictures as primitive in design as in execution. There is a victorious St. George blowing out the brains of a formidable dragon with a bright brass blunderbuss, and saints attired in the traditionary garments of Europe, performing extravagant miracles. The intelligence of the good priest at the head of the convent was pretty well on a par with his illustrated church history. He was a specimen of the Armenian clergy of Asia Minor. As he described each subject to me, he spoke of the Nestorians as heretics, because they were allowed, by the canons of their church, to marry their mothers and grandmothers, of the Protestants as Freemasons or atheists, and of the great nations of Europe as the Portuguese, the Inglesi, the Muscoves, and the Abash, Abyssinians. I found 2 short cuneiform inscriptions, one on a stone amongst the ruins of the old church, the other built into the walls of the new. They also belong to Minoas, and merely contain the name and titles of the king. End of Chapter 18. Recording by Zeprina-Jaz Ainsworth. Chapter 19 of Discoveries Among the Ruins of Nineveh and Babylon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Zeprina-Jaz Ainsworth. Discoveries Among the Ruins of Nineveh and Babylon by Austen Layard. Chapter 19. Leave 1. The Armenian Patriarch, the Islands of Akhtamar, an Armenian Church, History of the Convent, Pass into Mucus, the District of Mucus, of Shatak, of Norduz, an Nestorian Village, Encampments, Mount Ararat, Mar Shamon, Julamerik, Valley of Diz, Pass into Jelu, Nestorian District of Jelu, an ancient church, the bishop, district of Baz, of Tacoma, returned to Mosul. Sickness had overcome both Dr. Sandwith and Mr. Cooper. A return to the burning plains of Assyria might have proved fatal, and I advised them to seek, without further delay, the cooler climate of Europe. Mr. Walpole, too, who had been long suffering from fever, now determined upon quitting my party and taking the direct road to Erzurum. In the afternoon of the 12th August, I left the gates of the convent of Yedi-Clisia with Mr. Hormuzd Rassam. Once more, I was alone with my faithful friend, and we trod together the winding pathway which led down the mountainside. We had both been suffering from fever, but we still had strength to meet its attacks, and to bear cheerfully, now unhindered, the difficulties and anxieties of our wandering life. We made a short journey of 3.5 hours to the pleasant village of Artamit, or Adramit, and encamped beneath its fruit trees in a garden near the lake. Our path on the following day led through a hilly district, sometimes edging a deep bay, then again winding over a rocky promontory. We crossed by a bridge the large stream which we had seen at Mahmoudiah, and which here discharged itself into a lake. On the shores of the lake we found many encampments of gypsies, the men to be distinguished by their swarthy countenances, the women and children by their taste for begging. We passed through Vastan, in the 11th century the residence of the royal Armenian family of Ardzroni, but now a mere village. The convent boat was on the beach, 3 miles above the usual landing place. 4 sturdy monks were about to row it back to the island. As they offered to take me with them, I left the caravan to journey onwards to our night's encamping place, and with Mr. Rassam and the Bayraktar, we were soon gliding over the calm surface of the lake. Not a breeze rippled the blue expanse. The burning rays of the sun were still full upon us, and the panting boatmen were nearly 2 hours before they reached the convent. In the absence of the patriarch, we were received by an intelligent and courteous monk named Kirikor. His hair, as well as his beard, had never known the scissors, and fell in long, luxuriant curls over his shoulders. It was of jetty black, for he was still a young man, although he had already passed 20 years of a monastic life. He led us through an arched doorway into the spacious courtyard of the convent, and thence into an upper room, furnished with comfortable divans for the reception of guests. Tea was brought to us after the Persian fashion, and afterwards a more substantial breakfast, in which the dried fish of the lake formed the principal dish. Kirikor had visited Jerusalem and Constantinople, had read many of the works issued by the Venetian press, and was a man of superior acquirements for an Armenian monk of the Orthodox faith. The church, which is within the convent walls, is built of the sandstone of a rich, deep red colour that has been quarried for the turbeths of Achlat. Like other religious edifices of the same period and of the same nation, it is in the form of a cross, with a small hexagonal tower, ending in a conical roof, rising above the centre. The interior is simple. A few rude pictures of saints and miracles adorn the walls, and a gilded throne for the patriarch stands near the altar. The exterior, however, is elaborately ornamented with friezes and broad bands of sculpted figures and scrollwork, the upper part being almost covered with bas-reliefs, giving to the whole building a very striking and original appearance. I know of no similar specimen of Armenian architecture, and I regret that time would not allow me to make detailed drawings of the edifice. In a graveyard outside the church are several most elaborately carved tombstones, belonging to the early Armenian patriarchs. That of Zachariah, who died in the 14th century, and who was for 1 year patriarch of Echmiadzin, and for 9 years at Achtama, is especially worthy of notice for the richness and elegance of its ornaments. The convent and church are built on a small rocky island about 5 miles from the shore. On an adjacent islet are the ruined walls of a castle partly covered by the rising waters of the lake. Intercourse with the mainland is carried on by the one crank boat which, whenever the weather permits, goes backwards and forwards daily for such provisions as are required by the inmates of the monastery. Khan Mahmud took the place by collecting together the vessels belonging to one for the transport of his troops. Late in the afternoon, accompanied by the Bekere, I was rowed to the farm and garden belonging to the convent, near the village of Ashayansk. A few monks live on the farm and tend the property of the convent, supplying the patriarch with the produce of the dairy and orchards. They received us very hospitably. Kirikor rode with me on the following morning as far as the large Armenian village of Narek, in which there is a church dedicated to St. George, much frequented in pilgrimage by the Christians of One and the surrounding country. It is a strong, solid building of the same red sandstone as the tombs of Ahlat. We had now left the Lake of One, and our track led up a deep ravine, which gradually became more narrow as we drew nigh to the high mountains that separated us from the unexplored districts of Mucus and Bohtan. We passed a large Armenian village named Pagwans, near which, on the summit of a precipitous rock, stands the ruined castle of Khan Mahmud, the rebel chief. He was the eldest of 7 brothers, all of whom governed under him different districts on the borders of the lake, and sorely oppressed the Christian inhabitants. 5 were captured and are in banishment. Ere long, we entered a rocky, barren tract, patched here and there with fragrant alpine flowers. After climbing up a steep declivity of loose stones, like the moraine of a Swiss glacier, and dragging our horses with much difficulty after us, we found ourselves amidst eternal snow, over which we toiled for nearly 2 hours, until we reached the crest of the mountain, and looked down into the deep valley of Mucus. This is considered one of the highest passes in Kurdistan, and one of the most difficult for beasts of burden. The descent was even more rapid and precipitous than the ascent, and we could scarcely prevent our weary horses from rolling down into the ravine with the stones which we put into motion at every step. At the foot of the pass is a small Armenian church called Koros Klesia, or the Church of the Cock, because a black cock is said to warn the traveller when the snowdrifts hide the mountain tracks. A ride of 8 hours brought us to the large scattered village of Mucus, the principal place of the district of the same name. We were met, as we drew near, by the mudir, or governor, an active, bustling Turk, who had already chosen, with the usual taste of an Eastern, the prettiest spot, a lawn on the banks of the river, for our tents, and had collected provisions for ourselves and our horses. The good Pasha of One had sent to the different chiefs on our way, and had ordered preparation to be everywhere made for our reception. The Tigris is here a deep stream, and is crossed by a stone bridge. The district of Mucus, anciently Mok, and one of the provinces of the Armenian kingdom, had only lately been brought under the authority of the Sultan. Of its 60 villages, 40 are inhabited by Christian Armenians. The revenues amounted the year of my visit to little more than 100,000 piastres, about £910, of which the village of Mucus contributed 42,000. The garrison consisted of only 40 regular soldiers and 40 Albanians, so completely had the seizure of their chiefs discouraged the wild Kurdish tribes who dwell in the mountains, and were formerly in open rebellion against the porter. This nomad race forms the principal part of the Mussulman population, and is the most fierce and independent in Kurdistan. The mudir showed the greatest anxiety for our welfare during the night, continually visiting our tents to see that the Albanians he had placed as guards over our property did not fall asleep, as the village swarmed with Bohtan thieves. The principal Armenians of Mucus, with their priests, spent a morning with me. They knew of no ruins or inscriptions in the district, and I found them even more ignorant than their fellow countrymen of the districts around One, whose stupidity has passed into a Turkish proverb. We left Mucus early in the afternoon, accompanied by the mudir. The path following the course of the river leads to Sert-Jezireh and the Assyrian plains. Next day, we crossed a high mountain ridge covered in some places with snow, separating the district of Mucus from that of Shatak. Its northern and western slopes are the summer pastures of the Miran Kurds, whose flocks were still feeding on the green lawns and in the flowery glens. On the opposite side of the pass, we found an encampment of Hartushi Kurds, under one Omar Aga, a noble old chieftain, who welcomed us with unbounded hospitality, and set before me every luxury that he possessed. Shatak, the mudir of which village had prepared for our reception, is a small town rather than a village. It is chiefly inhabited by Armenians, an industrious and hardy race, cultivating the sides of the mountains on which are built their villages, and weaving in considerable quantities the gay-coloured woolen stuffs so much esteemed by the Kurds. In nearly every house was a loom, and the rattle of the shuttle came from almost every door. The mountains produce galls, wool, some of which has the same silky texture as that of Angora, the small underwool of the goat called teftik, a valuable article of export, and minerals. In the bazaar at Shatak, I saw a few English prints and other European wares brought for sale from one. The priests and principal Armenians of the place came to me soon after my arrival, and I learned from them that efforts had already been made to improve the condition of the Christian community, now that the oppressive rule of the Kurdish hereditary chiefs had been succeeded by the more tolerant government of the Sultan. A school had been opened, chiefly by the help of Sharan, the active and liberal Armenian banker of One. The town itself is called by the Armenians Tauk, by the Kurds Shok, and when spoken of together with the numerous villages that surround it, Shatak. It stands near the junction of two considerable streams, forming one of the headwaters of the eastern Tigris, and uniting with the Bohdan Su. The largest comes from the district of Albag. These streams, as well as that of Mucus, abound in trout of the most delicious flavour. The entire district contains 50 villages, and numerous mesras, or hamlets. The revenues are about the same as those of Mucus. We left Shokh on the 17th August by a bridge crossing the principal stream. The mudir rode with us up a steep mountain, rising on the very outskirts of the town. After a long and difficult ascent, we came to a broad green platform called Kagu, the pastures of the people of Shatak, and now covered with their tents and flocks. This high ground overlooked the deep valleys through which wound the two streams, and on whose sides were many smiling gardens and villages. Crossing a high mountain pass, on which snow still lingered, we descended into a deep valley like that of Shatak, chiefly cultivated by Armenians. We crossed a small stream and descended on the opposite side to Ashkaun, whose inhabitants were outside the village, near a clear spring, washing and shearing their sheep. We had now entered Norduz, a district under a mudir appointed by the Pasha of One, and living at a large village called Pirbedelan. Our ride on the following day was over upland pastures of great richness, and through narrow valleys watered by numerous streams. Here and there were villages inhabited by Kurds and Armenians. We were now approaching the Nestorian districts. The first man of the tribe we met was an aged buffalo keeper, who, in answer to a question in Kurdish, spoke to me in the Chaldee dialect of the mountains. Hormuzd and my servants rejoiced at the prospect of leaving the Armenian settlements, whose inhabitants, they declared, were for stupidity worse than Kurds, and for rapacity worse than Jews. Chilgiri was the first Nestorian village on our way. The men, with their handsome wives and healthful children, came out to meet us. We did not stop there, but continued our journey to Merwanen, which we found deserted by its inhabitants for the Zomas, or summer pastures. Although poor and needy, the people of Merwanen were not less hospitable than other Nestorians I had met with. They brought us, as the sun went down, smoking messes of millet boiled in sour milk and mixed with mountain herbs. The next day we came to a large encampment of Hartushi Kurds, near the outlet of a green valley, watered by many streams, forming the most easterly sources of the Tigris. Abd-ur-Rahman, the chief, was absent from his tents, collecting the annual salian, or revenue of the tribe. In his absence we were very hospitably treated, and were witnesses of the activity and industry of the Kurdish community. The mountain rising above us was the boundary between the pashaliks of One and Hakkari, and the watershed of the Tigris and Zab. On the opposite side, the streams uniting their waters flowed towards the latter river. The first district we entered was that of Lewen, inhabited chiefly by Nestorians. The whole population with their flocks had deserted their villages for the Zomas. We ascended to the encampment of the people of Billi, a wretched assemblage of dirty hovels, half tent and half cabin, built of stones and black canvas. Behind it towered, amidst eternal snows, a bold and majestic peak, called Carnesse o Daule. Round the base of this mountain, over loose stones and sharp rocks, and through ravines deep in snow, we dragged our weary horses next day. The Kurdish shepherds that wander there, a wild and hardy race, have no tents, but during the summer months live in the open fields with their flocks, without any covering whatever. After a wearisome and indeed dangerous ride, we found ourselves on a snowy platform variegated with alpine plants. The tiny streams which trickled through the ice were edged with forget-me-nots of the tenderest blue, and with many well-remembered European flowers. I climbed up a solitary rock to take bearings of the principal peaks around us. A sight as magnificent as unexpected awaited me. Far to the north, and high above the dark mountain ranges which spread like a troubled sea beneath my feet, rose one solitary cone of unspotted white, sparkling in the rays of the sun. Its form could not be mistaken. It was Mount Ararat. My Nestorian guide knew no more of this stately mountain, to him a kind of mythic land far beyond the reach of human travel, than that it was within the territories of the Muscovites, and that the Christians called it Bashut Dama Hamda. From this point alone it was visible, and we saw it no more during our journey. We descended rapidly by a difficult track, passing here and there encampments of curs and the tents and flocks of the people of Julameric. To the green pastures succeeded the region of cultivated fields, and we seemed to approach more settled habitations. Following a precipitous pathway, and mounted on a tall and sturdy mule, we spied an aged man with long robes, black turban, and a white beard, which fell almost to his girdle. We at once recognized the features of Mar Shamon, the patriarch of the Nestorians, or, as he proudly terms himself, of the Chaldeans of the East. He had not known of our coming, and he shed tears of joy as he embraced us. Kohannes, his residence, was not far distant, and he turned back with us to the village. Since I had seen him, misfortune and grief, more than age, had worn deep furrows in his brow, and had turned his hair and beard to silvery grey. The garments of the patriarch were worn and ragged. Even the miserable allowance of his 300 piastres, about £2 10 which the porter had promised to pay him monthly on his return to the mountains, was long in arrears, and he was supported entirely by the contributions of his faithful but poverty-stricken flock. Kohannes was, moreover, still a heap of ruins. At the time of the massacre, Mar Shamon sacredly saved himself by a precipitous flight before the ferocious Kurds of Bedakan Bey entered the village and slew those who still lingered in it, and were from age or infirmities unable to escape. Mar Shamon, at the time of my visit, had no less cause to bewail the misfortune of his people than his personal sufferings. The latter were perhaps partly to be attributed to his own want of prudence and foresight. Old influences, which I could not but deeply deplore, and to which I do not in Christian charity wish further to allude, had been at work, and I found him even more bitter in his speech against the American missionaries than against the Turkish or Kurdish oppressors. He had been taught, and it is to be regretted that his teachers were of the Church of England, that those who were endeavouring to civilize and instruct his flock were seceders from the orthodox community of Christians, heretical in doctrine, rejecting all the sacraments and ordinances of the true faith, and intent upon reducing the Nestorians to their own hopeless condition of infidelity. His fears were worked on by the assurance that, ere long, through their means and teaching, his spiritual as well as his temporal authority would be entirely destroyed. I found him bent upon deeds of violence and intolerant persecution, which might have endangered, for the second time, the safety of this people as well as his own. I strove, and I trust not without success, to set before the old man his true interest in regard to educating his clergy and people, circulating the scriptures, reforming abuses, etc. The Nestorian community had greater wrongs to complain of than their patriarch. The Turkish government, so far from fulfilling the pledges given to the British embassy, had sent officers to the mountains who had grievously ill-treated and oppressed the Christian inhabitants, and they had suffered all kinds of outrage and oppression which the rapacious Turks could inflict. There was no tribunal to which they could apply for redress. A deputation sent to the Pasha had been ill-treated, and some of its members were still in prison. There was no one in authority to plead for them. They had even suffered less under the sway of their old oppressors, for, as a priest touchingly remarked to me, the Kurds took away our lives, but the Turks take away wherewith we have to live. We remained a day with the patriarch, and then took the road to Julameric. 3 caravan hours distant from Cajannes. This town has been more than once visited and described by English travellers. Near Julameric, we met many poor Nestorians flying, with their wives and children, they knew not whither, from the oppression of the Turkish governors. The direct road by Tiari to Mosul is carried along the river Zab, through ravines scarcely practicable to beasts of burden. It issues into the lower valleys near the village of Lizan. On the banks of the Zab, I found the remains of an ancient road, cut in many places in the solid rock. It probably led from the Assyrian plains to the upper provinces of Armenia. There are no inscriptions or ruins to show the period of its construction, but from the greatness of the work I am inclined to attribute it to the Assyrians. We picked our way over the slippery pavement as long as we could find some footing for ourselves and our beasts, but in many places, where it had been entirely destroyed, we were compelled to drag our horses by main force over the steep rocks and loose detritus which sloped to the very edge of the river. Before reaching the first Nestorian village in the valley of Diz, we had to ford an impetuous torrent, boiling and foaming over smooth rocks, and reaching above our saddle girths. One of the baggage mules lost its footing. The eddying waters hurried it along and soon hurled it into the midst of the Zab. The animal, having at length relieved itself from its burden, swam to the bank. Unfortunately, it bore my own trunks. My notes and inscriptions, the fruits of my labours at one, together with the little property I possessed, were carried far away by the stream. After the men from the village had long searched in vain, the lost load was found about midnight, stopped by a rock some miles down the river. We passed the night in the miserable village of Raban Audicio. On the opposite side of the valley, but high in the mountains, was the village of Saramus. The pathway to it being precipitous and inaccessible even to mules, we turned to Madis, the residence of the Melek, or chief, of the district of Diz. The villages of Diz, like those of the Nestorian valleys in general, stand in the midst of orchards and cultivated terraces. They were laid waste, and the houses burnt, during the first massacre. Diz was the first Christian district attacked by Baedeker Bey. The inhabitants made a long and determined resistance, but were at length overpowered by numbers. We continued our journey through a deep and narrow valley, hemmed in by high mountains and by perpendicular cliffs. The Melek met us on the road near the village of Cherechere, or Klissa. The old man had the too common tale to tell us, of oppression and wrong on the part of the Turks. Melek Benyamin implored me to help him in his difficulties, but I could do no more than offer words of sympathy and consolation. Leaving the Melek to pursue his tax-gathering, we rode through a magnificent valley, now narrowing into a wild gorge walled with precipitous cliffs, then opening into an amphitheatre of rocks encircling a village embedded in trees. The valley at length was abruptly closed by the towering peaks and precipices of the Jelu mountain. At its foot is the village of Sorensen, where we encamped for the night. The inhabitants were, for the most part, like the other people of Diz, in the zomas or summer pastures. Not far from the zomas of Diz were the tents of the villages of Jelu. They also had encamped on the very verge of eternal snow, but within the boundaries of Diz, as there were no pastures on the other side of the pass in their own district. They were better clothed, and showed more signs of comfort, if not of wealth, than their unfortunate neighbours. Many of the men spoke a little Arabic, and even Turkish, learned during their yearly visits as basket-makers to the Low Country. We were still separated from the valley of Jelu by a shoulder jutting from the lofty Soppadurek mountain. Before reaching this rocky ridge, we had to cross a broad tract of deep snow, over which we had much difficulty in dragging our heavily laden mules. When on the crests of the pass, we found ourselves surrounded on all sides by rugged peaks, the highest being that known as the ToddHW, of which we had scarcely lost sight from the day we had left Mosul. It is probably the highest mountain in central Kurdistan, and cannot be under, if it be not indeed above, 15,000 feet. The pass we crossed before descending into the valley of Jelu is considered the highest in the Nestorian country, and is probably more than 11,000 feet above the level of the sea. From the top of the pass we looked down into a deep abyss. The pathway was fearfully dangerous, and over steep and slippery rocks. Down this terrible descent we had to drag our jaded horses, leaving our track marked in blood. I have had some experiences in bad mountain roads, but I do not remember to have seen any much worse than that leading into Jellu. After numerous accidents and great labour, we left a rocky gully, and found ourselves on a slope ending, at a dizzy depth, in a torrent scarcely visible from our path. The yielding soil offered even a more difficult footing for our beasts than the polished rocks. The wild mountain ravine was now changed for the smiling valley of Jellu. Villages embowered in trees filled every nook and sheltered place. We descended to Zerin, or Zeraini, the principal settlement and the residence of the Melek. To our left were two other villages, Alzan and Mede. As my large caravan descended the hillside, the inhabitants of Zerin took us at once for Turks, whose appearance is the signal for a general panic. The women hide in the innermost recesses to save themselves from insult. The men slink into their houses and offer a vain protest against the seizure of their property. When at last we had satisfied the trembling people of Zerin that we were not Mussulmans, they insisted upon our being Americans, of whom they had at that moment, for certain religious reasons, almost as great a distrust. At length they made out that I was the Balios of Mosul, and the Melek arriving at this crisis, we were received with due hospitality. Our baggage was carried to the roof of a house, and provisions were brought to us without delay. Although, during his expedition to Diari, Beyder Khan Bey had seized the flocks of the people of Jellu, and had compelled them, moreover, to pay large contributions in money and in kind, he had not been able to enter their deep and well-guarded valleys. The Nestorians of Jellu have no trade to add to their wealth. Many of the men, however, wander during the winter into Asia Minor, and even into Syria and Palestine, following the trade of basket-making, in which they are very expert. But their travels and their intercourse with the rest of the Christian world have not improved their morals, their habits, or their faith. The district of Jellu is under a bishop whose spiritual jurisdiction also extends over Baz. He resides at Martha d'Omra, the village of the church, separated by a bold rocky ridge from Zerin. It was Sunday as we descended through orchards by a precipitous pathway to his dwelling. The bishop was away. He had gone lower down the valley to celebrate divine service for a distant congregation. The inhabitants of the village were gathered round the church in their holiday attire, and received us kindly and hospitably. From a belfry issued the silvery tones of a bell, which echoed through the valley, and gave an inexpressible charm to the scene. It is not often that such sounds break upon the traveller's ear in the far east, to awaken 1,000 pleasant thoughts, and to recall to memory many a happy hour. This church is said to be the oldest in the Nestorian mountains, and is a plain, substantial, square building, with a very small entrance. To me it was peculiarly interesting, as having been the only one that had escaped the ravages of the Kurds, and as containing, therefore, its ancient furniture and ornaments. Both the church and the dark vestibule were so thickly hung with relics of the most singular and motley description, that the ceiling was completely concealed by them. Notwithstanding the undoubted antiquity of the church and its escape from plunder, I searched in vain for ancient manuscripts. We followed the valley to the village of Nara, where the bishop was resting after his morning duties. A young man of lofty stature and handsome countenance, dressed in the red-striped loose garments of the Kurds, and only distinguished by a turban of black silk from those around him, came out to meet us. A less episcopal figure could scarcely be imagined, but although he seemed some Kurdish hunter or warrior, he gave us his benediction as he drew near. It was difficult to determine whom the poor bishop feared most, the Turks or the American missionaries. The first, he declared, threatened his temporal, the others his spiritual authority. I gave him the best advice I was able on both subjects, and urged him not to reject the offer that had been made to instruct his people, but identify himself with the progress on which might be founded the only reasonable hope for the regeneration of his creed and race. Unfortunately, as in the case of Mar Shamon, strange influences had been at work to prejudice the mind of the bishop. We were now in the track I had followed during my former visit to the mountains. Crossing the precipitous pass to the west of Baz, which, since my first visit, had been the scene of one of the bloodiest episodes of the Nestorian massacre, we entered the long, narrow ravine leading to the valley of Tacoma. We stopped at Gundokta, where 4 years before I had taken leave of the good priest Bodaka, who had been amongst the first victims of the fury of the Kurdish invaders. The Kasha, who now ministered to the spiritual wants of the people, the riots of the village, and the principal inhabitants, came to us as we stopped in the churchyard. But they were no longer the gaily dressed and well-armed men who had welcomed me on my first journey. Their garments were tattered and worn, and their countenances haggard and wan. The church, too, was in ruins. Around were the charred remains of the burnt cottages, and the neglected orchards overgrown with weeds. A body of Turkish troops had lately visited the village, and had destroyed the little that had been restored since the Kurdish invasion. The same taxes had been collected 3 times, and even 4 times over. The relations of those who had run away to escape from these exactions had been compelled to pay for the fugitives. The chief had been thrown, with his arms tied behind his back, on a heap of burning straw, and compelled to disclose where a little money that had been saved by the villagers had been buried. The priest had been torn from the altar and beaten before his congregation. Men showed me the marks of torture on their body, and of iron fetters round their limbs. For the sake of wringing a few piastres from this poverty-stricken people, all these deeds of violence had been committed by officers sent by the Porta to protect the Christian subjects of the Sultan, whom they pretended to have released from the misrule of the Kurdish chiefs. The smiling villages described in the account of my previous journey were now a heap of ruins. From 4 of them alone 770 persons had been slain. Beda Khan Bey had driven off, according to the returns made by the Meleks, 24,000 sheep, 300 mules, and 10,000 head of cattle, and the Confederate chiefs had each taken a proportionate share of the property of the Christians. No flocks were left by which they might raise money wherewith to pay the taxes now levied upon them, and even the beasts of burden, which could have carried to the markets of more wealthy districts the produce of their valley, had been taken away. We remained at night in Tacoma to see the Meleks who came to us from Tacoma Goaya. Leaving the valley, we crossed the high mountain enclosing Tacoma to the south, and passed through Pinianish into Chal, a district inhabited by Mussulmans, and which had consequently not suffered from the ravages of the Kurdish chiefs. It presented, with its still flourishing villages, surrounded by gardens and vineyards, a vivid contrast to the unfortunate Christian valley we had just left. A rapid descent through a rocky gorge brought us to the Zab, over which there were still the remains of a bridge, consisting of 2 poles fastened together by osier bands placed across the stone piers. It almost required the steady foot and practised head of the mountaineer to cross the roaring stream by this perilous structure. The horses and mules were, with much trouble and delay, driven into the river, and after buffeting with the whirlpools and eddies reached, almost exhausted, the opposite bank. We now entered the valley of Berwari, and crossing the pass of Ahmadiyah, took the road to Mosul, through a country I had already more than once visited. Leaving the caravan and our jaded horses, I hastened onwards with Hormuzd, and travelling through a night, reached Mosul in the afternoon of the 30th of August, after an absence of 7 weeks. End of Chapter 19. Recording by Zeprina-Jaz Ainsworth.
Chapter 20 of Discoveries Among the Ruins of Nineveh and Babylon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Michele, Eaton. Discoveries Among the Ruins of Nineveh and Babylon by Austen Layard. Chapter 20. Discoveries at Kauyunjik during the summer. Description of the sculptures. Capture of cities on a great river. Pomp of Assyrian king. Alabaster pavement. Conquest of tribes inhabiting a marsh. Their wealth. Chambers with sculptures belonging to the new king. Description of the sculptures. Conquest of the people of Susiana. Portrait of the king. his guards and attendants, the city of Shushan, captive prince, musicians, captives put to the torture, artistic character of the sculptures, an inclined passage, 2 small chambers, colossal figures, more sculptures. Whilst I had been absent in the mountains, the excavations had been continued at Kauyunjik, notwithstanding the summer heats. Nearly all the Arabs employed in the spring at Nimrud had been removed to these ruins, and considerable progress had consequently been made in clearing the earth from them. Several chambers discovered before I left Mosul had been emptied, and new rooms with interesting sculptures had been explored. It has been seen that the narrow passage leading out of the southwest corner of the great hall, containing the bas reliefs representing the moving of the winged bulls, turned to the left, and by another gallery connected this part of the edifice with a second hall of even larger proportions than that first discovered. The sculptures panelling the western wall were for the most part still entire. They recorded, as usual, a campaign and a victory, and were probably but a portion of one continuous subject carried round the entire hall. The conquered country appeared to have been traversed by a great river, the representation of which took up a third of the bas relief. Next came the siege and capture of a city standing on the opposite bank of the same great river, and surrounded by a ditch edged with lofty reeds. The Assyrian footmen and cavalry had already crossed this dike, and were closely pressing the besieged, who, no longer seeking to defend themselves, were asking for quarter. On the other side of the river, Sennacherib in his gorgeous war chariot, and surrounded by his guards, received the captives and the spoil. It is remarkable that this was almost the only figure of the king which had not been wantonly mutilated, probably by those who overthrew the Assyrian Empire, burned its palaces, and levelled its cities with the dust. In this bas relief, the furniture of the horses was particularly rich and elaborate. Above the yoke rose a semicircular ornament, set round with stars, and containing the image of a deity. The chariot of the Assyrian monarch, his retinue, and his attire accurately corresponded with the descriptions given by Xenophon of those of Cyrus, when he marched out of his palace in procession, and by Quintus Curtius of those of Darius, when he went to battle in the midst of his army. The Greek general had seen the pomp of the Persian kings, and could describe it as an eyewitness. The description of Quintus Curtius is no less illustrative of the Assyrian monuments. The Doryphori, a chosen body of spearmen, preceded the chariot, on either side of which were the effigies of the gods in gold and silver. The yoke was inlaid with the rarest jewels. From it projected 2 golden figures of Ninus and Belus, each a cubit in length. The king was distinguished from all those who surrounded him by the magnificence of his robes, and by the sidaris or mitre upon his head. By his side walked 200 of his relations, 10,000 warriors bearing spears, whose staffs were of silver and heads of gold, followed the royal chariot. The king's led horses, 40 in number, concluded the procession. Allowing for a little exaggeration on the part of the historian, and for the conventional numbers used by the Assyrian sculptor to represent large bodies of footmen and cavalry, we might suppose that Quintus Curtius had seen the very bas reliefs I am describing. So completely do they tally with his description of the appearance and retinue of the Persian king. The captives, bearing skins, probably containing water and flour to nourish them during a long and harassing march, were fettered in pairs and urged onwards by their guards. The women were partly on foot, and partly with their children on mules, and in carts drawn by oxen. Mothers were represented holding the water skins for their young ones to quench their thirst, whilst in some instances fathers had placed their weary children on their shoulders, for they were marching during the heat of a Mesopotamian summer, as the sculptor had shown by introducing large clusters of dates on the palms. Thus were driven the inhabitants of Samaria through the desert to Halah and Habor, by the river of Gozan and the city of the Medes. And we may see in these bas-reliefs a picture of the hardships and sufferings to which the captive people of Israel were exposed when their cities fell into the hands of the Assyrian king, and their inhabitants were sent to colonize the distant provinces of his empire. On the south side of the hall, parts of 4 slabs only had been preserved. The sculpture upon the others had been so completely destroyed that even the subject could no longer be ascertained. The fragments still remaining graphically depicted the passage of the river by the great king. The bas-reliefs represented very accurately a scene that may be daily witnessed, without the royal warrior, on the banks of the Tigris and Euphrates. Not a fragment of inscription remained to identify the country represented in the bas-reliefs I have just described. From the size of the river, far exceeding that of any other scene in the sculptures of Kalyunjik, I am inclined to believe that it must have been the combined waters of the Euphrates and Tigris, now known as the Chateau Arab. In the south side of the hall, a centre portal flanked by winged bulls and 2 small entrances, formed by gigantic figures, opened into a long chamber, whose sculptured walls had been burnt to lime. To judge from the fragments that remained of this series of sculptures, the most skilful artist of the day must have been employed in its execution. At both ends of the chamber, doors guarded by colossal figures led into smaller apartments, in which the bas-reliefs had been almost entirely destroyed. Returning to the great hall, we found an entrance formed by colossal figures, leading into a long, narrow chamber, about 70 feet by 12, whose walls had partly escaped the general wreck. It appeared to be the remains of an entrance into the palace, like that on the western face, or a gallery leading to the outer terrace, which probably surrounded the building. On its alabaster panels was sculptured the conquest of some of those tribes which inhabited, from the remotest period, the vast marshes formed by the Euphrates and Tigris in Chaldee Babylonia. Although the people represented in these bas-reliefs dwelt in the swampy districts of Chaldea, unless indeed they had only taken refuge in them to escape the vengeance of the Assyrian king, they appear to have been as rich, if not richer, than any others conquered by Sennacherib. With the exception of 3 slabs and part of a 4th, containing the battle in the marsh, the entire walls of the chamber were sculptured with the captives and spoil brought by the victorious troops to their king. Unfortunately, the image of Sennacherib himself in his chariot, which, to judge from a fragment or 2 found in the rubbish, must have exceeded all others in the palace, both in size and in the finish and richness of the details, had been entirely destroyed. Returning to the great hall from which this gallery led, I found on its western side 3 other entrances, corresponding with those on the southern. The centre formed by a pair of winged bulls in a fossiliferous limestone. They led into a chamber 58 feet by 34, panelled with unsculptured slabs of the same material as the colossi at the principal portal. 3 similar doorways opened into a parallel chamber of the same length, though rather narrower. Its walls had been ornamented with carved alabaster slabs, of which a few fragments remained. 3 doorways on the western side of this chamber, similar to those on the eastern, led into as many distinct rooms, unconnected with each other. There were thus 3 magnificent portals, one behind the other, each formed by winged bulls facing the same way, and all looking towards the great hall. The large colossi, those in front, being above 18 feet high, and the smallest, those leading into the inner chamber, about 12. It would be difficult to conceive any interior architectural arrangement more imposing than this triple group of gigantic forms, as seen in perspective by those who stood in the centre of the hall, dimly lighted from above, and harmoniously coloured or overlaid, like the cherubims in the Temple of Solomon, with gold. At the upper or southern ends of the 2 parallel chambers just described were entrances opening into a room 82 feet by 24, whose walls were of the same unsculptured limestone. From it a portal formed by winged lions in the same material led into an apartment 76 feet by 26, standing on the edge of the mound and consequently one of the last on this side of the palace. Only 6 slabs, neither of them entire, remained against its walls. The rest had been purposely destroyed, and the fragments used for the foundations of a building raised over the Assyrian ruins. They were covered from top to bottom with small figures, most elaborately carved and designed with great spirit. Although bearing a general resemblance to the bas-reliefs of Kalyunjik, there was sufficient in the style of art and in the details to show that they were not of exactly the same period. Fortunately, several epigraphs still remained over the principal groups, and enable us to determine to what monarch the sculptures belong, and to identify the events and incidents they portray. The 3 slabs to the right of the winged lions on entering were occupied by a highly curious representation of a battle. The subject was incomplete and could not be restored, and from the number of figures introduced and the complicated nature of the action, it is difficult to describe these important bas-reliefs intelligibly. Above one of the groups of figures was an epigraph, unfortunately much mutilated, which recorded the slaughter of a king whose name was Tyranish, and who, we learn from other inscriptions on the same sculptures, reigned over Elam or Susiana. The lines being incomplete, the meaning of the whole inscription is not quite clear. Behind the cart with the Assyrian warriors was the tent of the registrar, to which had been led a captive chief and his 2 attendants. Within were collected a heap of human heads, whilst warriors were bringing more of these bloody trophies to the appointed scribes. Several of the captives were apparently about to undergo some dreadful torture. With their hands manacled in iron fetters, they knelt over an object, which might be a chafing dish, with hot coals or a vessel to receive their blood. One of the torturers held his victim by a collar round his neck, whilst a second, seizing the unfortunate prisoner by the hair, was about to strike him with an iron-headed mace. The epigraphs declare that the war recorded by these sculptures was undertaken by an Assyrian king, whose image was represented on a slab not yet described, against the people of Elam or Susiana. It is of considerable importance thus to identify the conquered people, and to be able to ascertain the costume, the arms, and the mode of warfare of a nation well known in ancient history. Amongst the captives were men clothed in fringed robes and a short under-tunic. These were probably the lords of the land. The women wore their hair in curls, falling on their shoulders, and bound above the temples by a band or fillet. Some had one long ringlet on each side of the face. Their children were either naked or clothed in simple shirts. The Assyrian troops were divided into cavalry and foot. The horsemen carried the bow and spear, and wore coats of mail, high greaves, and the pointed helmet. that characteristic part of the Assyrian military costume from the earliest period. Their horses were covered with clothes, and even, it would seem, with a kind of leather armour reaching from the head to the tail, to protect them from the arrows of the enemy. The costumes of the footmen, as in the bas-reliefs of Sennacherib, varied according to their arms. The archers, probably auxiliaries from different tribes in alliance with the Assyrians, were dressed in very short tunics, scarcely covering the thigh. A broad belt, with the fringed ornament peculiar to the later Assyrian period, encircled their waist, and over their shoulders they wore a cross-belt of checkered cloth, resembling a Scottish plaid, to support the quiver. Their hair, confined by a plain fillet, was rolled up behind in one large curl. All the spearmen had the pointed helmet, but some wore coats of mail and metal greaves, and others a simple tunic, but without any covering to their legs. Their shields protected nearly the whole person, and were rounded at the top and straight at the bottom. Some appear to have been faced with small square pieces of leather, others to have been made entirely of metal, with embossed edges. For the first time we see in these bas-reliefs the Assyrians using the battle axe and the mace in battle. On the opposite side of the lion entrance were also 3 slabs, but better preserved than those I have just described. They formed part of the same subject, which had evidently been carried around the 4 walls of the chamber. They represented the triumph of the Assyrian king, and like the battle scenes were divided by horizontal lines into several bands or friezes. The monarch stood in his chariot, surrounded by his bodyguard. Unfortunately, his face, with those of the charioteer and the eunuch bearing the parasol, had been purposefully defaced, like that of Sennacherib on his monuments, probably when the united armies of the Medes and Babylonians destroyed the palace. The royal robes were profusely adorned with rosettes and fringes. In front of the chariot were 2 warriors or guards in embroidered robes and greaves. Their long hair was bound by a fillet, whose tasselled ends fell loose behind. They were preceded by 2 remarkable figures, both eunuchs, and probably intended for portraits of some well-known officers of the royal household. One was old and corpulent, his forehead was high and ample, his nose curved and small, and his chin round and double. The wrinkles of the brow, the shaggy eyebrows, and the bloated cheeks, with the stubble beard peculiar to beings of his class, were very faithfully represented. His short hair was tied with a fillet. His companion was younger, and had not the same marked features. He carried before him a square object, resembling a closed box or book, perhaps a clay tablet containing some decree or register, such as were discovered in the ruins. Both wore long plain shirts, and round their waists a simple cord, in which was fixed a whip, probably a sign of their office. Above this remarkable group was an inscription in 8 lines, fortunately almost entire. From it we learn the name of the king, whose deeds were thus recorded. He was the son of Esarhaddon, and the grandson of Sennacherib, and the conqueror of Susiana. He was the Asardanes of the chronological tables, and his name begins with the monogram for the Assyrian deity, Ashur. These bas-reliefs record his conquest of the country of Nineveh, a name by which Susiana or Elimaeus was anciently known, as we also find from the inscriptions at Khorsabad, as well as those from Biceton. It is highly probable that we have, in the bas-relief, a representation of the city of Susa or Shushan. Its position between 2 rivers well agrees with that of existing ruins generally believed to mark its site. The smaller stream would be the Shapur, and the larger the Ulius or river of Disval. The city was surrounded by a wall with equidistant towers and gateways. The houses were flat-roofed, and some had one tower or upper chamber, and others two. They had no windows, and their doors were square. Thus, in general form, and probably in the interior arrangements, they closely resembled the common dwellings of the Egyptians, of which a very interesting model is now in the British Museum. Nor were they unlike the meaner houses of the modern town of Shushta, the representative of ancient Susa. The adjoining slab was divided into 8 bands or friezes by parallel lines, and the next slab into 7. On both were represented the Assyrian army, returning from its victorious campaign and bringing to the king the captives and the spoil. The prisoners, who were probably considered rather rebels to his authority than enemies, were being cruelly tortured in his presence. The principal group was that of the eunuch general, or tartan, leading a chief or prince of the conquered people. Above him was an inscription unfortunately much mutilated. It appears to have declared that he was one of the sons or chiefs of the Susianian monarch, defeated and slain in battle near the district of Madaktu, the name over the city on the adjoining slab, and near the city of Shushan, and that the Assyrian king had placed one of his own generals on the conquered throne. Before the captive prince were gathered, a number of the Susianians, probably the subjects of the slaughtered king, who had come to surrender to the Assyrian general, for they still carried their arms and were not led by the victorious warriors. Some of them knelt, some bowed to the ground, and others stretched at full length, rubbed their heads in the dust, all signs of grief and submission still practised in the East. The Assyrian generals were welcomed by bands of men and women, dancing, singing, and playing on instruments of music. Thus, when David was returned from the slaughter of the Philistines, the women came out of all the cities of Israel, singing and dancing to meet Saul, with tabrets, with joy, and with instruments of music. We find from various passages in the Scriptures that the instruments of music chiefly used on such triumphant occasions were the harp, one with 10 strings, rendered viol or lyre in some versions, but probably a kind of dulcimer, the tabor and the pipe, precisely those represented in the bas-reliefs. The whole scene was curiously illustrative of modern Eastern customs. The musicians portrayed in the bas-reliefs were probably of that class of public performers who appear in Turkey and Egypt at marriages and on other occasions of rejoicing. Above the Assyrian warriors were the captives and their torturers. The former differed in costume from the Susianian fighting men represented in the adjoining bas-reliefs. They were distinguished by the smallness of their stature and by a very marked Jewish countenance, a sharp hooked nose, short bushy beard, and long narrow eyes. Could they have belonged to the Hebrew tribes which were carried away from Samaria and Jerusalem, and placed by Shalmaneser, Sennacherib, or Esarhaddon as colonists in the distant regions of Elam, and who, having become powerful in their new settlements, had revolted against their Assyrian rulers, and were once again subdued. Some in iron fetters were being led before the king for judgment or pardon. Others had been condemned to the torture and were already in the hands of the executioners. 2 were stretched naked at full length on the ground, and whilst their limbs were held apart by pegs and cords, they were being flayed alive. Beneath them were other unfortunate victims, undergoing abominable punishments. The brains of one were apparently being beaten out with an iron mace, whilst an officer held him by the beard. A torturer was wrenching the tongue out of the mouth of a second wretch, who had been pinioned to the ground. The bleeding heads of the slain were tied around the necks of the living, who seemed reserved for still more barbarous tortures. Above these groups was a short epigraph, commencing by 2 determinative signs of proper names, each followed by a blank space, which the sculptor probably left to be filled up with the names of the principal victims. It then declares that these men, having spoken blasphemies against Asher, the great god of the Assyrians, their tongues had been pulled out, Lishanes hunu eshlup, both words being almost purely Hebrew, and that they had afterwards been put to death or tortured. The inscription, therefore, corresponds with the sculpture beneath. It is by such confirmatory evidence that the accuracy of the translations of the cuneiform characters may be tested. These highly interesting bas-reliefs had been exposed, like all the other sculptures of Kauyunjik, to the fire which had destroyed the palace. Although each slab was cracked into many pieces, the sculptures themselves had suffered less injury than any others discovered in the same ruins. The hard fossiliferous limestone not having become calcined by the heat like the alabaster. The outline was still sharp, and the details perfectly preserved. Considerable care was required to move them, but the pieces were at length packed, and since their arrival in England have been admirably restored. Some bas-reliefs sculptured by order of the son and successor of Esarhaddon had been discovered at Kauyunjik and Nebi Yunus. These bas-reliefs prove that many changes had taken place in the arts and dress of the people of Assyria between the reign of Sennacherib and that of his grandson. The later sculptures are principally distinguished by their minute finish, the sharpness of the outline, and the very correct delineation of the animals, and especially of the horses. We now approach the period of the fall of the Assyrian Empire and of the rise of the kingdoms of Babylon and Persia. The arts passed from Assyria to the sister nations and to Ionia. There is much in the bas-reliefs I have just described to remind us of the early works of the Greeks immediately after the Persian War, and to illustrate a remark of the illustrious Niebuhr that a critical history of Greek art would show how late the Greeks commenced to practice the arts. After the Persian War, a new world opens at once, and from that time they advanced with great strides. But everything that was produced before the Persian War, a few of those works are still extant, was, if we judge of it without prejudice, altogether barbarous. The chamber containing these sculptures had an entrance opening upon the edge of the mound. Of this doorway there only remained on each side a block of plain limestone, which may, however, have been the base of a sphinx or other figure. The outer walls to which it led had been panelled with the usual alabaster slabs, with bas-reliefs of a campaign in a country already represented in another part of the palace, and distinguished by the same deep valley, watered by a river, the vineyards and wooded mountains. Over one of the castles captured and destroyed by the Assyrians was written, Sennacherib, king of Assyria. The city of Bit Kubitalmi, I took, the spoil I carried away, the city I burned. Whether these walls belonged to a chamber or formed part of the southern face of the palace could not now be determined, as they were on the very brink of the platform. At right angles to them, to the west, a pair of winged bulls opened up another wall, of which there were scarcely any remains, and midway between the two entrances was a deep doorway, flanked on both sides by 4 colossal mythic figures, amongst which were the fish god and the deity with a lion's head and eagle's feet. It led to an inclined or ascending passage, 9 feet wide in the narrowest part and 10 in the broadest, and 44 feet in length to where it turned at right angles to the left. It was paved with hard lime or plaster about 1.5 inches thick. The walls were built of the finest sun-dried bricks, admirably fitted together and still perfectly preserved. This inclined way probably led to the upper chambers of the palace, or to the galleries which may have been carried round the principal chambers and halls. I have only to describe 2 more rooms discovered in this part of the ruins during the summer. They opened into the chamber parallel with that containing the sculptured records of the son of Esarhaddon. The entrances to both were formed by 2 pairs of colossal figures, each pair consisting of a man, wearing the horned cap, surmounted by a fleur-de-lis, and a lion-headed and eagle-footed human figure, raising a dagger in one hand and holding a mace in the other. These sculptures were remarkable for the boldness of the relief and their high finish. The bas-reliefs on the walls of the 2 chambers recorded the same campaign against a nation dwelling amidst a wooded and mountainous country, and in strongly fortified cities, which the Assyrians took by assault, using battering rams to make breaches in the walls, and scaling ladders to mount to the assault. The besieged defended themselves with arrows and stones, but their strongholds were captured, and a vast amount of spoil and captives fell into the hands of the conquerors. The men had short bushy hair and beards, and wore an inner garment reaching to the knee, an outer cloak of skins or fur, and gaiters laced in front. The robes of the women were short, their hair hung low down their backs, and was then gathered up into one large curl. Such were the discoveries made at Kauyunjik during the summer. At Nimrud, the excavations had been almost suspended. I have already described those parts of the high mound or tower, and of the adjoining small temples, which were explored by the few workmen who still remained amongst the ruins, rather to retain possession of the place than to carry on extensive operations. I was engaged until the middle of October in moving and packing bas-reliefs from Kauyunjik, a task of considerable trouble and demanding much time and labour, as the slabs, split into 1,000 fragments by the fire, had to be taken completely to pieces and then arranged and numbered with a view to their future restoration. Nearly 100 cases containing these remains were at length dragged to the riverside to wait the rafts by which they were to be forwarded to Busra, where a vessel was shortly expected to transport them to England. End of chapter 20.
Chapter 20 of Discoveries Among the Ruins of Nineveh and Babylon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Zeprina-Jaz Ainsworth. Discoveries Among the Ruins of Nineveh and Babylon by Austen Layard. Chapter 20. Discoveries at Kauyunjik during the summer. Description of the sculptures. Capture of cities on a great river. Pomp of Assyrian king. Alabaster pavement. Conquest of tribes inhabiting a marsh. Their wealth. Chambers with sculptures belonging to a new king. Description of the sculptures. Conquest of the people of Susiana. Portrait of the king. His guards and attendants. The city of Shushan. Captive prince. Musicians. Captives put to torture. Artistic character of the sculptures. An inclined passage. 2 small chambers. Colossal figures. More sculptures. Whilst I had been absent in the mountains, the excavations had been continued at Kauyunjik, notwithstanding the summer heats. Nearly all the Arabs employed in the spring at Nimrod had been removed to these ruins, and considerable progress had consequently been made in clearing the earth from them. Several chambers, discovered before I left Mosul, had been emptied, and new rooms with interesting sculptures had been explored. It has been seen that the narrow passage leading out of the southwest corner of the Great Hall, containing the bas-reliefs representing the moving of the winged bulls, turned to the left, and by another gallery connected this part of the edifice with a second hall of even larger proportions than that first discovered. The sculptures panelling the western wall were for the most part still entire. They recorded, as usual, a campaign and a victory, and were probably but a portion of one continuous subject carried round the entire hall. The conquered country appeared to have been traversed by a great river, the representation of which took up a third of the bas-relief. Next came the siege and capture of a city standing on the opposite bank of the same great river, and surrounded by a ditch edged with lofty reeds. The Assyrian footmen and cavalry had already crossed this dike, and were closely pressing the besieged, who, no longer seeking to defend themselves, were asking for quarter. On the other side of the river, Sennacherib, in his gorgeous war chariot, and surrounded by his guards, received the captives and the spoil. It is remarkable that this was almost the only figure of the king which had not been wantonly mutilated, probably by those who overthrew the Assyrian Empire, burned its palaces, and levelled its cities with the dust. In this bas-relief, the furniture of the horses was particularly rich and elaborate. Above the yoke rose a semicircular ornament set round with stars, and containing the image of a deity. The chariot of the Assyrian monarch, his retinue, and his attire accurately corresponded with the descriptions given by Xenophon of those of Cyrus when he marched out of his palace in procession, and by Quintus Curtius of those of Darius when he went to battle in the midst of his army. The Greek general had seen the pomp of the Persian kings, and could describe it as an eye-witness. The description of Quintus Curtius is no less illustrative of the Assyrian monuments. The Doryphori, a chosen body of spearmen, preceded the chariot, on either side of which were the effigies of the gods in gold and silver. The yoke was inlaid with the rarest jewels. From it projected 2 golden figures of Ninus and Bullus, each a cubit in length. The king was distinguished from all those who surrounded him by the magnificence of his robes, and by the sidaris or mitre upon his head. By his side walked 200 of his relations, 10,000 warriors bearing spears, whose staves were of silver and heads of gold, followed the royal chariot. The king's led horses, 40 in number, concluded the procession. Allowing for a little exaggeration on the part of the historian, and for the conventional numbers used by the Assyrian sculptor to represent large bodies of footmen and cavalry, we might suppose that Quintus Curtius had seen the very bas-reliefs I am describing, so completely did they tally with his description of the appearance and retinue of the Persian king. The captives, bearing skins probably containing water and flour to nourish them during a long and harassing march, were feted in pairs, and urged onwards by their guards. The women were partly on foot, and partly with their children on mules, and in the carts drawn by oxen. Mothers were represented holding the water-skins for their young ones to quench their thirst, whilst in some instances fathers had placed their weary children on their shoulders, for they were marching during the heat of a Mesopotamian summer, as the sculptor had shown by introducing large clusters of dates on the palms. Thus were driven the inhabitants of Samaria through the desert of Halach and Habor, by the river of Gozan and the city of the Medes. And we may see in these bas-reliefs a picture of the hardships and sufferings to which the captive people of Israel were exposed when their cities fell into the hands of the Assyrian king, and their inhabitants were sent to colonize the distant provinces of his empire. On the south side of the wall, parts of 4 slabs only had been preserved. The sculpture upon the others had been so completely destroyed that even the subject could no longer be ascertained. The fragments still remaining graphically depicted the passage of the river by the great king. The bas-reliefs represented very accurately a scene that may be daily witnessed, without the royal warrior, on the banks of the Tigris and Euphrates. Not a fragment of inscription remained to identify the country represented in the bas-reliefs I have just described. From the size of the river, far exceeding that of any other seen in the sculptures of Koyunjik, I am inclined to believe that it must have been the combined waters of the Euphrates and Tigris, now known as the Shatt el-Arab. On the side of the hall, a centre portal flanked by winged bulls and 2 small entrances, formed by gigantic figures, opened into a long chamber, whose sculptured walls had been burnt to lime. To judge from the fragments that remained of this series of sculptures, the most skilful artist of the day must have been employed in its execution. At both ends of the chamber, doors guarded by colossal figures led into smaller apartments in which the bas-reliefs had been almost entirely destroyed. Returning to the great hall, we found an entrance formed by colossal figures leading into a long, narrow chamber about 70 feet by 12, whose walls had partly escaped the general wreck. It appeared to be the remains of an entrance into the palace, like that on the western face, or a gallery leading to the outer terrace, which probably surrounded the building. On its alabaster panels were sculptured the conquest of some of those tribes which inhabited, from the remotest period, the vast marshes formed by the Euphrates and Tigris in Chaldea, Babylonia. Although the people represented in these bas-reliefs dwelt in the swampy districts of Chaldea, unless, indeed, they had only taken refuge in them to escape the vengeance of the Assyrian king, they appear to have been as rich, if not richer, than any others conquered by Sennacherib. With the exception of 3 slabs and part of a 4th, containing the battle in the marsh, the entire walls of the chamber were sculptured with the captives and spoil brought by the victorious troops to their king. Unfortunately, the image of Sennacherib himself in his chariot, which, to judge from a fragment or 2 found in the rubbish, must have exceeded all others in the palace, both in size and in the finish and richness of the details, had been entirely destroyed. Returning to the great hall, from which this gallery led, I found on its western side 3 other entrances, corresponding with those on the southern, the centre formed by a pair of winged bulls in a fossiliferous limestone. They led into a chamber 58 feet by 34, panelled with unsculptured slabs of the same material as the colossi at the principal portal. 3 similar doorways opened into a parallel chamber of the same length, though rather narrower. Its walls had been ornamented with carved alabaster slabs, of which a few fragments remained. 3 doorways on the western side of this chamber, similar to those on the eastern, led into as many distinct rooms, unconnected with each other. There were thus 3 magnificent portals, one behind the other, each formed by winged bulls, facing the same way, and all looking towards the great hall. The largest colossi, those in front, being above 18 feet high, and the smallest, those leading into the inner chamber, about 12. It would be difficult to conceive any interior architectural arrangement more imposing than this triple group of gigantic forms, as seen in perspective by those who stood in the centre of the hall, dimly lighted from above, and harmoniously coloured or overlaid, like the cherubims in the Temple of Solomon, with gold. At the upper or southern ends of the 2 parallel chambers just described were entrances opening into a room 82 feet by 24, whose walls were of the same unsculptured limestone. From it, a portal formed by winged lions in the same material led into an apartment 76 feet by 26, standing on the edge of the mound, and consequently one of the last on this side of the palace. Only 6 slabs, neither of them entire, remained against its walls. The rest had been purposely destroyed, and the fragments used for the foundations of a building raised over the Assyrian ruins. They were covered from top to bottom with small figures, most elaborately carved, and designed with great spirit. Although bearing a general resemblance to the bas-reliefs of Koyunjik, there was sufficient in the style of art and in the details to show that they were not of exactly the same period. Fortunately, several epigraphs still remained over the principal groups, and enable us to determine to what monarch the sculptures belong, and to identify the events and incidents they portray. The 3 slabs to the right of the winged lions on entering were occupied by a highly curious representation of a battle. The subject was incomplete and could not be restored, and from the number of figures introduced and the complicated nature of the action, it is difficult to describe these important bas-reliefs intelligibly. Above one of the groups of figures was an epigraph, unfortunately much mutilated, which recorded the slaughter of a king, whose name was Tiranish, and who, we learn from other inscriptions on the same sculptures, reigned over Elam, or Susiana. The lines being incomplete, the meaning of the whole inscription is not quite clear. Behind the cart with the Assyrian warriors was the tent of the registrar, to which had been led a captive chief and his 2 attendants. Within were collected a heap of human heads, whilst warriors were bringing more of these bloody trophies to the appointed scribes. Several of the captives were apparently about to undergo some dreadful torture. With their hands manacled in iron fetters, they knelt over an object which might be a chafing dish with hot coals, or a vessel to receive their blood. One of the torturers held his victim by a collar round his neck, whilst a second, seizing the unfortunate prisoner by the hair, was about to strike him with an iron-headed mace. The epigraphs declared that the war recorded by these sculptures was undertaken by an Assyrian king, whose image was represented on a slab not yet described, against the people of Elam or Susiana. It is of considerable importance thus to identify the conquered people, and to be able to ascertain the costume, the arms, and the mode of warfare of a nation well known in ancient history. Amongst the captives were men clothed in fringed robes and a short under-tunic. These were probably the lords of the land. The women wore their hair in curls, falling on their shoulders, and bound above the temples by a band or fillet. Some had one long ringlet on each side of the face. Their children were either naked or clothed in simple shirts. The Assyrian troops were divided into cavalry and foot. The horsemen carried the bow and spear, and wore coats of mail, high greaves, and the pointed helmet, that characteristic part of the Assyrian military costume from the earliest period. Their horses were covered with clothes, and even, it would seem, with a kind of leather armour, reaching from the head to the tail to protect them from the arrows of the enemy. The costumes of the footmen, as in the bas-reliefs of Sennacherib, varied according to their arms. The archers, probably auxiliaries from different tribes in alliance with the Assyrians, were dressed in very short tunics scarcely covering the thigh. A broad belt, with the fringed ornament peculiar to the later Assyrian period, encircled their waist, and over their shoulders they wore a cross belt of checkered cloth, resembling a Scottish plaid, to cover their quiver. Their hair, confined by a plain fillet, was rolled up behind in one large curl. All the spearmen had the pointed helmet, but some wore coats of mail and metal greaves, and others a simple tunic, without any covering to their legs. Their shields protected nearly the whole person, and were rounded at the top and straight at the bottom. Some appear to have been faced with small square pieces of leather, others to have been made entirely of metal with embossed edges. For the first time we see in these bas-reliefs the Assyrians using the battle-axe and the mace in battle. On the opposite side of the lion entrance were also 3 slabs, but better preserved than those I have just described. They formed part of the same subject, which had evidently been carried round the 4 walls of the chamber. They represented the triumph of the Assyrian king, and, like the battle scenes, were divided by horizontal lines into several bands or friezes. The monarch stood in his chariot, surrounded by his bodyguard. Unfortunately, his face, with those of the charioteer and the eunuch bearing the parasol, had been purposely defaced, like that of Sennacherib on his monuments, probably when the united armies of the Medes and Babylonians destroyed the palace. The royal robes were profusely adorned with rosettes and fringes. In front of the chariot were 2 warriors or guards in embroidered robes and greaves. Their long hair was bound by a fillet, whose tasselled ends fell loose behind. They were preceded by 2 remarkable figures, both eunuchs, and probably intended for portraits of some well-known officers of the royal household. One was old and corpulent. His forehead was high and ample, his nose curved and small, and his chin round and double. The wrinkles of the brow, the shaggy eyebrows, and the bloated cheeks, with the stubble beard peculiar to beings of his class, were very faithfully represented. His short hair was tied with a fillet. His companion was younger, and had not the same marked features. He carried before him a square object, resembling a closed box or book, perhaps a clay tablet containing some decree or register, such as were discovered in the ruins. Both wore long, plain shirts, and round their waists a simple cord, in which was fixed a whip, probably a sign of their office. Above this remarkable group was an inscription in 8 lines, fortunately almost entire. From it we learn the name of the king, whose deeds were thus recorded. He was the son of Esarhaddon, and the grandson of Sennacherib, and the conqueror of Susiana. He was a Sordanes of the chronological tables, and his name begins with the monogram for the Assyrian deity, Ashur. These bas-reliefs record his conquest of the country of Nuvaki, a name by which Susiana, or Elymais, was anciently known, as we also find from the inscriptions at Khorsabad, as well as those of Bisutun. It is highly probable that we have, in the bas-relief, a representation of the city of Susa or Shusan. Its position between two rivers well agrees with that of existing ruins generally believed to mark its site. The smaller stream would be the Shapur, and the larger the Elaeus, or River of Disful. The city was surrounded by a wall with equidistant towers and gateways. The houses were flat-roofed, and some had one tower or upper chamber, and others two. They had no windows, and their doors were square. Thus, in general form, and probably in the interior arrangements, they closely resembled the common dwellings of the Egyptians, of which a very interesting model is now in the British Museum. Nor were they unlike the meaner houses of the modern town of Shushtar, the representative of ancient Susa. The adjoining slab was divided into 8 bands or friezes by parallel lines, and the next slab into 7. On both were represented the Assyrian army returning from its victorious campaign, and bringing to the king the captives and the spoil. The prisoners, who were probably considered rather rebels to his authority than enemies, were being cruelly tortured in his presence. The principal group was that of the eunuch general, or Tartan, leading a chief or prince of the conquered people. Above him was an inscription unfortunately much mutilated. It appears to have declared that he was one of the sons or chiefs of the Susianian monarch, defeated and slain in battle near the district of Madaktu, the name of the city on the adjoining slab, and near the city of Shushan, and that the Assyrian king had placed one of his own generals on the conquered throne. Before the captive prince were gathered a number of Susianians, probably the subjects of the slaughtered king, who had come to surrender to the Assyrian general, for they still carried their arms and were not led by the victorious warriors. Some of them knelt, some bowed to the ground, and others, stretched at full length, rubbed their heads in the dust, all signs of grief and submission still practised in the East. The Assyrian generals were welcomed by bands of men and women, dancing, singing, and playing on instruments of music. Thus, when David was returned from the slaughter of the Philistines, the women came out of the cities of Israel, singing and dancing to meet Saul, with tabrets, with joy, and with instruments of music. We find from various passages in the Scriptures that the instruments of music chiefly used on such triumphant occasions were the harp, one with 10 strings, rendered viol or lyre in some versions, but probably a kind of dulcimer, the tabor, and the pipe, precisely those represented in the bas-reliefs. The whole scene was curiously illustrative of modern Eastern customs. The musicians portrayed in the bas-reliefs were probably of that class of public performers who appear in Turkey and Egypt at marriages and on other occasions of rejoicing. Above the Assyrian warriors were the captives and their torturers. The former differed in costume from the Susianian fighting men represented in the adjoining bas-reliefs. They were distinguished by the smallness of their stature and by a very marked Jewish countenance, a sharp, hooked nose, short, bushy beard, and long, narrow eyes. Could they have belonged to the Hebrew tribes, which were carried away from the Samaria and Jerusalem and placed by Shalmaneser, Sennacherib, or Hesardon as colonists in the distant regions of Elam, and who, having become powerful in their new settlements, had revolted against their Assyrian rulers and were once again subdued? Some in iron fetters were being led before the king for judgment or pardon. Others had been condemned to torture and were already in the hands of their executioners. 2 were stretched naked at full length on the ground, and whilst their limbs were held apart by pegs and cords, they were being flayed alive. Beneath them were other unfortunate victims, undergoing abominable punishments. The brains of one were apparently being beaten out with an iron mace, whilst an officer held him by the beard. A torturer was wrenching the tongue out of the mouth of a second wretch, who had been pinioned to the ground. The bleeding heads of the slain were tied round the necks of the living, who seemed reserved for still more barbarous tortures. Above these groups was a short epigraph, commencing by 2 determinative signs of proper names, each followed by a blank space, which the sculptor probably left to be filled up with the names of the principal victims. It then declares that these men, having spoke blasphemies, against Assur, the great god of the Assyrians, their tongues had been pulled out. Shanestunu Eshlup, both words being almost purely Hebrew, and that they had afterwards been put to death or tortured. The inscription, therefore, corresponds with the sculpture beneath. It is by such confirmatory evidence that the accuracy of the translations of the cuneiform characters may be tested. These highly interesting bas-reliefs had been exposed, like all the other sculptures of Koyunjik, to the fire which had destroyed the palace. Although each slab was cracked into many pieces, the sculptures themselves had suffered less injury than any others discovered in the same ruins, the hard fossiliferous limestone not having become calcined in the heat like the alabaster. The outline was still sharp, and the details perfectly preserved. Considerable care was required to move them, but the pieces were at length packed, and since their arrival in England have been admirably restored. Some bas-reliefs, sculptured by order of the son and successor of Esarhaddon, have been discovered at Koyunjik and Nebi Yunus. These bas-reliefs prove that many changes had taken place in the arts and dress of the people of Assyria between the reign of Sennacherib and that of his grandson. The later sculptures are principally distinguished by their minute finish, the sharpness of the outline, and the very correct delineation of the animals, and especially of the horses. We now approach the period of the fall of the Assyrian Empire and of the rise of the kingdoms of Babylon and Persia. The arts passed from Assyria to the sister nations and to Ionia. There is much in the bas-reliefs I have just described to remind us of the early works of the Greeks immediately after the Persian War, and to illustrate a remark of the illustrious Niebuhr, that a critical history of Greek art would show how late the Greeks commenced to practice the arts. After the Persian War, a new world opens at once, and from that time they advanced with great strides. But everything that was produced before the Persian War, a few of those works are still extant, was, if we judge of it without prejudice, altogether barbarous. The chamber containing these sculptures had an entrance opening upon the edge of the mound. Of this doorway there only remained, on each side, a block of plain limestone, which may, however, have been the base of a sphinx or other figure. The outer walls, to which it led, had been panelled with the usual alabaster slabs, with bas-reliefs of a campaign in a country already represented in another part of the palace, and distinguished by the same deep valley watered by a river, the vineyards, and wooded mountains. Over one of the castles captured and destroyed by the Assyrians was written, "Sennacherib, king of Assyria. The city of Bid-Kibutalmi I took, the spoil I carried away, the city I burned." Whether these walls belonged to a chamber or formed part of the southern face of the palace could not now be determined, as they were on the very brink of the platform. At right angles to them, to the west, a pair of winged bulls opened upon another wall, of which there were scarcely any remains, and midway between the two entrances was a deep doorway, flanked on both sides by 4 colossal mythic figures, amongst which were the fish god and the deity with the lion's head and eagle's feet. It led to an inclined or ascending passage, 9 feet wide in the narrowest part, and 10 in the broadest, and 44 feet in length, to where it turned at right angles to the left. It was paved with hard lime or plaster, about 1.5 inches thick. The walls were built of the finest sun-dried blocks, admirably fitted together, and still perfectly preserved. This inclined way probably led to the upper chambers of the palace, or to the galleries, which may have been carried round the principal chambers and halls. I have only to describe 2 more rooms discovered in this part of the ruins during the summer. They opened into the chamber parallel with that containing the sculptured records of the son of Esarhaddon. The entrances to both were formed by 2 pairs of colossal figures, each pair consisting of a man wearing the horned cap surmounted by a fleur-de-lis, and a lion-headed and eagle-footed human figure raising a dagger in one hand and holding a mace in the other. These sculptures were remarkable for the boldness of the relief and their high finish. The bas-reliefs on the walls of the 2 chambers recorded the same campaign against a nation dwelling amidst a wooded and mountainous country, and in strongly fortified cities, which the Assyrians took by assault, using battering rams to make breaches in the walls, and scaling ladders to mount to the assault. The besieged defended themselves with arrows and stones, but their strongholds were captured, and a vast amount of spoil and captives fell into the hands of the conquerors. The men had short, bushy hair and beards, and wore an inner garment reaching to the knee, an outer cloak of skins or fur, and gaiters laced in front. The robes of the women were short, their hair hung low down their backs, and was then gathered up in one large curl. Such were the discoveries made at Koyunjik during the summer. At Nimrod, the excavations had been almost suspended. I have already described those parts of the high mound or tower, and of the adjoining small temples, which were explored by the few workmen who still remained amongst the ruins, rather to retain possession of the place than to carry on extensive operations. I was engaged until the middle of October in moving and packing bas-reliefs from Koyunjik, a task of considerable trouble and demanding much time and labour, as the slabs, split into 1,000 fragments by the fire, had to be taken completely to pieces, and then arranged in numbers with a view to their future restoration. Nearly 100 cases containing these remains were at length dragged to the riverside to wait the rafts by which they were to be forwarded to Busra, where a vessel was shortly expected to transport them to England. End of Chapter 20. Recording by Zeprina-Jaz Ainsworth.
Chapter 21 of Discoveries Among the Ruins of Nineveh and Babylon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sarah Irene Rosenberg, Chicago, Illinois. Discoveries Among the Ruins of Nineveh and Babylon by Austen Layard. Chapter 21. Preparations for leaving Nineveh. Departure for Babylon. Descent of the river. Tikrit. The state of the rivers of Mesopotamia. Commerce upon them. Turkish roads. The plain of Dura. The Naharwan. Samara. Kadeja. Palm groves. Katamain. Approach to Baghdad. The city. Arrival. Dr. Ross. A British steamer. Modern Baghdad. Tel Mohammed. Departure for Babylon. A Persian prince. Abd Pasha's camp. Eastern falconry. Hawking the gazelle. Approach to Babylon. The ruins. Arrival at Hilach. The winter was now drawing near, and the season was favorable for examining the remains of ancient cities of Babylonia. The trustees of the British Museum had partly sanctioned a plan submitted to them for excavations among ruins, no less important and vast, and of no less biblical and historical interest than those of Nineveh. I had included in my original scheme many remarkable sites both in Chaldea and Susiana. But, as I have before observed, my limited means did not permit me to carry out my plan to its fullest extent. As the operations at Nimrud were now, however, suspended, I determined to employ fewer men at Koyunjik, and to devote myself during the cold weather to researches amongst the great mounds of southern Mesopotamia. My Jaburs were now so skilled and experienced in excavating that I deemed it more economical to take a party of them with me than to engage new workmen on the various sites that I might visit. At the same time, having thus my own men, I should be independent of the people of the country, who might either be unwilling to labor or might require exorbitant pay. I accordingly selected about 30 of the best Arabs employed in the excavations at Nineveh to accompany me on the rafts which bore the sculptures. Having again entrusted Thomas Shisman with the superintendence of the excavations, and given him all necessary directions for carrying on the work, I quitted Mosul on the 18th of October, accompanied by Hormuzd and Mr. Romain, an English traveller on his way to India. There were cases enough containing sculptures from Koyunjik to load a raft of considerable size. Hormuzd, who had met with a severe accident, was placed in a bed on a small kelek. Mr. Romain occupied with me another of the same size. The servants and cooking apparatus were on the large raft, and we all kept close company for convenience and mutual protection. There were still some arrangements connected with the excavations to be made at Nimrud, and it was not until the 20th that we fairly began our voyage. The navigation of the river as far as Kalash-Ergat was so insecure that I deemed it prudent, in order to avoid a collision with the Arabs, to engage a Bedouin chief to accompany us. We engaged one Awaith, a sheik of the Fedaga Shamar, to give us his protection until we had passed the danger. Placing one of his sons on his mares, and ordering him to follow us along the banks of the river, he stepped upon my raft, where he spent his time in giving us accounts of wars and gazus, smoking his pipe, and pounding coffee. We reached Tikrit in 3 days without accident or adventure. Bedouin tents and moving swarms of men and animals were occasionally seen on the riverbanks, but under the protection of our sheikh, we met with no hindrance. Tikrit is almost the only permanent settlement of any importance between Mosul and Baghdad. It is now a small town, but was once a place of some size and strength. Tikrit is chiefly famous as the birthplace of the celebrated Saleh ed-Din, better known to the English reader as Saladin, the hero of the Crusades and the magnanimous enemy of our Richard Coeur de Lion. His father, Ayyub, a chief of a Kurdish tribe of Rahwandus, was governor of its castle for the Seljukian monarchs of Persia. Mosul itself sustained a siege from Saladin, who was repulsed by its Atabeg, or hereditary prince. Military expeditions into the Sinjar and other parts of Mesopotamia were amongst the exploits of this great Mussulman hero. Tikrit is now inhabited by a few Arabs who carry on as raftsmen the traffic of the river between Mosul and Baghdad. Nothing marks more completely the result of the unjust and injurious system pursued by the Porte in its Arabian territories than the almost entire absence of permanent settlements and of commercial intercourse on the banks of the Euphrates and Tigris. 2 of the finest rivers of Asia, reaching into the very heart of the Turkish dominions, spreading fertility through districts almost unquelled for the richness of their soil and for the varied nature of their produce, and navigable one for nearly 850 miles from the sea, the other for nearly 600 miles, are of no account whatever to the state upon which nature has conferred such eminent advantages. The depredations of the Arabs, unchecked by the government, and the rapacity and dishonesty of the Turkish authorities, who levy illegal and exorbitant taxes upon every mode of transit, whether by land or water, and who make monopolies of all articles of produce and of merchandise, effectually check the efforts of the natives themselves, by no means deficient in commercial activity and enterprise, to engage in trade or to navigate the rivers. Even the European merchant, with privileges secured by treaties and protection afforded by consuls and diplomatic agency, is scarcely able to struggle against the insecurity of the country through which he must convey his goods, and against the blackmail exacted by Arab sheiks, secretly encouraged or abetted by the Turkish governors. From the most wanton and disgraceful neglect, the Tigris and Euphrates, in the lower part of their course, are breaking from their natural beds, forming vast marshes, turning fertile districts into a wilderness, and becoming unnavigable to vessels of even the smallest burden. The very highway from Mosul, and consequently from the capital, to Baghdad, in order to avoid the restless Bedouin, is carried along the foot of the Kurdish hills, leaving the river, adding many days to the journey, and exposing caravans to long delays from swollen streams. Even this road is no longer secure, for the utter negligence and dishonesty that have of late marked the conduct of the Turkish authorities in southern Turkey have led to the interruption of this channel of commerce. The direct road to Baghdad from the north would be across Mesopotamia and along the banks of the Tigris, through a country uninterrupted by a single stream of any size or by a single hill. Whilst caravans are now frequently nearly 6 weeks on their way from Mosul to Baghdad, they would scarcely be as many days by the desert. A few military posts on the river, a proper system of police, encouragement to the cultivating tribes to settle in villages, and the construction of a common cart road would soon lead to perfect security and to the establishment of considerable trade. This is not the place to discuss the relative merits of the various routes to India, but it may be observed that the time is probably not far distant when a more direct and speedy communication than hitherto exists with that empire will be sought by the banks of the Tigris and Euphrates, where railways and steam navigation can both be advantageously brought into operation. The navigation of the Persian Gulf is at all times open and safe, and a glance at the map will show that a line through the Mediterranean, the port of Suedia, Aleppo, Mosul, Baghdad, Busra, and the Indian Ocean to Bombay, is as direct as can well be desired. This must be the second Indian route before extended civilization and Christianity can afford a reasonable basis for those gigantic schemes which would carry a line of iron through countries almost unknown and scarcely yet visited by a solitary European traveler. Between Tikrit and Baghdad there is much to interest the traveler who for the first time floats down a river winding through the great alluvial plains of Chaldea. The country has, however, been so frequently described that I will not detain the reader with more than a general sketch of it. Our rafts glided noiselessly onward without furrowing with a ripple the quiet surface of the stream. Leaving Tikrit, we first passed a small whitewashed Mussulman tomb rising on the left or eastern bank, in a plain that still bears the name of Dura. It was here, as some believe, that Nebuchadnezzar the king made an image of gold whose height was 60 cubits and breadth 6 cubits, and called together the princes, the governors, and the captains, the judges, the treasurers, the councillors, the sheriffs, and all the rulers of the provinces to its dedication, and that certain Jews would not serve his gods, nor fall down and worship the golden image that he had set up. It is now a wilderness, with here and there a shapeless mound, the remains of some ancient habitation. This place is not otherwise unknown to history, for it was here that after the death of Emperor Julian, his successor Jovian concluded a disgraceful peace with the Persian king Shapur, and saved the Roman army by yielding to the enemy the 5 great provinces to the east of the Tigris. It was here, too, that he crossed the Tigris, a broad and deep stream, and commenced his disastrous retreat through Mesopotamia. Not far below, and on the same side of the river, the great canal of the Naharwan, the wonder of Arab geographers, robbed the Tigris of a large portion of its waters. Below the Naharwan, ruins, walls, and dwellings, built chiefly of large pebbles united by a strong cement, a mode of construction peculiar to the Sassanian and early Arab periods, stand on the alluvial cliffs. They are called Eski, or Old Baghdad, the Arabs, as usual, assigning a more ancient site to the modern city. A tower, about 200 feet high, now rises above the eastern bank of the river. An ascending way winds round it on the outside like the spiral of a screw, reminding the traveler of the common ideal picture of the Tower of Babel. It marks the site of the ancient city of Samarra, where the Roman army under Jovian rested after marching and fighting a long summer's day. It subsequently became the capital of Motasim Billah, the 8th caliph of the Abbasid dynasty. Weary of the frequent seditions of the turbulent inhabitants of Baghdad, he resolved to change the seat of government, and chose Samarra as his residence. If he did not build, he beautified the city, and displayed in it great magnificence. The modern town, inhabited by Arabs, consists of a few falling houses surrounded by a mud wall defended by bastions and towers. On both sides of the river, as the raft is carried gently along by the now sluggish current, the traveler sees huge masses of brickwork, jutting out from the falling banks or overhanging the precipice of earth which hems in the stream. Here and there one sees the remains of the palaces and castles of the last Persian kings and of the first caliphs. The place is still called Gadeja or Kadeja, and near it was fought that great battle which gave to the new nation issuing from the wilds of Arabia the dominion of the eastern world. Remains of an earlier period are not wanting. A huge mound abutting on the west bank of the river, and still within sight of Samarra, is known to the Arabs as the Sid ul Nimrud, the wall or rampart of Nimrud. The current becomes more gentle at every broad reach, until the raft scarcely glides past the low banks. The water has lost its clearness and its purity. Tinged by the alluvial soil, it has turned to a pale yellow color. The river at length widens into a noble stream. Groups of half-naked Arabs gather together on the banks to gaze at the travelers. A solitary raft of firewood for Baghdad floats, like ourselves, almost imperceptibly along. We are now amidst the date groves. If it be autumn, clusters of golden fruit hang beneath the fan-like leaves. If spring, the odor of orange blossoms fills the air. The cooing of the doves that flutter amongst the branches begets a pleasing melancholy, and feeling of listlessness and repose. The raft creeps round a projecting bank, and 2 gilded domes and 4 stately minarets, all glittering in the rays of an eastern sun, suddenly rise high above the dense bed of palms. They are of the Mosque of Khatamain, which covers the tombs of 2 of the imams or holy saints of the Shia sect. The low banks swarm with Arabs, men, women, and naked children. Mud hovels screened by yellow mats and groaning water wheels worked by the patient ox are seen beneath the palms. The Tigris becomes wider and wider, and the stream is almost motionless. Circular boats of reeds coated with bitumen skim over the water. Horsemen and riders on white asses hurry along the riverside. Turks in flowing robes and white turbans, Persians in high black caps and close-fitting tunics, the Bokhara pilgrim in his white headdress and way-worn garments, the Bedouin chief in his tasseled keffeh and striped abba, Baghdad ladies with their scarlet and white draperies fretted with threads of gold and their black horsehair veils concealing even their wanton eyes, Persian women wrapped in their sightless garments, and Arab girls in their simple blue shirts are all mingled together in one motley crowd. A busy stream of travelers flows without ceasing from the gates of the western suburb of Baghdad to the sacred precincts of Khatamain. A pine-shaped cone of snowy whiteness rises to the right. Near it are 1 or 2 drooping palms that seem fast falling to decay, like the building over which they can no longer throw their shade. This is the tomb of Zobeide, the lovely queen of Harun al-Rashid, a name that raises many a pleasant association and recalls to memory 1,000 romantic dreams of early youth. We pass the palace of the governor, an edifice of mean materials and proportions. At its windows, the Pasha himself and the various officers of his household may be seen reclining on their divans amidst wreaths of smoke. A crazy bridge of boats crosses the stream and appears to bar all further progress. At length the chains are loosened, 2 or 3 of the rude vessels are withdrawn, and the rafts glide gently through. A few minutes more, and we are anchored beneath the spreading folds of the British flag, opposite a handsome building, not crumbling into ruins like its neighbours, but kept in repair with European neatness. A small iron steamer floats motionless before it. We have arrived at the dwelling of the English Consul General and political agent of the East India Company at Baghdad. It was early in the morning of the 26th October that I landed at the well-remembered quay of the British Residency. In the absence of Colonel Rawlinson, then in England, his political duties had been confined to Captain Kemble, now the East India Company's resident at Bushire. He received me with great kindness, and I acknowledge with gratitude the hospitality and effective assistance I invariably expected from him during my sojourn at Baghdad and my researches in Babylonia. More than 10 years had passed since my first visit to the city. Time had worked its changes amongst those who then formed the happy and hospitable English society of Baghdad. Dr. Ross was no more. In him, Arab as well as European, rich as well as poor, Mohammedan as well as Christian, had lost a generous and faithful friend. 12 years ago, 4 steamers floated on the Tigris and were engaged in exploring the then almost unknown rivers of Mesopotamia and Susiana. Their officers formed a small English colony in Baghdad. 3 of those vessels had long been withdrawn, one alone having been left to keep up a monthly communication between this city and Busra. It is to be regretted, however, that a vessel better suited to the navigation of the rivers has not been selected. The expedition under Colonel Chesney, and the subsequent ascent of the Euphrates, by far the most arduous undertaking connected with its navigation, but accomplished with great skill by Captain Campbell of the East India Company's service, have proved that for ordinary purposes this river in its present condition is not navigable even in the lower part of its course. The neglect to keep up the embankments has increased the obstacles, and it is doubtful whether a steamer of even the smallest useful size could now find its way through the great marshes that absorb the waters of the Euphrates for nearly 200 miles above its confluence with the Tigris and Korna. The latter river is, for the present, navigable from the Persian Gulf to vessels drawing from 3 to 4 feet water almost as far as Tikrit, and probably for vessels purposely constructed as far as Nimrud. The usual negligence and indifference of the Turkish government are, however, bringing about the same changes in the course and condition of this stream as in those of the Euphrates. Baghdad, with its long vaulted bazaars rich with the produce and merchandise of every clime, its mixed population of Turks, Arabs, Persians, Indians, and men of all Eastern nations, its palm groves and gardens, its painted palaces and unsightly hovels, its present misery and its former magnificence, have been so frequently described that I will not detain the reader with any minute account of this celebrated city. Tyranny, disease, and inundations have brought it very low. Nearly half of the space enclosed within its walls is now covered by heaps of ruins, and the population is daily decreasing without the hope of change. During my residence in Baghdad, no one could go far beyond the gates without the risk of falling into the hands of wandering Arabs, who prowled unchecked over the plains, keeping the city itself almost in a continual state of siege. Notwithstanding these drawbacks, the importance of its position is so great that Baghdad must at all times command a considerable trade. It is a link between the East and the West. It is the storehouse from which the tribes of the desert obtain their clothing and their supplies, and it is the key to the holy places annually sought by thousands upon thousands of Persian pilgrims of the Shia sect. The only remains of the Babylonian period hitherto discovered within the city walls are the ruins of an enormous drain or subterranean passage, built of large square bricks bearing the name of Nebuchadnezzar. The lofty pile of sun-dried bricks, intermixed with layers of reeds, called Aker Kuf, which now rises in the midst of a marsh to the west of the Tigris, about 4 or 5 miles from the city gates, has frequently been described. During my visit to Baghdad, it was not easy to reach this ruin on account of the swamp, and as it is merely a solid mass of mud masonry, excavations in it would scarcely have led to results of any interest or importance. I found the country around Baghdad so overrun with Bedouins and other tribes in open revolt against the government that it was some time before I could venture to leave the city for the ruins of Babylon. Not to lose time, I employed the Jabours who had accompanied me from Mosul in excavating some mounds not far from the gates of the city, on the eastern bank of the Tigris. The largest was called Tel Mohammed, and was about 4 miles from Baghdad, near the Arab village of Garara. The only objects of any interest discovered there were several hollow bronze balls, with the name of a king engraved upon them in Babylonian cuneiform characters, a few rude images of the Assyrian Venus in baked clay, such as are found in most ruins of the same period, a pair of bronze ankle rings, some terracotta vases, and other relics of the same nature. Foundations in brick masonry were also uncovered, but there were no traces of sculpture or inscriptions. It was not until the 5th of December that I was able to leave Baghdad. I had been struggling with my old enemy, intermittent fever, and the surrounding country was still in the hands of the Arabs, 2 reasons for remaining within the gates. At length, Abd Pasha, the governor of the province, placed himself at the head of his troops, and marched against the rebellious tribes. Before beginning his campaign, however, he had to dam the mouth of a large canal called the Hindia, in order to drain the vast marshes to the west of Babylon. Into these inaccessible swamps the Arabs had driven their buffaloes, and there they defied the Turkish troops. Before going to Hillach, I determined to visit the governor and to make acquaintance with several sheiks of the southern tribes friendly to the Turkish government who were in his camp. I accordingly left Baghdad, accompanied by M. Aristarchi, an accomplished Greek gentleman in the service of the Porte, and by one Ahmed al-Qad, a highly intelligent, active, and faithful Arab of the tribe of the Agail, who had long been in the service of Captain Jones. His acquaintance with the country, and his connection by marriage with Farah the Shamar chief, rendered him a very useful guide and companion in a journey through the desert. Leaving Baghdad, after fording ditches and wading through water and deep mud, in 3 hours' time we came to the caravanserai of Khan Izad, where we found Timur Mirza, one of the exiled Persian princes. He was surrounded by hawks of various kinds standing on perches fixed in the ground, and by numerous attendants, each bearing a falcon on his wrist. Amongst his own countrymen and the Arabs, the prince held the first place as a sportsman. His gun was unerring in its aim, his falcons were unequaled for their training, and he knew every hunting ground within many days' journey of Baghdad. He was no less famed for courage in war than for skill in the chase, and his exploits in both are equally notorious among the tribes of Mesopotamia. The plains between Khan Izad and the Euphrates are covered with a perfect network of ancient canals and watercourses. But a drought is upon the waters of Babylon, and they were dried. Their lofty embankments, stretching on every side in long lines until they are lost in the hazy distance, or magnified by the mirage into mountains, still defy the hand of time, and seem rather the work of nature than of man. The face of the country, too, is dotted with mounds and shapeless heaps, the remains of ancient towns and villages. A long ride of 10 hours through this scene of solitude and desolation brought us to the tents of the Pasha of Baghdad, pitched on the western bank of the Euphrates, below the village of Musayyib, and on the inlet of the Hindiya Canal. A string of boats had been placed across the river to connect the camp of the governor with Baghdad. As we approached, we heard a loud hum of human voices, but the whole encampment was concealed by dense clouds of dust. Once over the bridge, we found ourselves in the midst of a crowd of Turkish soldiers, Arabs, and workmen of every kind, hurrying to and fro in wild disorder, some bearing earth and mud in baskets or in their cloaks, others bending under the weight of bundles of brushwood, mats, and ropes. Women and girls were mingled with the men, and as they labored, they chanted in a monotonous tone verses on the Pasha and their chiefs, improvised for the occasion. The busy throng was building up the dam which was to shut out the waters of the Euphrates from the canal, dry the marshes, and bring the rebellious tribes to obedience. The nature of the materials and of the work did not, however, promise a very favorable or speedy result. They had indeed no sooner raised half their frail barrier of earthen facings than the impetuous current washed away in a night the fruits of a month's toil. The Pasha had summoned to his aid all the tribes that still owned his authority. His tents were crowded with Arab sheiks from the plains and Kurdish beys from the mountains. About 2,000 regular troops and a large body of irregular horse and foot completed the motley army he had gathered around him at the Hindiya. I spent the following day with Abd Pasha, who was an ardent sportsman, and entertained me with hawking. The Arab and Kurdish chiefs, who were in his camp, were summoned at dawn to accompany him. We formed altogether a very gay and goodly company. Bustards, hares, gazelles, francolins, and several wild animals abounded in the jungle and the plains, and before we returned in the afternoon, scarcely a horseman was without some trophy of the chase dangling from his saddle. The hawk most valued by eastern sportsmen is the shaheen, a variety of the northern peregrine falcon and esteemed the most noble of the race. Although the smallest in size, it is celebrated for its courage and daring, and is constantly the theme of Persian verse. Those from the Gebel Shamar, in Nejd, are the most prized, but, being only brought by occasional pilgrims from Mecca, are very rare. The next best are said to come from Tokat in Asia Minor. The shaheen should be caught and trained when young. It strikes its quarry in the air, and may be taught to attack even the largest eagle. The next in value is the balaban, which can be trained to strike its quarry either in the air or on the ground. It is found in the neighborhood of Baghdad and in other parts of Mesopotamia, is caught and trained when full grown, and is flown at gazelles, hares, cranes, bustards, partridges, and francolins. The baz and shahbaz, Astur palumbarius the goshawk, and the falco lanarius, is remarkable for the beauty of its speckled plumage and for its size. It strikes in the air and on the ground, and if well trained, may take cranes and other large game. The chark, Falco cervialis, the usual falcon of the Bedouins, always strikes its quarry on the ground, except the eagle, which it may be trained to fly at in the air. It is chiefly used for gazelles and bustards, but will also take hares and other game. The bird usually hawked by the Arabs is the middle-sized bustard, or haubara. It is almost always captured on the ground, and defends itself vigorously with wings and beak against its assailant, which is often disabled in the encounter. The falcon is generally trained to this quarry with a fowl. The method pursued is very simple. It is first taught to take its raw meat from a man or from the ground, the distance being daily increased by the falconer. When the habit is acquired, the flesh is tied to the back of a fowl. The falcon will at once seize its usual food, and receives also the liver of the fowl, which is immediately killed. A bustard is then, if possible, captured alive, and used in the same way. In a few days the training is complete, and the hawk may be flown at any large bird on the ground. The falconry, however, in which Easterners take most delight, is that of the gazelle. For this very noble and exciting sport, the falcon and greyhound must be trained to hunt together by a process unfortunately somewhat cruel. In the first place, the bird is taught to eat its daily ration of raw meat fastened on the stuffed head of a gazelle. The next step is to accustom it to look for its food between the horns of a tamed gazelle. The distance between the animal and the falconer is daily increased until the hawk will seek its meat when about half a mile off. A greyhound is now loosed upon the gazelle, the falcon being flown at the same. When the animal is seized, which of course soon takes place, its throat is cut, and the hawk is fed with a part of its flesh. After thus sacrificing 3 gazelles, the education of the falcon and greyhound is declared to be complete. The chief art in training is to teach the two to single out the same gazelle, and the dog not to injure the falcon when struggling on the ground with the quarry. The greyhound, however, soon learns to watch the movements of its companion, without whose assistance it could not capture its prey. The falcon, when loosed from its jesses, flies steadily and near the ground towards the retreating gazelles, and marking one, soon separates it from the herd. It then darts at the head of the affrighted animal, throws it to the ground, or only checks it in its rapid course. The greyhound rarely comes up before the blow has been more than once repeated. The falconer then hastens to secure the quarry. Should the dog not succeed in capturing the gazelle after it has been struck for the 3rd or 4th time, the hawk will generally sulk and refuse to hunt any longer. I once saw a very powerful falcon belonging to Abd Pasha hold a gazelle until the horsemen succeeded in spearing the animal. The fleetness of the gazelle is so great that without the aid of the hawk, very few dogs can overtake it, unless the ground be heavy after rain. The pursuit of the gazelle with the falcon and hound over the boundless plains of Assyria and Babylonia is one of the most exhilarating and graceful of sports, displaying equally the noble qualities of the horse, the dog, and the bird. The time of day best suited for hawking is very early in the morning, before the eagles and kites are soaring in the sky. The falcon should not be fed for several hours before it is taken to the chase. When not hunting, the Arabs give it meat only once a day. Some hawks require to be hooded, such as the chark and the shaheen. Others need no covering for the eyes. The hood is generally made of colored leather, with eyes worked on it in beads and gold and variegated threads. Tassels and ornaments of various kinds are added, and the great chiefs frequently adorn a favorite bird with pearls and precious stones. To the legs are sometimes fastened small bells. Few hawks will return to the falconer without a lure, which consists of the wing of a bustard or fowl, or of a piece of meat attached to a string and swung round in the air. The eastern huntsman has a different call for each variety of falcon. A good chark will sometimes take as many as 8 or 10 bustards, or 5 or 6 gazelles in the course of a morning. I have introduced these remarks on falconry, founded on personal experience, as this noble science is probably the greatest antiquity, and is still the favorite pursuit of the Eastern warrior. Before leaving the camp, I obtained letters to the principal chiefs of the southern tribes from the Pasha, as well as from Wadi, the sheik of the Zobaid, and other influential sheiks. After riding about 4 hours, we perceived a huge hill to the south. As we drew nearer, its flat table-like top and perpendicular sides, rising abruptly from an alluvial plain, showed that it was the work of man, and not a natural elevation. At length we could plainly distinguish around it great embankments, the remains of walls and canals. Gradually, as the caravan slowly advanced, the ruin assumed a definite shape. It was the Mound of Babel, better known to travelers as the Michele, a name not now given to it by the Arab inhabitants of the surrounding country. This is the first great ruin seen on approaching ancient Babylon from the north. Beyond it, long lines of palms hem in the Euphrates, which now winds through the midst of the ancient city. To the vast Mound of Babel succeed long undulating heaps of earth, bricks, and pottery. A solitary mass of brickwork, rising from the summit of the largest mound, marks the remains known to the Arabs as the Michele, or the overturned. Other shapeless heaps of rubbish cover for many an acre the face of the land. On all sides, fragments of glass, marble, pottery, and inscribed brick are mingled with that peculiar nitrous and blanched soil, which, bred from the remains of ancient habitations, checks or destroys vegetation, and renders the site of Babylon a naked and hideous waste. Owls start from the scanty thickets, and the foul jackal skulks through the furrows. Truly, the glory of kingdoms and the beauty of the Chaldees' excellency is as when God overthrew Sodom and Gomorrah. Wild beasts of the desert lie there, and their houses are full of doleful creatures. And owls dwell there, and satyrs dance there. And the wild beasts of the islands cry in their desolate houses, and dragons in their pleasant palaces. For her day has come. A few black tents and flocks of sheep and camels were scattered over the yellow plain. They belonged chiefly to the Zobaid, an ancient tribe, renowned in the history of the conquering Arabs under their first caliphs, and now pasturing their flocks in the wilds of Babylonia. From Amran, the last of the great mounds, a broad and well-trodden track winds through thick groves of palms. About an hour's ride beneath a pleasant shade brings the traveler to the falling gateway of the town of Hillah. A mean bazaar, crowded with Arabs, camels, and asses, leads to a bridge of boats across the Euphrates. The principal part of the town, containing the fort and the residence of the governor, is on the opposite side of the river. We turned off, however, to the left, as our quarters had been made ready on the western bank. A party of irregular troops, sent out to meet me, conducted my caravan to a spacious house standing on the very edge of the stream, and belonging to one of the principal families of the place. It had once contained rich furniture, and handsomely decorated rooms in the Persian style, but was now fast falling into utter ruin. The cold wind whistled through the rotten wooden panels of the windows, for there was no glass, and the crumbling ceiling and floor threatened to give way together. In this frail dwelling, we prepared to pass a part of our winter in Babylonia. End of Chapter 21. Recording by Sarah Irene Rosenberg, Chicago, Illinois.
Chapter 22, Part 1 of Discoveries Among the Ruins of Nineveh and Babylon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Discoveries Among the Ruins of Nineveh and Babylon by Austen Layard. Chapter 22, Part 1. The chiefs of Hilach, presence of lions, the son of the governor, description of the town, Zaid, the ruins of Babylon, changes in the course of the Euphrates, the walls, visit to the Birs Nimrud, description of the ruin, view from it, excavations and discoveries in the Mound of Babel, in the Mujalibi of Qasr, the tree Athil, excavations in the ruin of Amran, bowls with inscriptions in Hebrew and Syriac characters, the Jews of Babylonia. My first care on arriving at Hilach was to establish friendly relations with the principal inhabitants of the town, as well as with the Turkish officer in command of the small garrison that guarded its mud fort. Osman Pasha, the general, received me with courtesy and kindness, and during the remainder of my stay gave me all the help I could require. On my first visit he presented me with 2 lions. One was nearly of full size, and was well known in the bazaars and thoroughfares of Hilach, through which he was allowed to wander unrestrained. He was accustomed to help himself at the stalls of the butchers, and from the wicker boats of the fishermen, and when full, he allowed the boys to play their pranks upon him. He was taller and larger than a Saint Bernard dog, and like the lion, generally found on the banks of the rivers of Mesopotamia, was without the dark and shaggy mane of the African species. The other lion was but a cub, and had recently been found by an Arab in the Hindiyah marshes. Unfortunately it fell ill of the mange, to which the animal when confined is very liable, and soon after died. The other was too old to be sent to England by land, and I was thus unable to procure specimens for this country of the Babylonian lion, which has not, I believe, been seen in Europe. The Mudir, or governor of Hilla, was Shabib Akha, the head of one of the principal families of the town. He claimed a kind of hereditary right to this office. He was aged and infirm, suffering from asthma, and little able to manage public affairs, which were chiefly confided to his youngest and favorite son, a boy of about 12 years old. It was with this child that, in common with the inhabitants of Hilach, I transacted business. He received and paid visits with wonderful dignity and decorum. His notes and his inquiries after my health and wants were couched in the most eloquent and suitable terms. He showed a warm and affectionate interest in my welfare, and in the success of my undertakings, which was quite touching. Every morning he crossed the river with a crowd of secretaries, slaves, and attendants, to ascertain by personal inspection whether I needed any help. He was a noble boy, with black sparkling eyes and a bright olive complexion. He wore the long silken robes of a tone Arab, with the fringed kefir, or striped handkerchief of the Bedouin falling over his shoulders. On the whole, he made as good and active a governor as I have often met with in an eastern town, and was an instance of that precocity which is frequently seen in eastern children. A cordial friendship was soon established between us, and during my stay at Hilach, Aziz Akha, for such was his name, was my constant guest. From the principal people of Hilach, as well as from Shabib Akha, the father of Aziz, I received every help. Like most towns in this part of Turkey, it is peopled by Arabs, once belonging to different tribes, but now forgetting their clanships in a sedentary life. They maintain, however, a friendly intercourse with the Bedouins and with the wild inhabitants of the marshes, being always ready to unite with them in throwing off their obedience to the Sultan, and frequently maintaining for some time their independence. At the time of my visit, its inhabitants were anxiously waiting the result of an expedition of Abdeh Pasha against the rebellious tribes. Their allegiance to the Turkish governor and the consequent payment of taxes depended upon its success. If the Pasha were beaten, they would declare openly in favor of the Arabs, with whom, it was suspected, they were already in communication. The Hindia marshes are within sight of the town, and the Kazail, the tribes that dwell in them, ravaged the country to its gates. I was consequently unable to do more than visit the celebrated ruin of the Birs Nimrod. To excavate in it, in the then disturbed state of the country, was impossible. Hilla may contain about 8,000 or 9,000 inhabitants. The Euphrates flows through the town and is about 200 yards wide and 15 feet deep, a noble stream with a gentle current, admirably fitted for steam navigation. The houses, chiefly built of bricks taken from the ruins of ancient Babylon, are small and mean. Around the town, and above and below it for some miles, are groves of palm trees, forming a broad belt on both sides of the river. In the plain beyond them, a few canals bear water to plots cultivated with wheat, barley, and rice. Amongst the inhabitants of Hilla, with whom I became acquainted, was one Zaid, a sheikh of the Agail, a very worthy, hospitable fellow. He lived in Hilla, where his house, open to every traveller, was a place of meeting for the Arabs of the desert, from Najd to the Sinjar. To keep up this unbounded hospitality, he had a date grow and a few sheep, and cultivated a little land outside the walls of the town. He was thus supplied with nearly all that was necessary for an Arab entertainment. He usually accompanied me in my expeditions, and proved an invaluable guide. With one Ali, also a chief of the Agail, a man of wit and anecdote, though somewhat of a buffoon, and with other sheikhs, he usually spent the evening with me, relating Arab stories and describing distant regions and tribes, until the night was far spent. Having thus established relations with the principal inhabitants of the town, who could assist or interrupt me, as they were well or ill disposed, I could venture to commence excavations in the most important ruins on the site of Babylon. Half concealed among the palm trees on the eastern banks of the Euphrates above Hilla are a few hamlets belonging to Arabs who till the soil. From them I was able to procure workmen, and thus to make up, with the addition of my gibors, several parties of excavators. They were placed under the superintendence of Latif Akha and an intelligent Chaldean Christian of Baghdad, who had entered my service. The ruins of Babylon have been frequently described, so that I shall here only give a general sketch of them, without entering into accurate details or measurements, and distances, at the same time referring my reader to the accompanying plan, which will enable him to understand the position of the principal mounds. The road from Baghdad to Hilla crosses, near the village of Mohavil, a wide and deep canal, still carrying water to distant gardens. On the southern bank of this artificial stream is a line of earthen ramparts, which are generally believed to be the most northern remains of the ancient city of Babylon. From their summit the traveller scans a boundless plain, through which winds the Euphrates, with its dark belt of evergreen palms. Rising in the distance high above all surrounding objects is the one square mound, in form and size more like a natural hill than the work of men's hands. This is the first great ruin to the east of the river, and the Arab, as I have said, names it Babel. The traveller, before reaching this ruin, still about 4 miles distant, follows a beaten track winding amidst low mounds, and crossing the embankments of canals long since dry, or avoiding the heaps of drifted earth which cover the walls and foundations of buildings. Some have here traced the lines of the streets and the divisions between the inhabited quarters of ancient Babylon. As yet no traces whatever have been discovered of that great wall of earth rising, according to Herodotus, to the height of 200 royal cubits, and no less than 50 cubits broad, nor of the ditch that encompassed it. The mounds seem to be scattered without order, and to be gradually lost in the vast plains to the eastward. But southward of Babel, for the distance of nearly 3 miles, there is almost an uninterrupted line of mounds, the ruins of vast edifices, collected together as in the heart of a great city. They are enclosed by earthen ramparts, the remains of a line of walls, which, leaving the foot of Babel, stretched inland about 2.5 miles from the present bed of the Euphrates, and then, turning nearly at right angles, completed the defences on the southern side of the principal buildings that mark the site of Babylon, on the eastern bank of the river. Between its most southern point and Hillah, and between Mohaville and Babel, can only be traced low heaps and embankments scattered irregularly over the plain. It is evident that the space enclosed within this continuous rampart could not have contained the whole of that mighty city, whose magnificence and extent were the wonder of the ancient world. The walls of Babylon, according to Herodotus, measured 120 stadia on each side, and formed a perfect square of 480 stadia, or nearly 60 miles. Several later writers have repeated his statement. Strabo and Diodorus Siculus have, however, reduced the circuit of the city to 385 and 360 stadia, and such, according to Clitarchus, were its dimensions when it yielded to Alexander. The existing remains within the rampart agrees as little in form as in size with the descriptions of Babylon, for the city was a perfect square. Mr. Rich, in order to explain these difficulties, was the first to suggest that the vast ruin to the west of the Euphrates, called the Birs Nimrod, should be included within the limits of Babylon. There is no doubt that, by imagining a square large enough to include the smaller mounds scattered over the plains from Mohaville to below Hillah on one side of the river, and the Birs Nimrod at its southwestern angle on the other, the site of a city of the dimensions attributed to Babylon might be satisfactorily determined. But then it must be assumed that neither the outer wall nor the ditch so minutely described by Herodotus ever existed. According to the united testimony of ancient authors, the city was divided by the Euphrates into 2 parts. The principal existing ruins are to the east side of the river. There are very few remains to the west, between Hillah and the Birs Nimrod. Indeed, in some parts of the plain, there are none at all. This fact might, to a certain extent, be explained in the following manner. To this day, the Euphrates has a tendency to change its course and to lose itself in marshes to the west of its actual bed. We find that the low country on that side was subject to continual inundations from the earliest periods, and that, according to a tradition, Semiramis built embankments to restrain the river. The changes in its course to which the Euphrates was thus liable appear only to have taken place to the west of its present bed. After the most careful examination of the country, I could find no traces whatever of its having at any time flowed much further than it now does to the east, although during unusual floods it occasionally spreads over the plain on that side. The great mounds still rising on the eastern bank prove this. Supposing, therefore, the river, from different causes, to have advanced and receded during many centuries between the Hindia marshes and its present channel, it will easily be understood how the ruins, which may once have stood on the western bank, have gradually been washed away, and how the existing flat alluvial plain has taken their place. In this manner, the complete disappearance of the principal part of the western division of the city may, I think, be accounted for. It is more difficult to explain the total absence of all traces of the external wall and ditch so fully and minutely described by Herodotus and other ancient writers, and according to their concurrent accounts, of such enormous dimensions. If a vast line of fortifications, with its gates and equidistant towers, all of stupendous height and thickness, did once exist, it is scarcely to be believed that no part whatever of it should now remain. Darius and other conquerors, it is true, are said to have pulled down and destroyed these defences, but it is surely impossible that any human labour could have obliterated their very traces. Even supposing that the ruins around Hillach do not represent the site of ancient Babylon, there are no remains elsewhere in Mesopotamia to correspond with those great ramparts. If there had been, they could not have escaped the researches of modern travellers. But Herodotus states that in the midst of each division of the city there was a circular space surrounded by a lofty wall. One contained the royal palace, the other the temple of Belus. There can be little difficulty in admitting that the mounds within the earthen rampart on the eastern bank of the river might represent the first of these fortified enclosures which we know to have been on that side of the Euphrates. It is not impossible, as Rich has suggested, that the Birs Nimrud, around which, as it will be seen, there are still the traces of a regular wall, may be the remains of the second, or that the gradual changes in the course of the river just described may have completely destroyed all traces of it. It may be inferred, I think, from the descriptions of Herodotus and Diodorus Siculus, that Babylon was built on the same general plan as Nineveh. It must not be forgotten also that the outer walls of Nineveh, as well as those of Babylon, have entirely disappeared. Are we to suppose that the historians in their descriptions confounded them with those surrounding the temples and palaces, and that these exterior fortifications were mere ramparts of mud and brushwood, such as are still raised round modern eastern cities? Such defences, when once neglected, would soon fall to dust and leave no traces behind. I confess that I can see no other way of accounting for the entire disappearance of these exterior walls. I will now describe the results of my researches amongst the ruins near Hillach. Parties of workmen were placed at once on the two most important mounds, the Babel of the Arabs, the Mujalibi of Rich, and the Mujalibi, the Kasr of the same traveller. I was compelled, as I have stated, to abandon my plan of excavating in the Birs Nimrod. This great pile of masonry is about 6 miles to the southwest of Hillach. It stands on the very edge of the vast marsh formed by the waters of the Hindiyah Canal and by the periodical floods of the Euphrates. The plain between it and the town is, in times of quiet, under cultivation, and is irrigated by a canal derived from the Euphrates near the village of Anana. Shortly after my arrival at Hillach, I visited the Birs Nimrod, accompanied by Zaid and a party of well-armed Agiles. This was unfortunately the only opportunity I had of examining these remarkable ruins during my presence in Babylonia. The country became daily more disturbed, and no Arabs could be induced to pitch their tents near the mounds or to work there. The Birs Nimrod, the palace of Nimrod of the Arabs, and the prison of Nebuchadnezzar of the Jews, by all travellers believed to be the very ruins of the Tower of Babel, by some again supposed to represent the temple of Belus, the wonder of the ancient world, and by others to mark the site of Borsippa, a city celebrated as the high place of the Chaldean worship, in a vast heap of bricks, slag, and broken pottery. The dry nitrous earth of the parched plain, driven before the furious south wind, has thrown over the huge mass a thin covering of soil, in which no herb or green thing can find nourishment or take root. Thus, unlike the grass-clothed mounds of the more fertile districts of Assyria, the Birs Nimrod is ever a bare and yellow heap. It rises to the height of 198 feet, and has on its summit a compact mass of brickwork, 37 feet high by 28 broad, the whole being thus 235 in perpendicular height. Neither the original form or object of the edifice, of which it is the ruin, have hitherto been determined. It is too solid for the walls of a building,
and its shape is not that of the remains of a tower. It is pierced by square holes, apparently made to admit air through the compact structure. On one side of it, beneath the crowning masonry, lie huge fragments torn from the pile itself. The calcined and vitreous surface of the bricks, fused into rock-like masses, show that their fall may have been caused by lightning, and as the ruin of rent is almost from top to bottom, early Christian travelers, as well as some of more recent date, have not hesitated to recognize in them proofs of that divine vengeance, which, according to tradition, arrested by fire from heaven the impious attempt of the first descendants of Noah. Even the Jews, as it would appear, from Benjamin of Tudela, at one time, identified the Birs Nimrod with the Tower of Babel. Whatever may have been the original edifice of which the Birs Nimrod is the ruin, or whoever its founder, it is certain that as yet no remains have been discovered there more ancient than of the time of Nebuchadnezzar. Every inscribed brick taken from it, and there are thousands and tens of thousands, bears the name of this king. It must, however, be remembered that this fact is no proof that he actually founded the building. He may have merely added to or rebuilt an earlier edifice. Thus, although it would appear by the inscriptions from Nimrod that the northwest palace was originally raised by a king who lived long before him whose name occurs on the walls of that monument, yet not one fragment has been found at the time of that earlier monarch. Such is the case in other Assyrian ruins. It is therefore not impossible that at some future time more ancient remains may be discovered at the Birs. I will now describe the ruins. It must be first observed that they are divided into two distinct parts, and doubtless the remains of two different buildings. A rampart or wall, the remains of which are marked by mounds of earth, appears to have enclosed both of them. To the west of the high mound, topped by the tower-like pile of masonry, is the second, which is larger but lower, and in shape more like the ruins on the eastern bank of the Euphrates. It is traversed by ravines and watercourses, and strewed over it are the usual fragments of stone, brick, and pottery. Upon its summit are two small Mohammedan chapels, one of which, the Arabs declare, is built over the spot where Nimrod cast the patriarch Abraham into the fiery furnace, according to the common Eastern tradition. Not having been able to excavate in this mound, I could not ascertain whether it covers the remains of any ancient building. Travellers, as far as I am aware, have hitherto failed in suggesting any satisfactory restoration of the Birs. It is generally represented, without sufficient accuracy, as a mere shapeless mass. But if examined from the summit of an adjoining mound, its outline would at once strike any one acquainted with the ruins of the west of Mosul, described in a former of this work. The similarity between them will be recognized, and it will be seen that they are all the remains of edifices built upon very nearly, if not precisely, the same plan. The best published representations of the Birs Nimrod appear to me to be those contained in a memoir of that accurate and observing traveller, the late Mr. Rich. The mound rises abruptly from the plain on one face, the western, and falls to its level by a series of gradations on the opposite. Such is precisely the case with the ruins of Mokhamur, Abu Khamira, and Tel Erma. The brickwork still visible in the lower parts of the mound, as well as in the upper, shows the sides of several distinct stages of terraces. I believe the isolated mass of masonry to be the remains of one of the highest terraces, if not the highest, and the whole edifice to have consisted, on the eastern or southeastern side, of a series of stages rising one above the other, and on the western or northwestern, of one solid perpendicular wall. The back of the building may have been painted, as according to Diodorus Siculus, were the palaces of Babylon, with hunting or sacred scenes, and may have been decorated with cornices or other architectural ornaments. There were no means of ascent to it, nor was it accessible in any part unless narrow galleries were carried round it at different elevations. It is probable that the ascents from terrace to terrace consisted of broad flights of steps, or of inclined ways, carried up the centre of each stage. Such we may judge from the descriptions of Diodorus was the form of some of the great buildings at Babylon. The ascents to the different terraces of the hanging gardens, he says, were like the gradines of a theatre. There are certainly traces of them in the mounds in the desert west of Mosul, if not in the Birs Nimrod. Herodotus states that the temple of Belus at Babylon consisted of a series of towers. His description is not very clear, but it may be inferred that the various parts of the structure were nearly square. The base was undoubtedly so, and so also may have been the upper stories, although generally represented as round. There is nothing in the word used by Herodotus to show that they were circular, and that they were solid masses of masonry appears to me to be evident, for upon the upper one was constructed the temple of the god. The ascent, too, was on the outside. Without, however, venturing to identify the Birs Nimrod with the ruins of this temple, it may be observed that it is highly probable one uniform system of building was adopted in the East for sacred purposes, and that these ascending and receding platforms formed the general type of the Chaldean and Assyrian temples. The edifice of which this remarkable ruin is the remains was built of kiln-burnt bricks. Fragments of stone, marble, and basalt, scattered amongst the rubbish, show that it was adorned with other materials. The cement by which the bricks were united is of so tenacious a quality that it is almost impossible to detach one from the mass entire. The ruin is a specimen of the perfection of the Babylonian masonry. I will not enter into the many disputed questions concerning with the topography of Babylon, nor will I endeavor to identify the various existing ruins with the magnificent edifices described by ancient authors. The subject was fully investigated by the late Mr. Rich, and the published controversy between him and Major Rennell has left little to be added. A theory, first I believe put forward by Colonel Rawlinson, that the ruins around Hilach do not mark the site of the first Babylon, which must be sought for further to the south, as far even as Niffer, has, I presume, been abandoned. There cannot, however, be a doubt that Nebuchadnezzar almost entirely rebuilt the city, and perhaps not exactly on the ancient site, a conjecture, as I have shown, perfectly in accordance with Scripture and with Eastern customs. An accurate survey of the ruins is now chiefly required. Recent travellers are of opinion that the Birs Nimrod cannot be identified, as conjectured by Rich, with the Temple of Belus, but that it marks the site of the celebrated Chaldean city of Borsippa, which Rich traced 4 leagues to the south of Hilach, in some mounds called Borsa by the Arabs. Until more authentic information be obtained from inscriptions and actual remains, the question cannot, I think, be considered as settled. From the summit of the Birs Nimrod I gazed over a vast marsh, for Babylon is made a possession for the bittern and pools of water. In the midst of the swamps could be faintly distinguished the Arab settlements which showed the activity of a hive of bees. Light boats were skimming to and fro over the shallow water, whilst men and women urged onwards their flocks and laden cattle. The booming of the cannons of the Turkish army, directed against the fort of Hawaina, resounded in the distance, and the inhabitants of the marsh were already hurrying with their property to safer retreats in anticipation of the fall of their stronghold. To the southwest, in the extreme distance, rose the palm trees of Kifil, casting their scanty shade over a small dome, the tomb of Ezekiel. To this spot annually flock in crowds, as their forefathers have done for centuries, the Jews of Baghdad, Hilach, and other cities of Chaldea, the descendants of the captives of Jerusalem, who still linger in the land of their exile. Although tradition alone may place in the neighborhood of Babylon the tomb of the prophet, yet from a very early period the spot appears to have been sought in pilgrimage by the pious Hebrew. I visited the edifice some years ago. It is now but a plain building, despoiled of the ornaments and manuscripts which it once appears to have contained. Benjamin of Tudela gives a curious and interesting description of it, which the reader will find well worth examining. End of chapter 22, part 1. Chapter 22, part 2 of Discoveries among the Ruins of Nineveh and Babylon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Discoveries among the Ruins of Nineveh and Babylon by Austen Layard. Chapter 22, Part 2. We galloped back from the Birs Nimrod to Hillach, crossing the dreary and deserted plain, without meeting any of those marauders who were wandering over the face of the country. I remained in Hillach until the 19th December, riding every day to the ruins on the eastern bank of the river, and personally superintending the excavations. The first trenches were opened in the great mound of Babel, about 5 miles from the gate of Hillach, and 3/4 of a mile from the river. I sought the subterranean passage opened and described by Mr. Rich, and on removing the rubbish I soon came to the quadrangular funnel, about 13 feet square, of burnt brick and bitumen, which he had discovered. After the lapse of 40 years, it had been once more completely filled with earth. The workmen again entered the underground chamber, in which Mr. Rich found a coffin of wood containing a skeleton still well preserved. Beneath this masonry were found several entire coffins, precisely similar to that discovered by Mr. Rich. They still held skeletons more or less entire, which fell to pieces as soon as exposed to the air. No relic or ornament had been buried with the bodies. The wood of the coffins was in the last stage of decay, and could only be taken out piecemeal. A foul and unbearable stench issued from these loathsome remains, and from the passages which had become the dens of wild beasts, who could work their way into them from above. It was almost impossible to stay for many minutes underground. Even the Arabs were compelled to leave their work after a few days. On the northern side of the mound, above these places of sepulture, are the remains of a massive wall of sun-dried brick. The masonry is not united by bituminous cement, as in the vaults, but apparently by simple mud, as in modern Arab buildings, and between each course of bricks are spread thin layers of reeds, still perfectly preserved. The coffins discovered at Babel are of a comparatively recent period, and are not pure Babylonian. At the very earliest they may be of the time of the Seleucidae, but I am inclined to think that they are even of a still later date. It is evident that they were buried after the destruction of the edifice covered by the mound. Numerous deep trenches opened on the surface of the mound, and several tunnels carried into its sides at different levels, led to no other discovery than that of numerous relics of a doubtful period, such as are found in large numbers, in a more or less perfect state, amongst all Babylonian ruins, especially after heavy rains have washed away the loose soil, or have deepened the ravines. The most interesting were arrowheads in bronze and iron, small glass bottles, some colored, others ribbed and otherwise ornamented, and vases of earthenware of various forms and sizes, sometimes glazed with a rich blue color. These, and in general what travellers have found, may be set down as of the time of the Greek occupation, and some as late as the 6th or 7th century of the Christian era. At Babel was also found, at some depth below the surface, a curious jug, which I should have been inclined to believe altogether modern, had there not been one nearly similar in form, and of the same substance, in Mr. Rich's collection in the British Museum, and consequently, it may be presumed, obtained from the same ruins. It is of soapstone, rudely carved and ornamented, and resembles in shape the vessels still used by the Arabs for ablutions. Scattered over the mound, and at a little depth beneath the surface, were numerous bricks, bearing the usual superscription of Nebuchadnezzar. No ancient masonry was, however, discovered, from which these bricks had been detached. It was thus evident that the remains of the original edifice, if any still existed, were to be sought far beneath the surface, and I accordingly opened tunnels at the very foot of the mound, nearly on a level with the plain. A few days' labour enabled me to ascertain that we had at last found the ancient building. On the eastern side the workmen soon reached solid piers and walls of brick masonry, buried under an enormous mass of loose bricks, earth, and rubbish. We uncovered 8 or 10 piers and several walls branching in various directions, but I failed to trace any plan, or to discover any remains whatever of sculptured stone or painted plaster. During the remainder of my stay in Babylonia, workmen continued to excavate in this part of the mound, uncovering a confused heap of ruins and standing masonry. The enormous accumulation of loose rubbish above them, not a hard compact mass as at Nineveh, but continually crumbling and falling in, exposed the men to a risk scarcely warranted by the results of their labours. I much doubt whether even more extensive excavations would lead to any important discoveries. It is possible, however, that detached inscriptions or sculptured slabs might be obtained. On the western and southern sides of the mound were also discovered, at the very base, remains of solid masonry. The bricks bore the usual superscription of Nebuchadnezzar, and were firmly cemented together with fine white mortar. It is thus evident that a vast edifice once stood, either on the level of the plain or raised upon enormous piers and buttresses of brickwork, and that the tombs and any traces of building that may exist on or near the present surface of the mound are of a more recent period. I will not attempt to decide whether Babel be the remains of the great palace of Nebuchadnezzar, of the celebrated hanging gardens, or of a temple. The only remains of building not covered by soil and sand, but still standing above ground on the site of Babylon, and part of the ancient city, are about 1 mile to the south of the mound last described. It is the Qasr, or Palace of Rich, a name by which it is now generally known to travellers, but the Arabs call it the Mujalibi, or the Overturned. It rises on the river bank, and is about 700 yards square. The principal part of this great ruin consists of loose bricks, tiles, and fragments of stone, but nearly in the centre a solid mass of masonry, still entire, and even retaining traces of architectural ornament, protrudes from the confused heap of rubbish. Piers, buttresses, and pilasters may be traced, but the work of destruction has been too complete to allow us to determine whether they belong to the interior or exterior of a palace. I sought in vain for some clue to the general plan of the edifice. Upon nearly every brick is clearly and deeply stamped the name and titles of Nebuchadnezzar, and the inscribed face is always placed downwards. This wonderful piece of masonry is so perfect, and of so fresh a pale yellow colour, that it seems but the work of yesterday, although it is undoubtedly part of a building which stood in the midst of old Babylon. This ruin has for ages been the mine from which the builders of cities rising after the fall of Babylon have obtained their materials. To this day there are men who have no other trade than that of gathering bricks from this vast heap and taking them for sale to the neighbouring towns and villages, and even to Baghdad. There is scarcely a house in Hellah which is not almost entirely built with them, and as the traveller passes through the narrow streets, he sees in the walls of every hovel a record of the glory and power of Nebuchadnezzar. A large number of the fragments of brick found in this ruin are covered with a thick enamel or glaze. The colors have resisted the effects of time and preserved their original brightness. Parts of figures and ornaments may still be traced on many specimens. The principal colors are a brilliant blue, red, a deep yellow, white, and black. We learn from ancient authors that the walls of the palaces of Babylon were painted with the figures of men and animals, and there can be no doubt that these enameled bricks are from the walls of an edifice. Fragments of glass, Babylonian gems and cylinders, small bronze figures, and other relics of this nature are occasionally found on the mound by the Arabs, and are bought by the Jews of Helach, who sell them again to European travelers. The huge lion described by Rich still exists half buried in the rubbish. The animal stands over a man with outstretched arms, which has led some imaginative travelers to see in the group a representation of Daniel in the lion's den. The figures are in black basalt, either so barbarously executed as to show very little progress in art, or left unfinished by the sculptor. It would scarcely be worth removal. Near the northern edge of the ruin is the solitary tree Hadley, well known to the Arabs, and the source of various traditions. It is said to have stood in the hanging gardens of Babylon, and to have been saved by God from the general destruction which overwhelmed the impious city, that Ali might tie his horse to its trunk after the defeat of the enemies of the Prophet in the great battle of Helach. No other tree of the same kind exists, according to the same tradition, in the whole world. It is, however, I believe, a species of tamarisk, whose long feathery branches tremble in the breeze with a melancholy murmur, well suited to the desolate heap over which it may have waved for 1,000 years. It was a hopeless task to excavate in a shapeless heap of rubbish of such vast extent, which had already been explored in every direction. With the exception of the solitary pile of masonry rising in the center, the ruin consisted of little else than of shattered brickwork. I continued, however, a few of the tunnels already opened, but the falling rubbish, which had more than once overwhelmed the seekers after bricks, soon compelled me to desist. The only relic of any interest I was fortunate enough to discover was a fragment of limestone, on which were parts of 2 figures, undoubtedly those of gods. The name of one deity is added in Babylonian characters to its sculptured image. It is probably only a small portion of a slab or frieze containing a series of similar figures, but I was unable, after a careful and prolonged search, to find any other pieces. The fragment, however, is interesting as showing that the Babylonians portrayed their divinities in the same manner as the Assyrians. They wear the same high headdress ornamented with feathers and rosettes, the long curled hair and beard, and the embroidered garments, and they hold the same staff with a ring as the gods in the rock sculptures of Bavian. With the exception of a few rudely engraved gems and enameled bricks, this was the only relic I obtained from the Mujalibi. Excavations were carried on for some days in the smaller mounds scattered over the plain between Babel and the ruin last described, but without any results, except the discovery of the remains of brick masonry, of a few earthen vases, and of some fragments of glass. The last ruin I examined was a mound of great extent, sometimes called by the Arabs Jumjuma, from a neighboring village of that name, and sometimes, as stated by Rich, Amran ben Ali, from a Kobi, or small domed tomb of a Mohammedan saint on its summit. No masonry is here seen as in the Mujalibi. All remains of buildings, if there be any still existing, are deeply buried beneath the loose nitrous earth. It is traversed by innumerable ravines, and its form and level are equally irregular. I opened trenches in various parts, but could find no traces of an edifice of any kind. Some small objects of considerable interest were, however, discovered. Although not of the true Babylonian epoch, they are, no more than one account, highly important. The mound of Amran, as well as nearly all those in Babylonia, had been used as a place of burial for the dead long after the destruction of the great edifices whose ruins it covers. Some specimens of glass and several terracotta figures, lamps and jars, dug out of it, are evidently of the time of the Seleucidae or of the Greek occupation. With these relics were 5 cups or bowls of earthenware, and fragments of others, covered on the inner surface with letters written in a kind of ink. Similar objects had already been found in other Babylonian ruins. 2 from the collection of the late Mr. Stewart had been deposited in the British Museum, and amongst the antiquities recently purchased by the trustees from Colonel Rawlinson are 8 specimens obtained at Baghdad, where they are sometimes offered for sale by the Arabs, but it is not known from what sites they were brought. The characters upon them are in form not unlike the Hebrew, and on some they resemble the Sabaean and Syriac. These bowls had not attracted notice, nor had the inscriptions upon them been fully examined before they were placed in the hands of Mr. Thomas Ellis of the Manuscript Department in the British Museum, a gentleman of great learning and ingenuity as a Hebrew scholar. Mr. E. has succeeded after much labor in deciphering the inscriptions. Little doubt can, I think, exist as to the Jewish origin of these bowls, and such being the case, there is no reason to question their having belonged to the descendants of those Jews who were carried captive by Nebuchadnezzar to Babylon and the surrounding cities. These strangers appear to have clung with a tenacity peculiar to their race to the land of their exile. We can trace them about Babylon from almost the time of their deportation down to the 12th century of the Christian era, when the Hebrew traveler Benjamin of Tudela wandered over the regions of the East and among the cities of the captivity to seek the remnant of his ancient nation. During the Persian dominion in Mesopotamia, we find them enduring tortures and persecutions rather than help to rebuild a temple dedicated to a false god. In the time of the Roman supremacy in the East, they appear to have been a turbulent race, rebelling against their rulers and waging civil war amongst themselves. They had celebrated schools in many cities of Assyria and Chaldea. As early as the 3rd century, Hebrew travelers visited Babylon, and some of them have left records of the state of their countrymen. The Babylonian Talmud, compiled in the beginning of the 6th century, contains many valuable notices of the condition of the Jewish colonies in Babylonia, and enumerates more than 200 Babylonian towns, then under the Persian rule, inhabited by Jewish families. In manuscripts of the 8th and 9th centuries we have further mention of these colonies. In the 12th century, Benjamin of Tudela found no less than 20,000 Jews dwelling within 20 miles of Babylon and worshipping in the synagogue, built according to tradition by the prophet Daniel himself. In Hilach alone were 10,000 persons and 4 synagogues, and he gives the number of families and of their places of worship in every town he visited, keeping during his journey an exact daily itinerary, which concludes nearly all the stations on the modern caravan routes. Allowing for some exaggeration on the part of this traveler, it is still evident that a very considerable Jewish population lived in the cities of Babylonia. It has greatly diminished, and in some places has entirely disappeared. A few families still linger at Hilach, and in Baghdad the principal native trade and money transactions are carried on by Jews, who are the bankers and brokers of the governors of the city, as they, no doubt, anciently were of the Abbasid caliphs. According to their own tradition, these Hebrew families were descended from the Jews of the captivity. They still preserved their pedigrees and traced their lineage to the princes and prophets of Judah. Their chief resided at Baghdad, and his title was Lord Prince of the Captivity. He was lineally descended, according to his people, from King David himself. Even Mohammedans acknowledged his claim to this noble birth and called him our Lord, the Son of David. His authority extended over the centuries of the East, as far as Thibet and Hindustan. He was treated on all occasions with the greatest honor and respect, and when he appeared in public, he wore robes of embroidered silk and a white turban encircled by a diadem of gold. We may safely conclude that these earthen bowls belonged to Jews of Babylonia and Chaldea. Similar relics have been found, as I have stated, in many ruins near Babylon. I discovered an entire bowl, as well as many fragments, at Niffer. Nearly at the same time, several were dug out of a mound about halfway between Baghdad and Hillah, but they were unfortunately dispersed or destroyed before I could obtain possession of them. On all these sites, during the first centuries of the Christian era, dwelt Jewish families. As no date whatever is found in the inscriptions, it is difficult to determine the exact time when they were written. We must endeavor to form some opinion upon such internal evidence as they may afford. Mr. Ellis remarks that, as this is the first time anything of the kind has been examined in Europe, he can only hazard a conjecture from the forms of the letters, which are certainly the most ancient known specimens of the Chaldean, and appear to have been invented for the purpose of writing the cuneiform character in a more cursive and expeditious manner. In support of this conjecture, he cites the language of the Assyrian inscriptions as closely resembling that on the bowls. The relics, however, are evidently of different dates. The most ancient might be referred to the 2nd or 3rd century before Christ, but may be of a later period. Others are undoubtedly of a more recent date, and might even have been written as late as the 5th century of our era. The Syriac characters on the latter bowl appear to have marks of Sabaean or Mendean origin, and on a bowl from Mr. Stewart's collection there is an inscription, unfortunately almost destroyed and no longer decipherable, in that peculiar character still used by the Sabaeans of Susiana. In the forms of expression and in the names of the angels, these inscriptions bear a striking analogy to the apocryphal book of Enoch, which is supposed to have been written by a Jew of the Captivity shortly before the Christian era. That singular rhapsody also mentions the sorceries, incantations, and dividing of roots and trees, which appear to have been practiced by the Jews at that period, and to be alluded to on the bowls. As to the original use of these vessels, it is not improbable, as conjectured by Mr. Ellis, that the writing was to be dissolved in water, to be drank as a cure against disease, or a precaution against the arts of witchcraft and magic. Similar remedies are still resorted to in the East, in cases of obstinate illness, and there are mullahs who make the preparation of such charms their peculiar profession. The modern inscriptions generally consist of sentences from the Koran, interspersed with various mystic signs and letters. But if such was their object, it is evident that they could not have been used for that purpose, as the writing upon them is perfectly fresh, and it is essential that it should be entirely washed into the water to make the remedy efficacious. As they were found at a considerable depth beneath the surface, in mounds which had undoubtedly been used as places of sepulture, I am rather inclined to believe that they were charms buried with the dead, or employed for some purpose at funeral ceremonies, and afterwards placed in the grave. End of chapter 22.
Chapter 23 of Discoveries Among the Ruins of Nineveh and Babylon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Chad Horner from Ballyclare in County Antrim, Northern Ireland, situated in the north east of the island of Ireland. Discoveries Among the Ruins of Nineveh and Babylon by Austen Layard. Chapter 23. State of the Ruins of Babylon, Cause of the Disappearance of Buildings, Nature of Original Edifices, Babylonian Bricks, The History of Babylon, Its Fall, Its Remarkable Position, Commerce, Canals and Roads, Skill of Babylonians in the Arts, Engraved Gems, Corruption of Manners, and Consequent Fall of the City. The Mecca Pilgrimage, Sheikh Ibn Rashid, the Jebel Shamar, the Mounds of El Hamer, of Anana. Such, then, were the discoveries amongst the ruins of ancient Babylon. They were far less numerous and important than I could have anticipated, nor did they tend to prove that there were remains beneath the heaps of earth and rubbish which would reward more extensive excavations. It was not even possible to trace the general plan of any one edifice. Only shapeless piles of masonry and isolated walls and piers were brought to light, giving no clue whatever to the original form of the buildings to which they belonged. If the tradition be true that Xerxes, to punish the Babylonians and humiliate their priests, ordered them utterly to destroy their temples and other great public edifices, and that Alexander the Great employed 10,000 men in vain to clear away the rubbish from the temple of Belus alone, it is not surprising that with a small band of Arabs little progress should have been made in uncovering any part of the ancient buildings. No sculptures or inscribed slabs, the panelling of the walls of palaces, have been discovered amongst the ruins of Babylon as in those of Nineveh. Scarcely a detached figure in stone or a solitary tablet has been dug out of the vast heaps of rubbish. Babylon is fallen, and all the graven images of her gods he hath broken unto the ground. The complete absence of such remains is to be explained by the nature of the materials used in the erection of even the most costly edifices. In the immediate vicinity of Babylon there were no quarries of alabaster or of limestone such as existed near Nineveh. The city was built in the midst of an alluvial country far removed from the hills. Consequently, stone for building purposes could only be obtained from a distance. The black basalt, a favourite material amongst the Babylonians for carving detached figures and for architectural ornaments, as appears from numerous fragments found amongst the ruins, came from the Kurdish mountains, or from the north of Mesopotamia. It was probably floated down the Euphrates and Tigris on rafts from those districts. The Assyrian alabaster could have been brought from Nineveh, and the water communication by the rivers and canals offered great facilities for transport. Yet enormous labour and expense would have been required to supply such materials in sufficient quantities to construct an entire edifice, or even to panel the walls of its chambers. The Babylonians were therefore content to avail themselves of the building materials which they found on the spot. With the tenacious mud of their alluvial plains, mixed with chopped straw, they made bricks, whilst bitumen and other substances collected from the immediate neighbourhood furnished them with an excellent cement. A knowledge of the art of manufacturing glaze and of compounding colours enabled them to cover their bricks with a rich enamel, thereby rendering them equally ornamental for the exterior and interior of their edifices. The walls of their palaces and temples were also coated, as we learn from several passages in the Bible, with mortar and plaster, which, judging from their cement, must have been of very fine quality. The fingers of the man's hand wrote the words of condemnation of the Babylonian Empire upon the plaster of the wall of the king's palace. Upon those walls were painted historical and religious subjects and various ornaments, and according to Diodorus Siculus, the bricks were enamelled with the figures of men and animals. Images of stone were no doubt introduced into the buildings. We learn from the Bible that figures of the gods in this material, as well as in metal, were kept in the Babylonian temples. But such sculptures were not common, otherwise more remains of them must have been discovered in the ruins. On one of the most important Babylonian relics brought to this country, we have some highly curious notices of the architecture of the Babylonians. They are contained in tablets inscribed upon a black stone and divided into 10 columns. The inscription commences, according to Dr. Hinks, with the name and titles of Nebuchadnezzar the Great, whose reign began, it may be inferred, from Ptolemy's canon, BC 604. He is called Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, son of Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon. We may infer that his grandfather was not a king from the omission of his name. The subsequent part of the inscription contains no notice of any foreign conquests, but speaks of the building of various temples and palaces, in addition to the walls of Babylon and Borsippa. If the tablets could be completely deciphered, and the meaning of many doubtful words accurately ascertained, much information would be obtained relating to Babylonian architecture. The walls were built of burned brick and bitumen, lined with gypsum and other materials. Some seem to have been wainscoted. Over these walls was woodwork, and on the top an awning sustained by poles like the white, green, and blue hangings fastened with cords of fine linen and purple to silver rings and pillars of marble. In Ahasuerus's palace at Shushan, some of the woodwork is said to have been gilt, other parts silvered, and a large portion of it was brought from Lebanon. Marduk appears in this inscription as the principal deity of Babylon, holding the place that Ashur does on the monuments of Nineveh. He is called the Great Lord, Lord of Lords, Elder of the Gods, etc. Nebu seems to hold the second rank. The king offers him thanksgiving for what he has already done and prays for his blessing on himself and his house. It may be conjectured that in their general plan the Babylonian palaces and temples resembled those of Assyria. We know that the arts, the religion, the customs, and the laws of the two kindred people were nearly identical. They spoke also the same language and used very nearly the same written characters. One appears to have borrowed from the other, and without attempting to decide the question of priority of independent existence as a nation and of civilization, it can be admitted that they had to a certain extent a common origin, and that they maintained for many centuries an intimate connection. We find no remains of columns at Babylon, as none have been found at Nineveh. If such architectural ornaments were used, they must have been either of wood or of brick. The massy pillars with Egyptian-like capitals, usually chosen by artists for the restoration of Belshazzar's palaces and temples, are the mere creations of fancy, and are not warranted by any existing remains whatever. The Babylonian column more probably resembled in form and proportions that of Nineveh and Persepolis. It may have been a modification of the Assyrian, which afterwards gave birth to the Persian, for it was through Babylon that the arts appear to have penetrated partly, if not entirely, into Persia. Although the building materials thus used in the great edifices of Babylon may seem extremely mean when compared to those employed in the stupendous palace temples of Egypt, and even in the less massive edifices of Assyria, yet the Babylonians appear to have raised, with them alone, structures which excited the wonder and admiration of the most famous travellers of antiquity. The profuse use of colour, and the taste displayed in its combination and in the ornamental designs, together with the solidity and vastness of the immense substructure upon which the buildings partly stood, may have chiefly contributed to produce this effect upon the minds of strangers. The palaces and temples, like those of Nineveh, were erected upon lofty platforms of brickwork. The origin of Assyrian architecture, which I have elsewhere described, was especially that of Babylon. The bricks, as in Assyria, were either simply baked in the sun or were burnt in the kiln. The latter are of more than one shape and quality. Some are square, others are oblong. Those from the Burj Nimrud are generally of a dark red colour, whilst those from the Mujalibe are mostly of a light yellow. Specimens have been frequently brought to this country and are to be found in many public and private collections. The Babylonian inscribed bricks long excited the curiosity of the learned, and gave rise to a variety of ingenious speculations as to their use and meaning. But by some they were believed to be public documents, others saw in the writing dedications to the gods or registers of gifts to temples. The question has now been entirely set at rest by the discovery made by Dr. Hinks that almost every brick hitherto obtained from the ruins of Babylon bears the same inscription, with the exception of one or two unimportant words, and that they record the building of the city of Nebuchadnezzar, the son of Nebuchadnezzar. A few inscribed tablets of stone and baked clay, figures in bronze and terracotta, metal objects of various kinds, and engraved cylinders and gems, have been almost the only undoubted Babylonian antiquities hitherto brought to Europe. Such relics are preserved in many cabinets. The small original collection in the British Museum belonged partly to Sir Robert Kerr Porter and partly to Mr. Rich. It may not be out of place to add a few remarks upon the history of Babylon. The time of the foundation of this celebrated city is still a question which does not admit of a satisfactory determination, and into which I will not enter. Some believe it to have taken place at a comparatively recent date, but if, as Egyptian scholars assert, the name of Babylon is found on monuments of the 18th Egyptian dynasty, we have positive evidence of its existence at least in the 15th century before Christ. After the rise of the Assyrian Empire, it appears to have been at one time under the direct rule of the kings of Nineveh, and at another to have been governed by its own independent chiefs. Expeditions against Babylonia are recorded in the earliest inscriptions yet discovered in Assyria, and, as it has been seen, even in the time of Sennacherib and his immediate predecessors, large armies were still frequently sent against its rebellious inhabitants. The Babylonian kingdom was, however, almost absorbed in that of Assyria, the dominant power of the East. When this great empire began to decline, Babylon rose for the last time. Media and Persia were equally ready to throw off the Assyrian yoke, and at length the allied armies of Sennacherib and the father of Nebuchadnezzar captured and destroyed the capital of the eastern world. Babylon now rapidly succeeded to that proud position so long held by Nineveh. Under Nebuchadnezzar she acquired the power forfeited by her rival. The bounds of the city were extended. Buildings of extraordinary size and magnificence were erected. Her victorious armies conquered Syria and Palestine, and penetrated into Egypt. Her commerce, too, had now spread far and wide, from the east to the west, and she became a land of traffic and a city of merchant. But her greatness as an independent nation was short-lived. The neighbouring kingdoms of Media and Persia, united under one monarch, had profited, no less than Babylon, by the ruin of the Assyrian Empire, and were ready to dispute with her the dominion of Asia. Scarcely half a century had elapsed from the fall of Nineveh, when Belshazzar, the king of the Chaldeans, was slain, and Darius the Median took the kingdom. From that time Babylonia sank into a mere province of Persia. After the defeat of Darius and the overthrow of the Persian supremacy, Babylon opened its gates to Alexander, who deemed the city not unworthy to become the capital of his mighty empire. On his return from India, he wished to rebuild the temple of Belus, which had fallen into ruins, and in that great work he had intended to employ his army, now no longer needed for war. The priests, however, who had appropriated the venues of this sacred shrine, and feared lest they would have again to apply them to their rightful purposes, appear to have prevented him from carrying out his design. The last blow to the prosperity and even existence of Babylon was given by Seleucus, when he laid the foundation of his new capital on the banks of the Tigris, BC 322. Already Patroclus, his general, had compelled a large number of the inhabitants to abandon their homes and to take refuge in the desert and in the province of Susiana. The city, exhausted by the neighbourhood of Seleucia, returned to its ancient solitude. According to some authors, neither the walls nor the temple of Belus existed any longer, and only a few Chaldeans continued to dwell around the ruins of their sacred edifices. Still, however, a part of the population appears to have returned to their former seats, for in the early part of the 2nd century of the Christian era we find that the Parthian king Evemerus sending numerous families from Babylon into Media to be sold as slaves, and burning many great and beautiful edifices still standing in the city. In the time of Augustus, the city is said to have been entirely deserted, except by a few Jews who still lingered amongst the ruins. St. Cyril of Alexandria declares that, in his day, about the beginning of the 5th century, in consequence of the choking up of the great canals derived from the Euphrates, Babylon had become a vast marsh, and 50 years later the river is described as having changed its course, leaving only a small channel to mark its ancient bed. Then were verified the prophecies of Isaiah and Jeremiah that the mighty Babylon should be but pools of water, that the sea should come upon her, and that she should be covered with the multitude of the waves thereof. In the beginning of the 7th century, at the time of the Arab invasion, the ancient cities of Babylonia were a desolation, a dry land, and a wilderness. Amidst the heaps that marked the site of Babylon herself, there rose the small town of Hilla. Long before Babylon had overcome her rival, Nineveh, she was famous for the extent and importance of her commerce. No position could have then been more favourable than hers for carrying on a trade with all the regions of the known world. Even only moderate skill and enterprise could scarcely fail to make Babylon not only the emporium of the eastern world, but the main link of commercial intercourse between the east and the west. The inhabitants did not neglect the advantages bestowed upon them by nature. A system of navigable canals that may excite the admiration of even the modern engineer connected together the Euphrates and Tigris, those great arteries of her commerce, with a skill showing no common knowledge of the art of surveying and of the principles of hydraulics. The Babylonians took advantage of the different levels of the plains and of the periodical rises in the two rivers to complete the water communication between all parts of the province, and to fertilize by artificial irrigation an otherwise barren and unproductive soil. Alexander, after he had transferred the seat of his empire to the east, so fully understood the importance of these great works that he ordered them to be cleansed and repaired, and superintended the work in person, steering his boat with his own hand through the canals. High roads and causeways across the desert united Syria and Palestine with Babylonia. Fortified stations protected the merchant from the wandering tribes of Arabia. Walled cities served as resting places and storehouses, and wells at regular intervals gave an abundant supply of water during the hottest season of the year. One of those highways was carried through the centre of Mesopotamia, and crossing the Euphrates near the town of Anthemusia, led into central Syria. A second appears to have left Babylon by the western quarter of the city and entered Idumea after passing through the country of the Nabateans. Others branched off to Tadmor and to cities which were built in the midst of the desert almost solely for purposes of trade. To the east of Babylonia was the celebrated military and commercial road described by Herodotus. It led from Sardis to Susa in 90 days' journey, and was furnished at intervals of about 15 miles with stations and public hostelries, probably resembling the modern caravanserais of Persia. Merchandise and travellers descended the rivers upon rafts of skins, as well as in boats built of reeds coated with bitumen or of more solid materials. The land trade was no doubt principally carried on, as at the present day, by caravans of merchants who loaded their goods on the backs of camels, horses, and asses. It is difficult to determine how far the Babylonians may have navigated in vessels the Indian Ocean. The various articles of merchandise stored in Babylon, the produce of the islands and shores of the Persian Gulf, and even of India, formed no inconsiderable part. Pearls from the fisheries of Bahrain, which still supply Arabia, Persia, and Turkey, and perhaps even from Ceylon, cotton, spices, frankincense, precious stones, ivory, ebony, silks, and dyes, were amongst the objects of trade brought to her markets. They could only have been obtained from the southern coasts of Arabia, and directly or indirectly from the Indian peninsula. We learn from the Kuyunjik inscriptions that the people inhabiting the country at the mouths of the united waters of the Tigris and Euphrates possessed vessels in which, when defeated by the Assyrians, they took refuge on the sea. The prophet Isaiah also alludes to the ships of the Chaldeans. Timber for shipbuilding could have been floated with ease from the mountains of Armenia to the very quays of Babylon, or to her ports at the head of the Persian Gulf. A race of dogs, much prized by the Babylonians, was brought from India. A satrap of Babylon is declared to have devoted the revenues of 4 cities to the support of a number of these animals. On a small terracotta tablet in the British Museum, from Colonel Rawlinson's collection, obtained I believe at Baghdad, but probably found in some ancient ruin in the neighbourhood, is the figure of a man leading a large and powerful dog, which has been identified with a species still existing in Tibet. Tin, cedar wood, and various articles were brought from Phoenicia and other parts of Syria, which were in return supplied with the produce of India and the Persian Gulf through Babylon. Whilst the Babylonians thus imported the produce of the east and west, they also supplied foreign countries with many valuable articles of trade. Corn, which according to tradition first grew wild in Mesopotamia and was there first eaten by man, was cultivated to a great extent and was sent to distant provinces. The Babylonian carpets, silks, and woolen fabrics, woven or embroidered with figures of mythic animals and with exquisite designs, were not less famous for the beauty of their texture and workmanship than for the richness and variety of their colours. The much prized sindonais, or flowing garments, were the work of the looms of Babylon even long after she had ceased to be a city. The engraved gems and cylinders discovered in the ruins bear ample witness to the skill of the Babylonian lapidaries. Many of these relics exist in European collections, and during my residence at Hilla I was able to obtain several interesting specimens from the Arabs, who usually pick them up on the mounds after rain. The most remarkable of them is a cylinder of spotted syenite, upon which are incised 7 figures and a few Babylonian characters. The letters of the inscription are rudely formed and have not yet been deciphered. Another interesting gem obtained by me at Babylon is an agate cone, upon the base of which is engraved a winged priest or deity standing in an attitude of prayer before a cock on an altar. Above this group is the crescent moon. The Hebrew commentators conjecture that Nergal, the idol of the men of Cuth, had the form of a cock. The vast trade that rendered Babylon the gathering place of men from all parts of the known world, and supplied her with luxuries from the remotest climes, had at the same time the effect of corrupting the manners of her people and producing that general profligacy and those effeminate customs which mainly contributed to her fall. The description given by Herodotus of the state of the population of the city when under the dominion of the Persian kings is fully sufficient to explain the cause of her speedy decay and ultimate ruin. The account of the Greek historian fully tallies with the denunciations of the Hebrew prophets against the sin and wickedness of Babylon. Her inhabitants had gradually lost their warlike character. When the Persians broke into the city they were revelling in debauchery and lust, and when the Macedonian conqueror appeared at their gates they received with indifference the yoke of a new master. It is not difficult to account for the rapid decay of the country around Babylon as the inhabitants deserted the city. The canals were neglected. When once those great sources of fertility were choked up, the plains became a wilderness. Upon the waters conveyed by their channels to the innermost parts of Mesopotamia depended not only the harvests, the gardens, and the palm groves, but the very existence of the numerous towns and villages far removed from the river banks. They soon turned to mere heaps of earth and rubbish. Vegetation ceased, and the plains, parched by the burning heat of the sun, were ere long once again a vast arid waste. Such has been the history of Babylon. Her career was equally short and splendid, and although she had thus perished from the face of the earth, her ruins are still classic, indeed sacred ground. The traveller visits with no common emotion those shapeless heaps, the scene of so many great and solemn events. In this plain, according to tradition, the primitive families of our race first found a resting place. Here Nebuchadnezzar boasted of the glories of his city, and was punished for his pride. To these deserted halls were brought the captives of Judea. In them Daniel, undazzled by the glories around him, remained steadfast to his faith, rose to be a governor amongst his rulers, and prophesied the downfall of the kingdom. There was held Belshazzar's feast, and was seen the writing upon the wall. Between those crumbling mounds Cyrus entered the neglected gates. Those massive ruins cover the spot where Alexander died. Soon after my arrival at Hilla, the caravan of the Hajj, or annual pilgrimage to Mecca, passed through the town on its way to Baghdad. The holy places had this year been visited by the cholera, and of the many who had crossed the desert, few had survived. In the crowd that had assembled on the high road were mingled scenes of grief and joy. The mournful wail of the woman was heard above the merry laugh of those who had again found their friends. The wild Bedouins of Najd, who had guided and protected the pilgrims during their arduous journey, passed through the throng on their weary dromedaries. After a lapse of some years, the annual Hajj from the south of Turkey and Persia had been able to follow the direct road to Mecca across the desert of Najd and the interior of Arabia. Since Ibn Rashid, a chief of the Jebel Shamar, has by his courage and abilities acquired the whole of that district, and has rendered himself sufficiently powerful to hold in check the various tribes which surround it, pilgrims under his protection could, therefore, again venture to take the shortest road to Mecca. He undertook to furnish them with camels, and to answer for their safety from Hilla to the holy cities and back. The chief punctually fulfilled his engagement, and the caravan I have described was the first that had crossed the desert for many years without accident or molestation. It was under the charge of Abdurrahman, a relation of Ibn Rashid. I frequently saw this sheikh during his short residence at Hilla, and he urged me to return with him to the Jebel Shamar. Zaid and several other Agals offered to accompany me, and it was with great regret that I felt unable, on various accounts, to undertake a journey into a country so little known and so interesting as Central Arabia. A better opportunity could scarcely have occurred for entering Najd. Sheikh Abdurrahman described the Jebel Shamar as abounding in fertile valleys, where the Arabs have villages and cultivated lands. The inhabitants are of the same great tribe of Shamar and those who wander over the plains of Mesopotamia. Sutton told me that his family still possessed their gardens in the hills, and although from long absence their produce had been gathered by strangers, yet that he could by law at any time return and claim them. Ibn Rashid was described to me as a powerful and for an Arab an enlightened chief, who had restored security to the country, and who desired to encourage trade and the passage of caravans through his territories. His mares and horses, collected from the tribes of Central Arabia, were declared to exile all those of the desert in beauty and in blood. Hawking and hunting are his favourite amusements, and game abounds in the hills and plains. Amongst the wild animals are lions, leopards, deer, and a kind of ox or large antelope, I could not learn exactly which, called Wotaya, said to have long spiral horns, and to be exceedingly fierce and dangerous. I was assured that in the Jebel Shamar there are ruins of large cities, attributed by the Arabs to the Jews. Inscriptions in an unknown character are also said to exist on slabs of stone and on rocks. They may be that class called Himyari, found in other parts of the Arabian Peninsula. About 2 hours and a half or 8 miles to the northeast of Hilla, a mound, scarcely inferior in size to those of Babylon, rises in the plain. It is called El Heimer, meaning, according to the Arabs, the red, from its colour. The ruin has assumed a pyramidal form, but it is evidently the remains of a solid square structure consisting, like the Burj Nimrud, of a series of terraces or platforms. It may be conjectured, therefore, that it was a sacred edifice built upon the same general plan as all the temples of Babylonia and Syria. The basement or substructure appears to have been of sun-dried brick, the upper part, and probably the casing of the lower, of bricks burnt in the kiln. Many of the latter are inscribed with the name and titles of Nebuchadnezzar. Although the masonry is solid and firmly bound together, it is not united by a white cement like that of the Mujalibe. The same tenacious mud that was used for making the bricks has been daubed, as far as I could ascertain, between each layer. The ruin is traversed, like the Burj, by square holes to admit air. Around the centre structure are scattered smaller mounds and heaps of rubbish, covered with the usual fragments of pottery, glass, and bricks. Opposite to the Mujalibe or Qasir, on the western bank of the Euphrates, is a village called Anana, and near it a quadrangle of earthen ramparts, like the remains of a fortified enclosure. A large mass of brick masonry is still seen in the river bed when the stream is low. The inhabitants of the village brought me a fragment of black stone with a rosette ornament upon it, very Assyrian in character. With the exception of these remains and the Burj Nimrud, there are scarcely any ruins of ancient buildings on the Arabian side of the Euphrates. On the eastern bank, low mounds covered with broken pottery and glass are found in almost every direction. One resembles another, and there is nothing either in their appearance or in their contents, as far as they have hitherto been ascertained, deserving of particular description. They only prove how vast and thriving the population of this part of Mesopotamia must at one time have been, and how complete is the destruction that has fallen upon this devoted land. End of chapter 23. Recording by Chad Horner from Ballyclare in County Antrim, Northern Ireland, situated in the north east of the island of Ireland.